Today is a big one, the decider. We have Humpy Koneru play against Alina Kashilinskaya. What's important to note is Humpy Koneru is the sole leader by half a point. She shook the standings yesterday by defeating the previous leader, Zhu Jiner. And today, Zhu Jiner plays against Divya Deshmukh. They both are trailing behind by half a point. Will one of them be able to catch Humpy? We shall see. This is Zhu Jiner's seat. I'm taking a seat and let us see how comfortable it is. She's playing white and she usually goes with e4. But since it's a very important game and she lost yesterday, do you think that she may change her first move? I think she's still going to go with e4, but we shall see. Don't miss any of the action. It's going to be a thrilling round. Follow our live broadcast on our YouTube channel with our amazing commentators. Over to you guys.
And yeah, we have the visuals of the playing hall, and it's very exciting, the penultimate game. And there will be lift off very, very soon. And as we have on site in here in Pune, there is a meeting going on of the All India Chess Federation officials. So very glad to have them on site here in Pune as well. And I think I'm being told that we will be seeing the opening ceremony being done by the AICF officials, as we see that is Mr. Ajay Patel, who is involved with the AICF, and in the four camera where I think that's going to be board 3, if I'm not mistaken, where we'll have our opening ceremony by Mr. Dev Patel, the secretary of the All India Chess Federation. And if we can get a front on view of that board, it would be great, because we will have our first move there. I think it's Paulina's game, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and there, if you go to Harika's board, please, quickly. And yeah, that was Mr. Ajay Patel who made the opening move. And between Munguntul and Paulina, can we go to the front on camera, please? And there we see Mr. Ajay Patel of the AICF, secretary of the AICF, making the first move. And it's we have board 3, that is Zhu Jinner versus Divya. In fact, our featured clash, another set of ceremonial move. Pawn to d4 by Zhu Jinner. So I'm not sure if Zhu will be actually playing that. She takes that move back very soon. And yeah, we will have liftoff handshakes, and here we are off. Penultimate game of the penultimate FIDE Women's Grand Prix. And let's head into one of the games, that is Zhu Jinner versus Divya Deshmukh, because that is a featured game that has been on our thumbnail. And e4, e5, in fact, she told the chief guest to play pawn to d4, but it has gone into a king's pawn opening. And knight to c3, we have the 4 knights way. Oh my god, this is not the most ambitious choice for the white pieces. And Zhu could have played the Italian, could have played, the bishop out here is the Italian. The bishop coming out even out further is the Spanish or the Royal Lopez opening. But she goes for something known for its, drawish tendency. It doesn't give black a very good chance. And, it's very simple. 4 knights are out, and that is why it's known as a 4 knights variation. And pawn to g3. A very, very safe and solid line. Interesting choice by Zhu. And I have seen games where white's g3 is met with knight takes e4. In fact, a game between Elina Sedina versus Magnus Carlsen also comes to mind in this, when Magnus was just 11 years old. So, crazy moves have been possible, but I think Divya might take a bit of a think here, because it's not the most common motif here to play g3. With that, can we see our leader of the tournament, that is Alina versus Koneru Humpy, because we remember Humpy won yesterday in a very, very important game. And there we go, that's the live position. So Alina, who is winless but has been playing very exciting chess since the rest day and just before the rest day as well. So she is going for the Spanish opening of the Royal Pair, and knight f6, pawn to d3, the anti-marshal being played. I think it also shows, Humpy was, is playing it safe, won't be taking extra risks here. And I think if we can show the pairings quickly of the round 7 and the standings as well. So just to show where we stand. So it's round 8. It's Salome versus Harika on the top board. Board 2 is Munguntul versus Paulina. Then Zhu Jinner versus Divya Deshmukh, our featured matchup. The YouTube thumbnail tells it all. But this is a game between number 2 ranked player and number 3. In fact, they both are on the same points. So it's just on tie break that Divya is a little bit behind. Board 4 is Alina versus Indian star and leader of this tournament, Koneru Humpy. And lastly, it's Nurgul Salimova, who is taking on Vaishali. Nurgul, who has been very close to winning in the last 3 games, has not been able to do so, versus Vaishali, who really wants to get back into the standings. So This is round 8, the penultimate round pairings, and here we have the standings. So ranking cross table after 7 rounds, Koneru Humpy on 5.5 out of 7, Divya Deshmukh on 5, Zhu Jinner on 5 out of 7. Polina is in sole fourth place. There's nobody around her, nobody even on 4.5 points. That's very interesting to note. And she's on 4 out of 7. Harika with 3.5 out of 7. Vaishali with 3 out of 7. And yes, Nurgul, Salome. Nurgul also is in clear 7th place. And in fact, 8th place, 9th place, and 10th place, all of them having 2 points each. And I think, except Mungantul, uh, in that club, both Salome and Kashlinskaya are still looking out for their first win yet. So things can change thick and fast. We might have a few more changes in the standings. So chat, do let us know who do you think will be leading at the end of the round, at the end of round 8, and that would be very exciting note. And which player are you rooting for? We saw uh plenty of comments, plenty of feedback and your thoughts in the chat yesterday, and please bring that and more. We love reading the chat, and we would be very, very excited to see your thoughts, your comments about the games, about the commentary and the action happening here in Pune. So do let us know about this interesting round, because as we can, if we can have the Grand Prix standings as well very, very quickly to show the importance of this. So Goryachkina is in the lead with 303 points, but none of the other players from second to fourth have a realistic chance of making it. So it's only after that, that is players like Koneru Humpy. Mongondol sadly has not had the best of tournaments, but Zhu Jinner again, who is on 11th place, but note that she's only played one tournament. So, in fact, the second candidate spot for the women's 2026 event is only down to Humpy and Zhu Jinner. And those two players have been playing great chess so far, and we'll see which one of them makes it through from this. Because remember, if Zoo and Humpy tie at the end of this event, then it's not a good news if you're a Humpy fan, because Koneru Humpy has to win this tournament outright. That is, she needs to be at least half a point ahead of everyone. And Piano Jam is saying Koneru had an awesome win yesterday against Zujina. Looking forward to both these players perform. Absolutely. Piano Jam is correct, and Divya is the dark horse. Yeah, she is in third place, or joint second place, in fact. So all results possible. And Ashtapada Acharya is saying, hoping for a win for Koneru Humpy today again. And that is a very good chance, because she is playing Alina Kashlinskaya, who has not won any game so far. So that is highly possible. Let's come back to the birds, to Humpy versus Alina, while we try and show you a bird's eye view where we can predict all the games and see all the games at once. And chat, quickly let me know your favorite players. We are into round 8, just 2 more rounds to go, as we will decide the winner of the Women's Grand Prix. And I think Alina takes a very, very safe approach here. She plays pawn to c3 against bishop c5 of Koneru Humpy. As you can see, she wants to try and go for that pawn to d4 break at the right moment. And yeah, with that, let's head into the bird's eye view. And there we go. All of the games looking very equal, very, very solid start on every board. It's only, in fact, in Mungantul's game that I see the bar has gone slightly high. And firstly, let's start out from the top. Salome versus Harika. Very solid chess. I think we might see a draw or two in that. Next up is Munguntul against Paulina. Again, I know I've been saying this every day, but it has been true by that the Mongolian player is the only player in this event who has had a decisive game in all 7 games so far. Will we see another one? Time will tell, but I think true to her style, we might expect a decisive game there. Zujana and Divya Deshmukh is our featured matchup, and two very young stars. I think we might have a very long, hard fought game in that one. The center board is the one that I'm talking about, and we might expect a draw. I mean, my prediction is a draw in that one. Alina versus Humpy, that is interesting. I think Koneru might be able to win that and extend her sole lead. And lastly, it's Nurgul versus Vaishali, when I'm predicting another decisive result. So overall, I think 3 results is my prediction, chat. And I see many people in the chat now joining in, comforting, saying bonjour à tous, like bonjour à tous. So a little, I think a French fan also with us. So, well, bienvenue, comfortably numb. And Kelly thinks, I think this opening intro showed some of the Salibaba game. Yeah, that is true. And that is one of the most exciting games so far. And comfortably numb throwing in a smiley face as well. So welcome everyone, and we have the 8th round game. So let's quickly head into uh, our featured clash between Zujana and Divya Deshmukh there. We see Divya just made her move. Let's quickly get into that game. Yeah, pawn to h6 played. So we left the game somewhere around here. G3, bishop c5. Doesn't go for the knight e4 sacrifice, which is also well known. So bishop c5, pawn bishop to g2, pawn to d6. The bishop wants to come out here. Pawn to d3 and a5. I really like this move. It just tries to gain some space for black on the left side of the queen side of the board. The bishop is also out of the pawn chain. So, you want to meet moves like knight a5 with bishop to a7 so that this bishop remains on this beautiful long diagonal there, and you do not want to trade your strong bishop, your strong bishop for this weak knight on the rim. So pawn to a5 by Divya. Zoo plays short castle and h6 because after short castle, Zoo was threatening to play bishop out here. Pawn to h6 and immediately pawn to h3. I mean, the position that may not look that serious or sharp for Divya, but one thing I am starting to get a little concerned is the time. 1 hour 33 minutes on the clock. Remember, players start with 1 hour 30, and Divya already has been thinking for 8 minutes. So it might be like she is out of prep. She definitely will know this position, but maybe she and her team did not look for this opening, in their training. Ooh, pawn to h3. What option does black have? I think Divya can definitely try and go for this bishop to e6, queen to d2 option, d7 option, hitting the pawn on the side. And I think another option is just to continue with pawn to a4, gain that space on the queen side, and try to clamp down white's pawns here. That's another option. I think Divya still thinking and down by 7 minutes now. I mean, she's thought for 10 minutes. She's down by 10 minutes against Zujiner if you see 133 minus 123 there. And let me check if there are any games in the current position. About 12 of them I can see. And yeah, not. I mean, I think Anish Giri has lost a game here against Abdusattar. So Abdusattar playing this as white. Daniel Naroditsky playing a couple of games with the white pieces, and so has Paco Vallejo, that is Francisco Vallejo Pons, has played this. So we have a few games at the very highest level as well, and Zoo looks very well prepared, and she has to win this game and the Grand Prix for her qualification standings as well. And as we know, apart from the Grand Prix, you either that if you have to have a very strong presence and a performance at the FIDE Women's World Cup or the FIDE Women's Grand Prix that are going to happen later this year in Uzbekistan. So it's a tough choice, you know. I think Zujira has a very good rating, but it's not at the highest level either. So you have to think from Zoo's position that if she wants to qualify for the candidates, maybe this is the best route. And remember, Zoo will also be traveling to Austria to play her third leg of the event. So she's the winner of the previous Women's Grand Prix leg as well. So yeah, things are looking good for Zujiner, but she has to ensure she has a good finish and does not let the defeat to Koneru Humpy yesterday affect her as much. With that, I think it's a good time to do our roundup of all the 5 games starting from game board 1. That is, let's go to Salome against Harika. So let's check out all the games one by one and we will check in here. So let's see. Plenty of e4s today. So, and we see another Spanish there. Pawn to a6, pretty standard. And d3 is the same opening that Kashlenskaya is playing against Koneru Humpy. Very interesting note. Both the Indian stars are playing the same opening as uh, with the black pieces. Maybe did they do some opening prep together? We will ask them later in the studio. But so far, on to d3 and c4 being played by Salome. A nice, interesting idea, not taking the traditional route of c3 by Alina. So c4 g6 Salome takes up a different idea, and she wants to plant this knight on d5, bishop to g7, knight to d5. There you go. Short castle, bishop g5, and looking at the time situation, once again we see Salome playing super fast. She looks like the better prepared player here, whereas Harika has only 1 hour 24 minutes. So she has been thinking and playing her prep, not looking. It doesn't look like she is in prep. And knight to b8, interesting choice there by Harika. She, once she had just developed the knight a few moves ago, but now the point is, because this knight is on d5, black wants to kick it out first, and then the knight is forced to retreat here or here on these two squares, and then Harika's knight on from b8 comes out to d7 and protects this knight. So an interesting option, and there can also be a time where black throws in h6 at the right moment after the knight comes to d7. So let's see if any more moves played. No, knight b8 is the last move. 6 games that I can see in the current position, and it is Sergei Tivyakov, the Russian and Dutch grandmaster, who has played this at the highest level. He's the highest rated player to, in fact, play this, and I don't see any other grandmaster that has played this so far. So I think it's a pretty solid setup. Harika, remember, not playing her favorite French defense, but in fact trying the e4 e5 setup today. And yeah, this looks like it's going to be a fight. We are just 9 moves in. So while Harika thinks of her next move, I think, in fact, while Salome thinks of her next move, let's go to board 2. That is between Munguntul versus Paulina. Munguntul, a fan favorite, and I think, in fact, the commentator's favorite also so far for this event. 7 rounds, all 7 of them have been decisive. Sadly, only 2 of her in her favor. So I'm hoping that changes tonight. She manages to win a game in the last 2 rounds. So we'll be rooting for her, and I've seen plenty of love for her in the chat as well. And on the other and her opponent is Polina Shuvalova. So let's see how this game started. E4 C5. So another E4 game. Most of the games that we have seen today have started with one E4, and after E4 C5, knight F3. D6, D4 takes, the open Sicilian, and do we have the knight of? Yes, it's the Sicilian knight of, one of the most attacking openings. The English attack in the knight of. So, there is, I mean, Mughal games are anyway super attacking, and the open Sicilian at that and the Sicilian knight of. This is going to be a game where we will definitely be getting a decisive result. So let's check in how it went. Bishop comes out, short castle. So white wants to play against this d6 weakness. And whereas white will have to be worried about this pawn, because once the bishop comes out, this pawn is will come under fire. So knight to c6, queen e2. Polina plays against this bishop, and the idea is after you take with the queen, I will play bishop to e6, attacking your queen. So bishop d5, bishop e6, in spite of that played, and 11 moves in. Polina has 1 hour 32 and a half minutes. So, and you even see by the body language on the camera, she looks way more comfortable and way more relaxed than Mugundul, who wants to change her fortune. She has lost 4 games in a row, which is not normal, and she will definitely want to try and make some changes there. So very very interesting game, Sahil, and which let's go into the third game between Zoo and Divya Deshmukh, our featured game.
Yeah, what an important game this is indeed. Sujana losing that important game yesterday will be out for blood. She needs to win with the white pieces, and that too against Divya Deshmukh. Rakesh, both players in second place. I think it's do or die for either.
Absolutely, and Koneru Humpy took the lead yesterday, and it's in fact Zoo Jinnah versus Divya that we see. Uh, Sahil, what happens here? Do we see a decisive result in this?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I cannot predict a draw here because at the end they need to understand they are in with a chance to win this event. That would be first place, a huge prize, and of course, chances to qualify. Zuzina knows this, Divya knows this, and they want to win this event. Of course, Zuzina having the white pieces, that might be a bit more useful, in putting on the pressure. But as of now, it all depends on that Humpy game as well. Whether she can win with the black pieces, they'll be counting, hoping for Humpy not winning that game, ending up in a draw, Alina finding her form as well, and then one of these players could potentially win and tie with Humpy before the final round, and that would be a clash we'd love to watch tomorrow, Rakesh.
Absolutely, and Zoo has the better prep, as we can see, 1 hour 33 minutes on the clock. She's just played h3, and Divya having a long think. And Sahil, we know that Divya's team has been preparing amazing opening novelties so far, but because she's almost 20 minutes behind now, do you think Zoo Jinner will be happier of the two after the opening stage?
Maybe you're right, Rakesh. Maybe this is something Divya did not expect, but it's also the 4 knights, yeah, and after the pawn move to g3, we are already in some uncharted territory, Rakesh. Not very common here. Bishop b5 is often played, d4 is often played, but now there is pawn to g3, and still very common. Yeah, literally thousands of games still. Bishop c5, the main move played. Bishop g2, pawn to d6, d3. So we are in the main line in this sub variation of that variation. And now comes pawn to a5, gaining space on the queen side, which is the fourth most common move. a6 being the most common move played here. So maybe there is some chance that Su did not look at a5 in depth, because usually a5 is played, try to avoid expansion from white on the queen side, but that is not really possible. c3, d4 is not an idea. So I think it will be very, very interesting how this game progresses. So a5 on the board. Now castles, h6, h3, knight, h7, Rakesh. That is a very, very interesting move.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows Divya making her intentions clear, that it can be an area if I castle tile on the right side of the board, I have f5 idea, and after knight h7.
Yeah.
So, or else, ignore that. And Sahil, what's the favorite thing that we see in this tournament? That is players castling on opposite wings.
Oh.
So, in fact, Divya might be eyeing Bishop to e6, queen d7,
Wow.
hitting the h3 pawn, and long castling and then starting f5 g5 attack.
That will be extremely, extremely risky. And maybe, Rakesh, the best option might be to not commit to either for a while
Yeah.
and then choosing, because you have weakened your queen side with pawn to a5. I can imagine knight b5, a3, b4, already with the hook on a5 being very deadly. And knight h7, I think, Rakesh, signifies 2 points. Number one, getting Zhu out of her preg, because it's very obvious who has looked at the 4 knights
Yeah.
and Divya hasn't. So that is the idea here, because especially you cannot imagine this being like a challenging setup for white objectively. This is more about ideas. So, even Divya can take the time out to, play a move like an idea 7, because she knows white has also wasted a bunch of time here. This doesn't make any sense. This is very, very slow and conservative, and she can also kind of take time out for knight 7. And second idea is to also imbalance the position, Rakesh. She also wants to win this with the black pieces. She does not want to be in a situation where, she has no chances to try for first place tomorrow. And not to forget, she has white against Alina tomorrow.
Wow.
So the bottom of the table, Alina, she's in great form. She's got some form there, but Divya would back herself to put pressure there. So if she wins today, she's likely to win, put pressure tomorrow as well, and maybe win tomorrow and get 2-2. So super, super crucial game for Divya as well.
And let's not forget, Sahil, Grand Prix points at stake. Even this Grand Prix is, top tournament or a podium finish at stake. But also Divya on course to make her Grandmaster norm, Sahil.
Yeah.
And that is always a cherry on the top. I mean, she'll get there eventually. But, if it happens in India, on her home soil, she'll be very happy to get one of her 3 Grandmaster norms here.
Yeah, she has been a crowd favorite. All the players, in fact, getting a lot of fans. Once the games are finished, to sign autographs, take pictures. And I think this would be a great place to do it in India itself. And I really, Rakesh, and I thought she gets her from the seat and she is behind on the clock. But now I think this is the moment when Zhu, will take that first long think.
Yes.
What does knight h7 mean for the position? Black is clearly planning knight g5. So, for example, if I would play a normal move, let's say I play, I don't know, bishop to d2, just to kind of show the idea. Maybe knight g5 could already be in the air, and if you take, then the h file could also open up, and then the bishop and the rook. For example, let's say this. You can already see both the pieces converging on h3. And if king h2, Rakesh, then I love your idea. Bishop e6, queen d7, knight d4, and I would say black is already better. So I think there is potential for white to go wrong here, and knight h7, a very, very interesting idea.
Absolutely. And while we take a look at the other games, a big shout out to our chat, who was so wonderful and positive in the comments yesterday. So do keep those comments coming. We love reading them. And with that, thanks to Kelly Nilesh, who's always there in the chat. Kanan, Chris, Rian, Sheikh, Hemant, Veerabhadra, everyone comfortably numb as well. And finally, it is Sakar, who's always is a big fan. And a Russian fan says, Alina having a rough tournament so far, very strong player, hope she wins. And we were definitely rooting for that in the last couple of days. Sir.
Yeah, and she has found some amazing form. So I think she will like to continue that today as well. And maybe it's time to check out the final 2 games and going to Alina's game against Humpy. We've not seen that yet, right? Yeah. What a crucial game this is, chat. Not to forget, Humpy stealing the lead from Zhu yesterday, and she's half a point ahead of Zhu as well as Divya. And if she wins this, I think she would have taken a huge step towards winning this event and maintaining her qualification chances with the candidates. And we can see already e4, e5, a solid start from both players. Bishop comes to c5, b5, d6, and now bishop g5. Usually when the bishop comes out to g5 here in these structures, Rakesh, it's going to be always interesting. And h6, bishop h4. I would not be shocked if we see g5, in some variations. We already saw it once when white made the mistake of playing h3, if you remember. So totally in the air, and Humpy right now calculating. But Rakesh, she has less time on the clock, 24 minutes behind. Alina has gained time so far, but she seems to be in her preparation.
Absolutely, silent. It was very interesting. The top 6 moves between Humpy and Harika's games in today's round have been the same. So Salome and Alina Kashlinskaya putting pressure on their Indian counterparts. So Humpy thinking, Harika also was thinking, but in fact in that game Salome changed her 6th move. And here I think h6 bishop h4, pretty standard stuff so far. But I would expect Humpy to be out of prep or just think for 5 to 10 minutes. But 25 minutes time difference after 8 or 9 moves is a lot, Sahil.
Yeah, she was also behind the clock yesterday, but still managed to win. But I agree, Rakesh. I think there's some level of pressure of being
Yes,
in that
absolutely.
lead. So, it's always, you as a leader of the event know you have everything to lose now. You're almost at that, finish line. You can see it. If I win this game and they both the players who are in the second place will play each other. What if they end in a draw? I win this game. The tournament's pretty much over for me. And I think this is where the strongest players shine out. So Humpy being one of them, I expect to put up a tough resistance here. And of course, Alina knows what her opponent wants. A draw might be okay as well.
Yeah.
So Alina also knowing that she can dictate, she can put pressure on Humpy, and there's a higher chance of her crumbling today. So we'll see this game very interesting. As you said, Humpy in a very, very long thing. We'll come back to this and we check out the final game now. Nurgul Salimova against Vaishali Ramesh Babu. And Rakesh, going through the initial move, the time situation seems to be pretty balanced. And we have I love this structure, for black, keeping these pawns. Knight comes to d7, bishop d6, and then some sharp lines. Sometimes white just plays g4 here, pawn takes e4, b5. Already, Rakesh, you can see black has won a pawn, white has the center, b3. Now white sacrifices pawn, and now basically you're not getting that pawn back, you're playing for the center. So bishop e2, bishop e7, castles, knight comes to b4, attacks the queen, castles e5, and knight comes to d5. Of course, we're not going to be cooperative and take the knight on d5. We'll put the knight on e4 and slowly try to create this imbalance of pieces on the king side.
Yeah.
Where we can, attack the black king, which really doesn't have any defensive pieces here.
And Salim was the only player today to play 1D for the Queen's pawn opening. All the other 4 games we have seen the King's pawn opening. She plays knight e4 on camera as we see. And Sahil, white has sacrificed a pawn, but you know what? Look at the e5 pawn. That has taken away the crucial defensive square on f6 for the knight. And I feel, Salim was going to go this bishop g5 or pawn to h4. Queen already on that diagonal to threaten checkmate. So let's take a sample line. You play pawn to a5. I will play bishop g5. Bishop takes bishop. Knight f takes bishop. You do not even have time to play stuff like knight c3 attacking, or knight b6 for example, because knight f6 is a check. Pawn takes knight, and queen already on the diagonal. Queen takes h7 is checkmate. So Vaishali, even though she's a pawn up, will have to watch out for these tactics, Sahil.
Yeah, tactical patterns in the air. And of course, black would love to say, I have an extra pawn. You are not really checkmating me right now. I will try to exchange as many pieces as possible and then try to play the endgame a pawn up. So very, very imbalanced. That's what we like. This tournament has promised to be a treat overall because we can see such imbalanced games. So this is, game number 5. So exciting. Maybe you can have a bird's eye view once to check out all the 5 games together. Would love to look at all the bars, because I think this is the only moment when you'll see all of them in the middle, and soon we're going to see spikes, up and down spikes in every single game.
Absolutely, and Sahil, this is my favorite part of the day, where we ask each other the number of decisive results possible, and so does chat. So first, before we answer, chat, you can see all the 5 boards. Do let us know how many decisive games. We are in the penultimate, the second last round of the tournament. How many decisive games do you think is possible? How many winners will we see today? Let us know in the chat. And Sahil, do you want to, just help out chat about where each game is heading?
Rakesh, you are good to that. What's our personal score here? Is it like 2-1 in my favor now because I won yesterday?
I'm not sure.
I think
it may be. I'll give you that. But what about today? Maybe I have a chance to equalize it.
Yeah, so I would say the bars look right in the middle, but I think because we can see imbalances, board number 1 there, I can already see a huge center for white. Black is not developed on the queen side, so already very, very interesting. There's pressure on that knight on f6 as well. Board number 2, I can see that d5 square being extremely crucial as to who wins the game. It's already feels extremely set up right. So I think that's always ripe for results. Board number 3, we already saw 9
You forgot, Sahil. Sorry, board number 2 is Mungmantul. So
that's a given anyways.
Yeah.
And of course, then we have Pune against Divya. I mean, if any game should end result, it should be that one with knight h7, king h2, and of course the stakes of that game. Then board number 4, of course, Humpy, Alina, the tension of that game. That could be a draw, of course, but I think Humpy also knows that, if she wins this, she's likely to end up in first place at the end. So if she gets even a glimmer of a chance, she will chase that with everything. So and board number 5, of course, already a pawn sacrifice. I think I'm going to predict, Rakesh, 4 results today. That's my guess.
Wow. 4 results, and I think, Sahil, this is the day where we see, the only day where we see all 5 results.
Wow.
So I hope our producer and us have a damn step plan.
Yeah. So are you predicting 5 results, or are you?
I think today is the day, only day where all 5 are possible.
Yeah.
Because last day, people who are out of the race might just take a draw here or there.
Yeah.
So today we might see all results, but I think objectively speaking of a few games where Humpy might not take that extra risk and defend with black, and a game here or there, I think I'll go to stick to my number 3.
Yeah.
So 3 results is my 3 decisive results is my pick and my prediction. Sahil, what about you?
Yeah, I'm going to stick with 4. So let's see what happens there, and let's go through the games one by one yet again. So game number 1, Salome against Harika. You can see, Rakesh, that White has kind of a lead in development, but White has not castled. And of course, Black can kick these knights away one by one with this pawn move to c6. And once c6 happens, let's say c6 right now, you're kind of forced to trade a bunch of pieces. Bishop takes, queen takes, and you would love to put your king in the corner. And Rakesh, in this position, would you say either side is better?
I wouldn't say better. Definitely, White has the initiative. Like, if you ask me which side or which color I would like, I think I like the white pieces, because queen coming to d2, rook in coming to the queen square, and that d6 pawn will come under pressure sooner rather than later. So I would pick white in this game.
I agree. I think White seems to be slightly better. There is potential for Black to play on the dark squares, but as of now, that d6 pawn is the one problem I see in Black's camp. So Harika will have to take care of that pawn. And as of now, White has castled. Still 2 minor pieces, to be developed. And of course, that g6 move, leaving a few weak dark squares that can be utilized later. So as of now, White may be slightly better. And also on the clock, Rakesh.
True. And 15 minutes down. And it's just a more pleasant position for White to play.
Yeah.
And any blitz game, classical game, I just think White's moves are free-flowing, easy to play, whereas Black has to be very careful. And, White has absolutely no weaknesses. And that d6 pawn just looks a weakness out of nowhere.
Yeah. So this will be interesting. Game number 2 will be Muguntul against Polina, and Rakesh, that d5 square. I'm very curious as to how the bishop landed. Oh, she played bishop d5. You see how important that d5 square is. You're ready to give that bishop up as well. But now bishop e6, Black does not even take it. And Rakesh, these structures where White has not managed to establish full control over d5, I feel usually can be equal. But also of course, there was this famous saying that I saw one grandmaster say, that if the position looks equal, then Black is usually better.
Oh wow, I did not know this side.
Yeah, I don't know which GM it was, but it was a very nice thing. I love that. And that's the feeling I get here. It feels equal, and that tells me that maybe Black could have the better practical chances.
And we see the player cameras there also, Sahil. Black looking more comfortable and 25 minutes ahead of the clock. And we have only played, the game has been on for 35 minutes.
Yeah.
So definitely Black looks more comfortable. And you know what? I really like that quote you mentioned, always something to learn, Sahil, from you. And chat, if you learn something, do hit the like button and let us get going. And can we, see our peak viewership today, Sahil? Because all the tournaments, apart from the Women's Grand Prix, are over.
Yeah, let's hope for that. And as of now, we can see that Black has not even used up 30 seconds of her time so far. She's
no way.
Very, very comfortable in her position. So
she's in prep.
Yeah,
you can say that.
Very, very comfortable. And I think maybe her prep ran out right about now, but I would not expect her to worry. The bishop on e6, doing a great job of controlling that d5 square. Whenever White were to take, let's say h6, bishop f6, if you try to take on e6, I will take with the pawn, I will not allow you to get with d5 square. This is the dream scenario. So let's say bishop f6, and now, h3, bishop, knight takes. This is what White is hoping for, and that's why the battle for the d5 square will decide the game. So am I expecting, I think, Black to be comfortable, and that means there's no clear pressure from White. So very interesting positions. Okay, so far, both the games, I think one side is clearly ahead on the clock, and that brings us to the game of Sujana against Divya Deshmukh, where again, we see the same pattern repeated. So often we would not see this in every game, Rakesh, but I think the pressure is getting to the players.
Absolutely, it is do or die. Your 7-8 days of effort and travel time, prep time before the tournament as well comes down to this. So all results possible, and all the hard work of so many days can go down as well in a flash. So pressure is going to be highest today and tomorrow, Sahil.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we can see Zuzana, by the way, in a deep thick. And after this position, she played king to h2. And you know what? It's kind of preempting all those plans, be it bishop e6, queen d7, be it knight g5. And now Divya not committing, still not committing castles, not committing knight g5. She plays bishop to e6. Your move, Rakesh. And I would not be shocked if we even see moves like, g5, f5 pretty soon happen. That will not be out of the world, right? I mean, that is imaginable now because black is really not committing to that king side castling.
And Sahil, the best part of having such an amazing audience in the chat is one, that they can like the stream and support us. And secondly, look at this amazing comment by Sakar, who has mentioned something we missed. That is, knight f7 is in fact a novelty. The first new move in the position. And maybe it's, Divya is actually still in Prem. We will only know after the game, but it's a great insight there because moves like short castle and bishop e6 were the moves that we've seen previously. So, big shout out to Saka who says knight h7 is a novelty. And if you just go a couple of moves before this, Sahil, I have a question for you that Chris Taylor in the chat is asking. When you play e4, you open up the bishop's diagonal. Then why do you bother with the fianchetto?
I think that's a great question, Chris. I think it all boils down to getting your opponent out of prep. I
Yeah.
feel
Yes.
it's a different plan. So, for example, if you go to work or college or school, you already know a particular path to get there, right?
Yeah.
Now, if let's say there is a shorter path, let's say some other way, you take a shortcut, but you don't know how to get there. You might take a wrong turn here or there, so it might end up taking much longer. So somehow she feels that Divya is not well acquainted with this structure,
Yeah.
and even though it's not the most ambitious, it might give her the best chances to beat Divya. Now we can see a knight h7, not something Divya would play in normal circumstances, and now bishop e6. So I think fire on the board could start any moment as soon as Divya shows us where her king will end up. I think we're going to see the bar go up or down either way.
Yeah, and small mini prediction between us: short castle or long castle?
I think no castling for the next 2 to 3 moves. I'm going to predict that for now because I think she will keep all options open. White is not planning d4. White is not planning f4 at least in the next couple of moves. So there is no hurry for black to commit her king. Once she has played all these moves, she can take her time. And yeah, she's actually not in the seat, so she's very comfortable in position. And let's see where the king ends up. Rakesh, where do you think?
I think long castle. Because, okay, I would prefer the pawn on a7. The pawn on a5 looks a little weird, but okay, we know pawns can't move backwards. And you know what? Big shout out to chat again. Chess Maniac saying, the fianchetto is to transpose the opening and get the opening out of prep, which is what Sahil exactly mentioned. And Sakar is asking us, if she draws today and wins tomorrow, does Divya get the GM number? And I think, according to our calculations, 1.5 in the next 2 games gets Divya the GM number. Sahil, if Divya even, let's say, wins this and draws tomorrow or vice versa, she will get her Grandmaster norm. So, that's great news if you're a Divya Deshmukh fan.
Absolutely, and hitting two targets with one stone. And by the way, knight to e2 by Zuzana. Very interesting idea. So she's rerouting that knight to the king side, Rakesh, and could be planning c3 and d4
Correct.
as well, because the knight on f6 no longer pressuring the e4 pawn, and that means that central break could be in the air. Rakesh, this is where I think, as Divya, you either castle or you try to break in the center with d5, because don't forget the knight on c3 was controlling that d5 square, and now that control does not exist. And of course, rook e1 is not possible with bishop f2. You won't really feel the pressure on the pawn on e5 if you break in the center with d5. But I like this move from Zuzana.
I like it too, Sahil, because it's a good counter attack to your f5 queen d7 long castle idea.
Yeah.
So it's like Zujina is telling Divya, hey, you got to decide something. You can't just easily attack me. And I think if black goes pawn to d4, queen to f6, you're already throwing black off her plan.
Yeah.
And that shows that Zujina's 92 move has done its job.
Yeah, for example, if you go with the plan, we mentioned earlier, queen d7, already either c3 and then d4, or even just d4 directly. You take my knight is now activated. I'm threatening your bishop, and somehow this is the dream position for white. Yeah, you've kind of removed the central pawn on e5. I still have my central pawn, and we have a move bishop to a7 from there. So preparing for that d4 move, Rakesh, but still allowing it now.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Al, because let's just show what happens after queen d7 instead of bishop a7. Why she moved the bishop back? I'll tell you that. So c3 comes, long castle or short castle, doesn't matter. Now white gets two tempos in a row, like two tempi. Attacking the bishop, you move the bishop now, and now you lose a piece with the fork. So it's like they're saying, I'm going to take my bishop back, prophylactically, and you're not going to attack my bishop even whenever you play pawn to d4. That's her idea, Sahil.
Yeah, for sure. But I think now d4 is still possible, Rakesh. And again, that knight being missed a lot.
Yes,
6, you would have been able to grab this pawn. So this feels like a slightly better position for white somehow. And to Chris's point, yeah, maybe the idea for Zuzhina is seeming to at least work for now.
Absolutely, and maybe Divya's idea of playing knight f7 was also to get Zoo out of play. So nice bit of psychology being seen here, and
both the sides trick each other. Yeah,
exactly.
It's all psychology to play at the end.
Absolutely, bishop a7. You see, Zoo Jiner was at 1 hour 33 minutes because of this move 92 thinking time. She has finally come down.
Yeah, such an important game, this one. And talking about important games, maybe it's time to go to the Alina against Humpy game quickly. After bishop h4, Rakesh, bishop e6. So no g5 for now. And now, okay, now white has castled. Rakesh, I am in for g5. I think g5 is happening now from Humpy. I mean, this is what she played last time. And now that the white thing has committed itself, I would not be shocked if this happens.
I absolutely agree. And, pawn coming to g5. As we've seen, I think it was Polina versus Humpy's game, where Humpy won a very nice game in this tournament itself.
I think Momental, right?
Polina against when we saw the queen d8. Correct. So pawn to g5, attacking the bishop, highly possible, and this just shows black plays the Uno reverse card and starts attacking herself.
And very important, knight g5, edge g5, bishop g5 sometimes can work, especially if the bishop is outside the pawn chain, cannot go back. But here simply, I think, rook to g8, attacking the bishop, bishop h4, and now even bishop h3 ideas. Somehow you simply don't have the time to utilize this, and this would be lost for white. So no knight g5 possible. G5 definitely in the air. Of course, black would, play something else, maybe castle, or, play bishop b6 or bishop a7 like Divya, preempting that d4 move again. So multiple options possible, Rakesh.
Absolutely. And after this, we'll have a look at Salemova's game as well. But somebody in chat is saying, why didn't Salemova, why don't we get such good coverage of her games? And I think she's mistaken about 3 or 4 hours of commentary which we have seen. Salemova play two of the most beautiful games in the tournament against, firstly, the Queen sacrifice against Zuzhina, and then that topsy-turvy game against Kashlin-Kaya.
Yeah, I think that game against Alina was just the favorite
game of the tournament.
Game of the year for me personally so far. So what a game that, ups and downs. It went from -9 to literally +9, and then it was at -9, and it was insane. And one move, the black king was on a4, so that just kind of raised the stakes. So we'd love to see a similar game here, Rakesh. That would be insane. But moving to Nurgul game right now, I think we saw 94 from Nurgul now, and h6. So Vaishali does not want any piece to land on g5. But there's a problem with this move, Rakesh. After bishop d2, maybe queen c1, I can just sacrifice a piece long term, and that might be a problem for, the black pieces here.
Yeah, it's a very nice attacking point, and
should do played by the way.
Oh my god, I think Nurgul might get that well-deserved win that she's looking out for.
Yeah.
But I mean, if if given an option, I do not want that extra pawn, Sahil. I'm happy to get such a good attacking position. Even if she doesn't get that queen c1 or sacrifice, rook is coming to the open file on the c line.
Yeah.
You have plenty of more options, and I just feel it's easier to play with the white pieces here.
Also, we might just see a quick draw here, Rakesh, because after queen c1, we might see a repetition. Takes on h6, black might play f5 to block that, and then queen g6, queen h6, queen g6 might be a repetition. Just to kind of show.
Can we show that?
Yeah.
I couldn't understand.
Yeah, so let's say black plays a5, normal move, developing a pawn, queen to c1.
Okay.
I play, let's say, bishop to d7. I take on h6 here. You have to, of course, take back queen h6, and you cannot allow me to, play knight g5 ideas, mating you. So you will have to play a pawn to, f5, for example. And now if I take, that allows your pieces to get into the game, and black can be better. So I can't do that.
Can I go knight g5 just to attack?
Yeah.
So you can take.
Yeah, now takes, and again, queen g6 check. I will not take that knight, Rakesh.
Yeah, and if we do the mistake of being ambitious and take the knight, instead of that, then you come queen e7, I think, and just block all of the checks. If I capture the knight with knight on g5,
yeah,
it takes.
Yeah.
White also recaptures. White wants to attack.
Yeah. Now
just
queen
e7, and you win.
Yeah.
Black wins.
Black wins, controlling that important h7 square. So now if queen g6 check, there's simply queen to g7, and black will win the game. So I think such a variation can be a pretty quick result there.
Yeah.
But once you see bishop h6 happen, as black, you're not really worried about the draw. You're worried, oh my god, I'm going to lose the game right now.
Absolutely. And Vaishali, we see thinking about 25 minutes she has thought so far in today's game. Sahil, who would you pick, white or black in this?
100% white. There is no doubt. I mean, you always have that tactic hanging over your head. Bish a5, queen c1. White is not forced to take, by the way.
Yeah.
White could play anything and just kind of set up that trap, and every move, black has to calculate this now. And if you play f5 voluntarily, you weakened your position voluntarily, and the threat is now stronger than the execution.
Wow. It just looks so much easier to play from the girl's side, and I think Vaishali will have to be very careful, and she is already calculating for all these tactics, Sahil, because bishop d2 is just so obvious that what's white's next couple of moves are.
Yeah, queen c1 in the air, and we'll see what Vaishali plays. She is gone in the think tank, and we'll come back to this game soon, Rakesh. So maybe we can have the bird's eye view again. Would love to see if you've seen a shift in those bar evaluations, Rakesh. I can see a slight shift in the board number 3. I think it's Zuzina against Divya, right?
Yes.
Slightly preferable for white, where we are hoping for the pawn to go to d4. Any other game which feels like, we might see a result quickly?
I don't know about a result, but we have seen a shift in the bar in Mungundul versus Polina game as well. It was looking like black is more comfortable, but Mungundul, known for her attacking ability, has made some inroads, and looks like she's a little better there.
Yeah, let's have a look at board number 2 and then 3. So board number 2, this is the position where we left it, bishop g5, white planning to take on f6 and control that d5 square. So rook c8, takes, and now bishop dropping back to b3. And the plan, of course, is to put that knight on d5, and black blocks it instantly. For example, let's say black plays pawn to h6, knight d5, bishop d5, bishop d5. Of course, the c2 pawn hangs as of now, but this is kind of the dream position that white is hoping for. What a bishop, by the way, pressing here. And this bishop is like, I don't know the future of this bishop, Rakesh.
Yeah, this is a very, very bad bishop. We would love to, kind of skip over and come to the other file, but pieces are traded, Sahil.
Yeah, and by the way, bishop e3, knight c4. So white takes on c4 now. That could be a slight mistake, Rakesh, because now black's d5 control is not a problem. You will really need to reroute the knight. For example, let's say the queen has to move. Let's say the queen goes to e3, yeah? Even if I just put the bishop back, I think the knight will have to come via d2, f1, e3, d5, and then try to control d5. So meanwhile, black is already threatening b5, b4. I would rather be black here, and maybe Munguntul's aggressive strategy could potentially backfire again.
Absolutely, but something that she promises is exciting games. So I think that will still happen. And we see some comments in the chat. 2 decisive games, says Nilesh. Tarkat says 5 decisive games. Sahil, you will be very happy with that, won't you?
Yeah, I'll be very happy. 5 would be amazing, and I think even 4 would be great. So queen d2 played, Rakesh. pressuring that d6 pawn. But the problem is we just rook f d8, and I don't see a problem. This d6 pawn in the structure usually is a weakness, but the bishop on e7 can simply do a great job of defending it, or even just the rook on d8, and it's very hard to really win that pawn. So double bishops for black, and now the white's knights have a very, very difficult task of controlling those bishops. Just remember, if black can manage d5 and open up the position, then suddenly things go south for white very quickly. So b5, b4 is incoming, Rakesh.
For sure, and Sahil, we had this very similar setup. Queen, rooks, two bishops versus two knights against in yesterday's game between Humpy and Zujana. Even though the two bishops were, blocked, like Humpy's two bishops, but once they got going, Zujana's knights had no answer to them. And that is what we might see again in this game, Sahil.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that, Rakesh. And that D pawn is going to decide the game, I feel. And Mughal, of course, will not back down. So I expect a result in this game as well. So going to board number 3, the other promised game, Bishop A7, and Zuzina, still calculating. So clearly, this is, according to her, a very, very important moment in the game where she has to commit to a plan. Does she play pawn to d4? Does she play c3, d4? Does she play moves like knight h4 and knight f5 and then plan the pawn move to f4, Rakesh? That will also be in the air, right? f4 incoming. That is kind of the plan with king h2 and bishop g2. Like, it would be a very, very wholesome strategy. And it is not an easy decision to make for white. All of these plans look tempting.
Yeah, very true. And this is one of the most critical moments, and it might eventually decide if Zoo is going to play the candidates or not next year. So she is definitely having a long think, and Divya not at the board. And in fact, Sahil, Zoo has gone down below Divya's clock.
And yeah, Divya definitely would be happy about that. By the way, 330 people watching right now. So chat, who will be the winner of the Women's Grand Prix Pune? Make your final predictions, because it is possible. I would say the 50% chance we might even know, somebody who will win the event with like 95% certainty.
Yeah, and 3 players that can win the Women's Grand Prix here in India are Koneru Humpy currently in first position, Divya in the second position, tied with Zhu Jin of China.
And Rakesh, from Zhu Jin's perspective, she was leading the event for 6 rounds. She lost that lead, and she was even better at one point. So she by the way played pawn to d4 on the board.
Wow.
So finally she chooses her plan, and there's a huge threat of pawn coming to d5, forking the 2 pieces on c6, and that's why Divya's choices are quite limited. She will have to either take on d4, and then of course the passive knight on e2 comes to the center, and this is what Sujina is really hoping for. There are not many other options. I mean, if you have to go bishop d7, that is really passive. The other option could be to play bishop c4 and to kind of pin this knight and hope to take advantage of that. But here, even just d5, and white is gaining a lot of space. f4, of course, will happen at the right moment. So not sure if Divya is comfortable giving that light square bishop away, because this bishop is now trapped in white's camp, and at some point you will have to trade it for this knight on e2, and that knight on e2 is the worst placed piece of white. So not sure if Divya wants that. So as of now, d4, great move, playing in the center, playing with a flank attack with the move in the center. So right now, important moment. Black has still not castled. That's an important decision to make. Does she go kingside? And white is not allowing her the time to make that decision. They are not at the seat. Time is roughly balanced. Let's see what happens. Rakesh, d4 raises the stakes now.
Absolutely, Sahil. And we have a very special guest with us in the studio, and we'll be welcoming him. That's Mr. Dev Patel, the secretary of the All India Chess Federation. And if we could have him, yes. And welcome, sir. How are you feeling about being here at the Women's Grand Prix in India?
It's a fabulous day, and I'm so honored to be here, especially seeing Humpy and Divya leading the tournament. It's always good to see, and our aim as a federation is always to get an Indian challenger in.
Yeah.
Last year, I think we had the 2 Chinese players playing for the Women World Cup. This year, we want an Indian challenger, and hopefully Gukesh also defends his title, so we get a double Indian victory.
And overall, you must be glad to be the secretary of the All India Chess Federation at the time where we have the world champion Gukesh, India winning gold in the chess
Open
Olympiad
and
and
women's.
women's. Your thoughts on that?
It's a wonderful era for Indian chess, a golden era. I think this is the first time in our country's history that we have so many tournaments together, especially the women and the open gold in the chess Olympiad last year from Budapest. That was, I think, a 105-year record from India since the federation has been formed. So you can imagine I didn't sleep at night. There's that adrenaline rush going in, and so happy to see so many young players in there. Like Divya is 18, Vaishali is 24, 25. And of course, we have senior players like Humpy ma'am also, like playing at the top level for so long. So, we get the both sides of the spectrum. And they inspire even the younger generations. And I mean, we are getting so many young champions right now, left and right. Asia Junior, say, like, you go to World Junior. Everywhere we have. Divya is currently the World Junior champion.
Yes.
So, I'm so happy to see such a young crowd in there. And they're performing at such a high level. And so, like India के लिए वो level पे perform करना छोटी बात थोड़ी है.
Absolutely, it's a huge thing.
It's an 18-year-old kids performing at that level, delivering for India like anything, and not just one tournament. Every tournament they go, Indian standards are the topmost. So that's what we all aim for, and that's why the federation exists, to support them, give them everything they need for achieving that high level titles. And the government of India has been excellent with it as well. They have been so promotive. PM Modi sir took out time from his so busy schedule to meet the Olympiad team.
Yeah.
It's fabulous.
Yeah, that's a great moment. We have the Women's Grand Prix happening now.
Yeah.
Another very important event in India coming up in 2025. That's the Chess World Cup. Can you give us more information about that?
Yeah, so the government of India has been very kind with us in regards of hosting international events in chess. Like, they support, anytime we go to them with a proposal, the government of India is always like, sir, aap kar do.
Yeah.
Aap band karke karne ka hi hai chess ke liye. So they're extremely supportive of us. Obviously, we just officially bid for it, and
it's still not confirmed.
But we are trying our best, and I have a personal belief that we'll get it. And hopefully, maybe, you never know, we might just bid for the World Championship as well, so Gukesh can defend from home. But it's still a long time to go. That's in November, December, and we are just
next year.
Yeah, so it's still a while to go. But yeah, anything that the Indian chess players need, the federation has been very proactively behind them. Especially our top players, Gukesh and all. President sir also gives a very constant one-to-one to him, and I'm always connected with Divya and all that. Aapko kya chahiye? Ab bolo, hum kar dein.
Yeah. So complete support for the players on all the top.
See, federation ka koi point hi nahi. It's fine if I speak in Hindi, right?
It's going to global audience, so English would be better.
I'm sorry. So yeah, the whole point of the federation exists is that players can get all the support they need. They should have nothing else in their mind except for chess.
Yeah.
They should not have to worry about this one small thing here, this thing here, this thing there. That's what the federation exists for. For them, they should be focused fully on the game. We are also trying to ramp up our coaching progresses. Obviously, we had the coaching camp for the Chess Olympiad just before Chess Olympiad.
Divya
in Ahmedabad, yeah. So Divya and Vaishali were very happy with it, and they gave us very good feedback for it.
Mm-hmm.
So this time we are aiming for even better facilities, better coaches to come in, so we can get more players in. Obviously, they have their own personal staff, personal contracts that they have to honor, and we as a federation respect that. But for them to form a team, because Olympiad is all about the teamwork.
Yes.
The 4 boards going together, the minds are to be synced. They should know what's happening on all the boards. So, that teamwork comes with living together. And they do that in the tournaments, but even this coaching camps is a great opportunity.
Absolutely. And, we really respect you, and thank you so much for being here. India might, bid for the World Championship next year and the Open World Cup in 2025. You heard it first from Mr. Dev Patel, Secretary of the All India.
No, you heard it all India Chess Federation first. Okay,
thank you so much, Dev sir.
Thank you so much for having me, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll go.
Have fun with the tournament, guys.
Absolutely. And we'll go into a quick break and be back with Sahil very soon. Sahil, that was one of the shortest breaks. And d4 played by Zujina. What do you think about Divya's chances?
Ooh, very, very important. Yeah. And she has been in the think tanks since then. So, Rakesh, you can see her body language itself. That tells you everything. This move is a critical one. It comes at the wrong time because, first of all, you're behind on the clock. Your king is not castled. Your knight is not in the center, which would have prevented this to an extent.
Yep.
So you're not ready for this move. I know the bishop moved back to a7, but at the end, you are not psychologically and even on the board, you're not ready to face this. So that gives white a slight edge. For example, the best move around the engines is bishop c4, which on to me is ridiculous. Like, you would not like to give the bishop for the e2 knight, which literally is the worst placed piece right now in white's camp. That bishop is the pride and joy of black's position, complementing her pawn structure, Rakesh. So I feel if not bishop c4, then you are kind of either forced to give up your central pawn, bring the knight to the center, or you have to move the bishop back. Neither of those choices kind of feel tempting, and hence kind of I get the engine's preference of bishop c4, but it's not what I want to play as a human.
Absolutely, we have to show Chad why the black pieces want to really move the bishop on e6 is because there's very simple d5 idea. Pawn moves just one step forward and it's threatening to capture both your pieces. So Divya has to do something about that bishop on e6. And I completely agree with it feels very engine-like to move the bishop from such a beautiful square because the bishop also eyeing the h3 pawn on the right side of the board near white's king, and also is on a very good square, one of the best squares that is. So I think Divya is also thinking, why is bishop c4 completely necessary? If yes, I think she'll be playing that.
Yeah, I think this is a difficult choice. And Rakesh, let's assume for now that Zuzhina can gather up the strength and the momentum to win this game. And she would try to challenge Humpy for that lead again. And she would, let's assume she wins for now. She now goes to 6 points, half a point ahead of Humpy. And now Humpy, let's say, watching this game, understands that, I cannot afford to lose it all. And now I have to at least draw and hope for a win. So both these games, will put pressure on the other players. So sometimes, people say chess is an individual sport, but what other people are doing, even in non-team events, can really affect your decision making. And especially in events like these, where first place matters a lot because it's a chance at qualifying for the candidates and a chance to become world champion.
Absolutely, that's very important from the overall big picture perspective as well. And we're just checking out if there have been any other moves. No moves in. In fact, if we go to Humpy's game, because there have been a few updates there, and I think these two are the most important games where, and apart from that, we'll see Nurgul's exciting attack that's building up after this as well. But we left the game around at bishop b6.
Yeah, bishop. I think we saw castles, and you're wondering if g5 will be a move that will happen, and bishop b6 instead, preparing for d4, similar to what Divya did as well. But no d4 yet. Knight comes to d2, developing her final piece. And now Humpy takes on b3. An interesting decision, Rakesh. Like, why take now? Why not just, let's say, castle?
I mean, that's a great question, Sam. But I just think the difference is there is no h3 or no target on the king side like for Divya has. So Humpy just wants to trade a pair of bishops, and she develops her queen to e6. As you can see now, the queen wants to come and sit on e6, and it is very difficult to attack the black queen on e6 by white's minor pieces.
But Rakesh, now maybe pawn to b4. And I can see how this pawn on a6 is going to be a long-term weakness unless black can break through with a5 quickly after castling. And that gives white a target. So that just makes me a bit uncomfortable as black. But of course, Alina, by the way, who has had a couple of some exciting games after not a great start, that rest day really helped her out. But do you think she will push here heavily? Knowing that Humpy is a tournament leader, like if I overpush, I might lose again, and that's I've already faced that in this tournament. It's not the perfect tournament. Do you think she will have the courage to kind of push here and put Humpy under huge pressure and win the game?
I think she is going to push here irrespective of whom she's playing, because Alina is a professional herself. She's looking for her first win. It does not matter. She's been trying in the last 2 3 games, as we can see. We love to see her fighting spirit. It has not come so far, but you never know. It might come against the tournament leader.
Yeah. And Rakesh, I can guarantee you, the one thing I've noticed in round robin events is the person who finishes last usually only ends up beating one player, and that's the tournament leader. So that is totally possible. So Humpy will have to be on her guard, especially when she's around 20 minutes or so behind. So yeah, very interesting position. Humpy playing Queen E7. Now Alina having a deep think. Let's look at the final game. Nurgul against Vaishali, where, by the way, Bishop D2 and Bishop D7. And Rakesh, we discussed the pawn move Queen to C1, right? So that is very logical. Chad, a question for you. Can you find the first preference of the engine here? That move is insane. I would not consider this move in a million years, even if aliens landed on Earth and kind of asked me to, guess the move here. What do you think the move, Rakesh, is?
Okay, if you saying so many hypothetical things like you gaining rating or aliens landing on Earth, I predict it's not going to be Queen C1, which we have been looking at for a long time.
Yeah.
Is it something weird, like King H1 or G4 or Rook A? No, Rook A3 is just bad. Like Knight E1 F4 is an idea, but you will not call aliens on Earth for that. Maybe it's King H1 or H4 G4, some one of these three moves.
Yeah, you are correct to some extent, Rakesh. It is pawn to G4. Just preparing that pawn move to G5. So if black were to still play on the queen side, yeah, A5, G5, and look at the Bahar go up suddenly. After H takes, knight F takes. Now the F pawn and the H pawn can support each other, and your threat of knight F6 check is still in the air.
Yeah, let's say pawn to A4 as quickly.
Yeah,
so chat, you sacrifice a piece.
Yeah, knight F6. If pawn takes, it's mate in one. You will have to take with the queen, a knight. But now you take with the pawn, and again you cannot save the bishop and can.
If I play pawn to G6 to block the diagonal, you pick up my bishop.
Yeah, and that is game over. So this G4 move is a huge idea, and you know what? Sayo has been great at finding such creative resources. The only thing is she's not been able to convert them. So G4 would be amazing to watch, but even just that Queen C1 idea, which is very logical, I think would be a great move, and White will have always the option to just take on H6 and liquefy into an equal position. So let's see what happens. As of now, extremely exciting position as well. And Rakesh, maybe it's time to check out the bird's eye view again if you can have it. Would love to see all the 5 bars together. I love this scene somehow. Yeah, I can see board 3 and board 4 being the pieces where board 2 as well. Yeah, mood was still slightly better. So let's head off to the game of Zuzhina against Divya, because we have a move there. D4 and Bishop C4. So Divya finds the engine's first preference, Bishop C4, vacating that square, no more fork anymore, with D5. So now pawn comes to D5 here and attacks the knight. But Rakesh, at least, you know what? Now, because black has less space, and chat, the best thing you can do when you have less space is to exchange pieces. And this is exactly what she's doing. While it's still better, but she found the best among the worst options.
Absolutely, Sahil. And you know what? That just shows Divya's ability. She's such a strong player, but moving the bishop from your best square to a different diagonal when it was the requirement of the position, that just shows why Divya is such a strong player. And that's why I think somebody in the chat is saying Divya Deshmukh will become a GM very soon.
Actually, I remember when she reached 2500 and somebody told me she's not a GM, I was shocked. I was actually shocked.
What was the reaction like? Oh my god, she's not a GM?
Maybe not as expressive, Rakesh, but yeah, I was shocked because I expected her to have those norms already, and that's how strong she's been and played some amazing chess. And she is showing that right now with Bishop C4, because that's the engine's preference. Like, kind of figuring out what is the best resource I have in a difficult position. She finds that. The only question is, Rakesh, let's say the knight moves to E7. Yeah, you have to do this.
Yeah.
And now, what does White do? So what is White's plan to gain advantage? I would love to play a move like knight to H4, right? To kind of push the F pawn. But apparently that's a mistake, because now the knight on E7 actually controls F5. So that's the advantage of pushing the knight back for black. And now G5 is suddenly great for black. So you can't do knight H4. You can't really move the F pawn, that means. And this knight doesn't have a square anymore. I mean, you can't go to C3 because the rook will hang. So maybe the best you can do is force the trade, let's say, and I'm not forced to trade any, I can even go bishop A6 back for the time
After
being.
C4, isn't your bishop kind of locked there on the left side of the board?
Or what a B5, Rakesh? I can break through
Oh.
before you can actually, stop me there. But I agree with you. I think that is a very committal move. You have to be sure, after, let's say, I don't know if you want to take or you want to play knight C3 directly, but that C6 square might be a problem and that C5 might be a problem. So very interesting positions. The bishops are usually not on these diagonals.
Exactly, I feel so strange.
Very, very strange, of course. The bishop on A6 seems to be in a D4 opening and the bishop on A7 seems to be in an E4 opening. So we'll see how this turns out. But as of now, that means both players are in kind of a novel situation. So I am predicting time trouble in this game, Rakesh.
Already.
Now, I mean, in this game, it will happen.
It will happen. And something that chat has been writing is cinema show saying, love the enthusiasm of the commentators, and it is only because that chat is giving us those likes on the live stream. So if you haven't liked the stream, do like it and B3 on the board, Sahil.
Yeah, well played very quickly, by the way. Zujina wasting no time, 15 seconds for that move. And, it takes you 5 seconds to press the clock and write the move as well. So very, very quick. And now the bishop, of course, that critical choice, Rakesh, black can go back, but then that would allow C4.
I really like this forward. Let's say even if you go that B5 move, what if I just play Queen C2? In fact, I don't need to play. I can play Knight C3. Let's show that to chat.
Yeah.
Pawn takes pawn.
Yeah.
Pawn takes pawn.
And
bishop takes pawn is a blunder, Sahil.
Yeah, because of Queen A4. And this is the most common tactic I used to miss when I started chess. That was
What do you mean used to?
That was 2 days back. So still miss them all the time. And it's very difficult sometimes, the queen coming to A4, and that can be an unfortunate mistake. So, and I agree, Rakesh, this pawn can be a bonus, can be a attack, can be a very strong piece blocking the bishop, but can also be a weakness sometimes.
For sure.
Especially when you're attacking on the king side. So very interesting how white and black play this. And of course, let's say the ideal set of white is bishop A6, C4, let's say black castles, and now A5. And this bishop, oh my god, it's really not happy here.
It's in jail.
Yeah.
And then you have to, play pawn to B6, bishop C8, and then the bishop is on a good diagonal again.
Yeah, you will have
too much effort.
Yeah, it literally came from C8, traversed the entire board, and then went back to its home. Yeah, that is very interesting. So lots of options possible, Rakesh, and the queen side will be locked with this. And then the play shifts to the king side, where I don't know which side has advantage. Black also has routed some pieces there.
Absolutely, side. It looks like a great position for white if she manages to get it. So do you think, Sahil, there is a world where we see, Divya capture the knight on E2?
I think that is possible, but that would really, really give white, absolutely clear plans. My queen is developed. I'm going to put the bishop on B2, move the knight away, and play F4. I think the plan is so simple that if you really want to put white under, some dilemma there, what to do, I think you should put the bishop back. But I get your point, Rakesh. It's not easy to see this as black and decide, you know what, I'm going to put the bishop on A6.
Just optically, it looks like white has a better position now.
I agree. And even the bar agrees it's plus 0.4. So that is a healthy advantage from the opening. Zuzina will be happy from the opening here, Rakesh, but she was also happy against Humpy. So in the last 3 games, we have to admit, who has shown signs of kind of over pushing. Yeah. That's what cost her the game against Humpy yesterday with that pawn push to D4. That's what almost cost her the game against Nurgul when she kind of did not accept the draw with the repetition and kind of played on. So Zuzina has been very ambitious, and usually that's a great trait to have. But in this tournament, that's kind of been her downfall as well. So we'll see how she handles this, because she has suffered her first loss. So psychologically, this might be the decider actually, Rakesh. How she handled that dilemma.
Very true, and Zoo and a lot of the other players have been showing signs of nerves, and that is going to happen even at the highest level, where we see Divya play bishop A6. Will we see C4 on the board?
That's such a great move. Not a move I would have comfortably played, Rakesh, because as you said, c4. Look at that bishop. Just to kind of flip the board and show you. I mean, it just feels like,
He plays a4, Sahil. Immediately.
whoa.
I like her idea. It's the
Yeah.
same. If you're not careful, Sahil, I'm going to go pawn to c4. On the
Yeah,
next
I
move.
think that's a great idea, Rakesh, because now b5 is not possible. With c4 it was, but now a4, if you play b5 now, pawn takes, bishop takes, and the a5 pawn hangs, and that is winning for white. And there is no king on g1 with some bishop f2 tactic. If let's assume kind of, let's say black castles, king g1, suddenly there's bishop f2, boom, and the rook is gone. So that's why I think a4, a great move there. And now she's threatening a pawn move like c4. So Zhu Jina is way ahead of, of all of us, Rakesh.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it is like an improvisation on our c4 idea, right?
Yeah, it is a better version, and that's why these players are so strong, over the board, coming up with these ideas. And now,
And so such less time, Sahil. Zoo is literally blitzing her moves.
Rakesh, this tells us she's playing on the clock. She knows Divya's under pressure. She
Yeah.
is using every second that Divya is calculating, and she's not giving Divya time to do the same during her time. So she is piling on the pressure. She knows she has to win this. If she was in the lead, you really want that lead back in your grasp, and you will not stop until that happens. So of course, it depends all on Humpy if she can keep winning. So let's have a look at that game just to understand. And by Rakesh,
B4
on the
played.
board. I have to admit, this one will be incredibly difficult to win for Humpy. If she does, that will be, of course, amazing for her. But as of now, it does feel like White's moves are so simple. And yeah, it's not going to be easy, Rakesh.
I agree. I mean, I think Sahil now, as if you just forget about the players for a second, it just looks that only two results possible, that black can only draw the game or lose, because winning looks very tough, because where are the weaknesses in white's position, whereas your rook on in the corner is just tied down
Yeah.
for the defense of this pawn for until eternity.
Yeah, I think she will have to play a5 at the right moment. So let's say she can castle here. That's very logical. But white can already start preparing. Yeah, rook to a3, preparing to put pressure. And you will have only one chance, and that is right now to go a5. If you waste a move, let's say rook e8, I can already imagine, queen c2 or queen e2. Let's say you waste another move, suddenly rook fa1, and you can see the problem with this pawn. It is just, I would say, you have to play knight b8. Oh, yeah, that is
No
so bad.
way, no way.
So I think you get the point. White has a simple plan. That's why I prefer white. That the moves are so normal to play. And Humpy does castle. She senses that to play a5, her rook needs to be defended, right?
Correct.
So that if you play a5 directly, that could be a mistake. Because white can take, and there can be certain pins. You can imagine, b4, and the knight is pinned because the rook on a8 hangs. So castle is a great move, and now all her pieces are developed. And that is very important. This pin is not a problem for black right now because white cannot attack it again. There is no knight c3, knight d5. There is no, and queen f3 anyways, it's not such a huge threat here. And she always has the option of going g5 in extreme cases. So Humpy would not be worried about this. She also has queen e6 next to kind of, unpin the knight. It's more about this pawn. I think these two moves will have to be played in the next couple of moves, I think.
I agree, I fully agree. And one thing we were talking about was Divya's time management, Sahil. Look at Humpy's clock, 49 minutes, almost 15 minutes behind Alina. And that is a problem for both the Indian stars. And, time pressure might be the deciding factor in this. And so I just now noticed all four Indians are playing with the black pieces.
Yeah, and by the way, Zhu Jina has improved her advantage because Divya is playing a very, very interesting move. I don't know if it's bad or good, but it's very interesting. So a4, Divya, I think, would in normal circumstances might even have played a bit more passive, but she probably also wants to win, and she liberates her position with pawn to f5. So the stakes have risen, Rakesh, and Zhu Jina, to such a committal decision plays in 1 minute. She just takes the pawn in 1 minute, the best move in the position, and now the pressure is back on Divya. She is using the clock so effectively, Rakesh. I think things are looking amazing for Zhu to get that comeback win. And then if Humpy draws, let's assume that's a likely result there, we could have two players, on 6 points. with 1 round to go, and Sujina in the final round plays Polina with black, and Humpy in the final round plays Nurgul with white. So no easy games there for either player, roughly
Yeah.
balanced players. So the only advantage for Humpy is she has the white pieces, and we have seen this multiple times, even in the candidates, 2013. It was Carlson and Kramnik. They both had to win, and to win the candidates and challenge Vichy out of the World Championship, both lost.
True.
So you might have suddenly somebody from somebody like Divya who catches up to 6 points and both end up losing. So
Possible.
there are a lot of twists and turns possible if Sujina can win this. If however this game's ending in a draw, that would be Humpy's dream.
So, but it doesn't look like it. Divya closing in on 43 minutes, Sahil. She is under huge time pressure because 30 5 moves to go, and she has 43 minutes. And the idea being knight at 7 was played on the 7 moves ago just for this
Yeah.
FI idea. And now let's say if knight captures the pawn, probably the
Yeah.
best move.
Yeah.
And white's idea is that pawn to c4, locking in that bishop in the corner.
Yeah, this seems to be the likely position we'll see soon. And of course, the bishop will be rerouted via this path. Black should castle now, Rakesh, I think, because it's high time. And what is white's best plan? I love the e4 square for the
Yeah.
white pieces. So maybe a move like, knight d2. Putting that knight on e4 feels very tempting. And if you try to activate your knight like this, I can always exchange it anyways, because knight takes e4, bishop takes. This also looks great for white. I can bring the queen out to h5 at the right moment, put it on g6, and somehow this bishop on a6 is a problem. But the knight f5 played by Divya.
Played. And I think it's very crucial to see if Zoo plays c4 immediately, Sahil.
She is...
What? No thinking time whatsoever.
I think Rakesh was too shocked by that move, even though we expected it, Rakesh. But
Well, I'm impressed with the playing speed.
yeah, I agree. And she is really using the clock as a weapon. It's pretty obvious, Rakesh. She understands that she has to put Divya under time pressure to, make her doubt herself a little bit here.
Yeah, she played the move in 8 seconds. I'm just shocked.
Yeah, and now I think castles should be played. You do not want your king to stay on e8 for long.
And she plays it.
Yeah, very logical. And at least now Sujina will probably think how many milliseconds, Rakesh? Okay, how much time will she take for this?
60 seconds.
I'm gonna say maybe I'm gonna say 3 minutes. I'm gonna go
3
out-
minutes. And chat, let us know how many minutes you think Zoo will play on this one. Going to get a producer's prediction as well. How many minutes? 2 minutes, he says. So let's see. 1 minute is my prediction. 2 is the producer, and 3 is by Sahil.
Yeah, and maybe she plays it in 20 seconds now. I don't know, but all options possible. I think because they were thought for less time, maybe Sujina will take that time.
But
to-
Sahil, what the idea you showed me looks so simple yet important for white. Just taking control of those light square bishops. And now it might look like black's dark light square bishop is dead, but in fact it's alive on a6, just not doing much.
Yeah, I agree. And Rakesh, a chess game is like an army. It's like a team of people working on the same project. The project is to checkmate the opponent king, and sometimes not every piece can contribute really well, and you can't do much about it. So you just have to kind of help them achieve their potential there.
Yeah, and it's always nice if if we all help each other,
Yeah.
so that the team grows together, and that is what Divya is trying to get in with pawn to b6, bishop to c8, helping the teammates out rather than being out alone in the open on a6.
Yeah. While they're comfortably now saying this overly ambitious knight h7 has released the pressure and allows d4. That is the point. You have hit the nail on the head. And now Divya facing the music a little bit here on the clock as well as on the board. And I think so. What Divya can hope for is that once this bishop is rerouted, I think somehow she has gained some space. That e4 square she can challenge in multiple ways. The knight on h7 is one piece that can challenge the e4 square. The bishop can also join in and challenge it again. So maybe it's not the end of the world. And also this pawn on f2 is always attacked. So it's not going to be a free hand. And of course, the king on h2, if the position opens up, can be dangerous as well. So I would say white is better, but it's not like a game where white can just steamroll black and just win the game.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, that's not the case at all. And while I think Zoo thinks, Sahil, can we go to Vaishali's game because a big update there and looks like Vaishali's back in the game.
By the way, if you can you have the bird's eye view once, I want to show you something there, Rakesh. We saw the bars right in the middle, and look at all the bars now. None of the games, I think maybe board 4 it's roughly balanced, but board 1 better for black, board 2 better for black,
Yeah.
board 3 better for white, board 5 better for black. So we should go through all the games, I would say, one by one and check what happened that changed that. So board number 1, it is Senome against Harika. The last we left it was somewhere around this. You're wondering a lot of exchanges might happen. That's exactly what happened. And castle c5. So that's a
Why?
committal move because you're trying to win the b2 pawn, I think, Rakesh. But is that pawn edible? So knight e2, queen b2, knight g3. Ooh, knight g3. That's not where I thought the knight belongs, because I would love to use the d5 square here, Rakesh.
Absolutely. And in spite of that, I would say, why give up a pawn? What's going on there? But just queen d2 instead of castling.
Yeah, you remind me of a Bollywood song there, Rakesh. But I think knight g3 feels like a very, I think it's not in the spirit of the position somehow. Maybe there's a better move there. Maybe just trying to pressure the pawn, but knight g3, because it doesn't have any good squares to go to. Rook d8 defending that pawn. And now Harika seems to have a slightly better position, albeit she's not developed. But once she does, and she has a free tempo to develop, I feel black can be better.
I think so too. I mean, why give up the pawn? Bishop d7, control or trade the bishops. Then you get your knight to the beautiful central square on d4.
Yeah, looks very interesting. So as of now, Salome will have to find out counterplay, enough counterplay to justify losing that pawn on b2, and Harika with some ambitious play, some risky but ambitious play to win the game. So yeah, black slightly better. Going to the Mumitul versus Polina game, where we already saw contours of that, black getting better position. So queen b6 now, Rakesh. Great move by Polina, the best move. If white could take the pawn on d6, she will take the pawn on b2, and this pawn on d6 is just one weak pawn, but this pawn on b2 has made a bunch of other pieces quite weak. So you cannot do that trade. So rook a b1 played, but now bishop e7, and this is very common. This bishop on e7 is one bad piece that black has. But it really just takes care of every single problem black has. This pawn, this main weakness, and now the other pieces can really just accelerate their initiative in every single way. So I take care of this. Now you're free to kind of enjoy what you want to do. And now b3, bishop e6, and you can see how the c2 pawn will weak now. So do you play knight d5? You can't, because after bishop takes d5, you can't take with the queen because your pawn on c2 will hang. And if you take with the pawn, Rakesh, you have blocked that weakness, freeing up the f pawn. And now is where black says, you know what, I think I'm going to aim for a win now.
Absolutely. Whenever white wants to take on d5, it has to be with a piece. If you are recapturing on d5 with the pawn, that means you have given up your advantage and you're happy for an equality or happy to defend. So I don't think white is going to play knight to d5 side.
Yeah, that will not be the ideal case. So black again slightly better, and the time situation, Rakesh, does not help. 38 minutes already. So I am going to predict the result here, and it might not be what Mumitul, I've told you, big fan of Mumitul, but somehow this might be a chance to lose 5 in a row. That will not, be easy, Rakesh.
Yeah, that is going to be very tough. And Sahil, I don't know if you have lost 5 games in a row.
Actually, I haven't lost 5 games in a row. I've lost 4, and that hurt a lot. That was once. And this game, she will of course try to fight, and this is nowhere close to lost right now. But of course, black with the bishop pair seems to be slightly better.
So black will dictate the terms of the game. So I think one good idea for white is just bring the rook on the left, one square to the right. Yeah. And now you play knight in the center so that if black captures, you can recapture with your queen because we have protected the pawn in front of the rook.
Yeah, but here also, Rakesh, rook c3 And I will
Oh,
prevent
yeah.
you going c4, and also I wasted a move here rook c7. So I
I
could
would
have
play something productive as
something
well.
productive as well, which I usually don't do, but I am pretty sure Paulina will. And now rook c8, and again that c2 pawn is the problem here, and which will be attacked every single way. So I think still close to equal, but I think black has to is the one who will be pushing. So two games where black is pushing Rakesh, and now we check out the fifth game, Nirgul against Vaishali, where after bishop d7, rook c1 instead. I don't kind of get this move because it's not in the spirit of attacking on the king side. It's not that g4, g5 idea as well. And after a5, white plays knight to c5. I think Vaishali kind of would be happy with this development now.
Yeah, I think Sahil, where we left it a couple of moves ago after bishop d7, it should have been white's queen that lands upon c1, not the rook.
Yeah.
They were showing so many attacking ideas, and we thought Nurgul, with her, incredible calculation that she finds the g4 move, the engine-like move,
Yeah.
but she couldn't. And rook c1, I think Sahil is a big concession. Because white's play, look at the pawns, d4 and e5, they're pointing towards the king side.
Yeah.
You need king h1, rook g1, g4, not rook to c1.
Yeah.
And after rook c1, Sahil, why has Vaishali gotten the initiative?
Now I think basically white is focused on the queen side, Rakesh. That's not why you sack that pawn. And
Yeah.
maybe she'll get the pawn back as well at some point. But that means you're not really attacking. And the point of sacking the pawn is kind of moved because your center has already been kind of changed. So black has a d5 square. It's not moving any forward anytime soon. So your attack should have been ideally on the king side. But Nirgul trying to play on the queen side, I feel, a5, knight c5, hoping of bishop c5, rook c5, and maybe then she wants to go queen here. But I think the best plan would be to do that instantly without exchanging a pair of pieces. So let's see what happens. But the game, of course, still very complicated, Rakesh.
Yeah, still coming. Everywhere I see at least one player around that 40-minute mark.
Wow. So time situation, that's the pressure chat talking. In round one, you will not see one player on every single board so down on the clock. And any player who's losing now knows the stakes. They have to win. They are, 2x under pressure, Rakesh, than normal, and they are trying to defend. So as of now, the black is doing pretty well on multiple boards. Apart from one board, Rakesh, and that is Zoo against Divya. If we head off,
The most important board.
yeah, after knight takes f5, c4 was played, and we saw castles. And this is where, white, instead of playing knight d2 and knight e4, chooses a different path and plays knight to c3. And apparently, that is not the best plan. And what my logic was, you want to push the pawn to f4 at some, opportunity. You want to keep that option. And maybe that's why you put the knight, and also that brings the bishop to e4 after an exchange. That is not an option here. So if knight f6, 5, this is a random line. If you can't play knight e4 here, that's not an option anymore.
Very true. And I think the point was not just to get a knight on e4, but also activate the bishop, keeping your options open for f4. But I think Zoo has an idea of, playing that either way after, let's say, knight f6 here, stopping my knight coming to e4. Now I'm bring the knight back to d2, and I'm still gonna go knight e4, and I don't think you can stop me, sire.
Yeah, but I think the more exchanges happen, that seems to be in black's favor. Probably knight takes e4. Let's say knight takes e4. I play queen to e7 maybe. If that's not so bad, I will double up rooks. And your f4 will be a dream, Rakesh. And somehow, you have put your pawns on light square. So that makes this bishop bad, given. But how strong that does it make this bishop? Because look at f2, man. That's a very, very strong piece.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Zujindra plays rook up by one square, rook to a2, just to keep an extra layer of defense security against that f2 pawn, and then try for these f4 ideas.
Yeah.
Rook a2, rook e2, hitting the queen and then pushing pawn to f4 is a very strong possibility, sir.
Yeah, for sure. That does seem like an interesting idea. Rook to a2. Usually not seen in chess games, but sometimes it can be very tricky to kind of surpass all these pieces and directly come into the game. So and Zoo, of course, will have it under her radar. As of now, Divya 38 minutes, and she has to play what? I think 24 moves still. So that's not an easy proposition. It's not some easy endgame, Rakesh, where she can play a bunch of moves quickly.
Absolutely silent. Again, the 38-minute mark. Like, why is one player always near that 38, 40-minute mark on all the 5 boards today.
Yeah,
Is it something to do with the pressure, Sahil?
it very well could be. The pressure talks, and it talks in terms of time on the clock. So we'll see what happens. And yeah, maybe I think we stick to this game for now. Oh, by the way, can you know Humpy? Alina gets Humpy one.
Oh no, knight to p8. What?
So let's have a look. So we saw Rook A3 from while she went for that plan. Queen E6 played. Now Queen goes to A1. So she does not waste time with Queen E2, Queen C2, and then Rook A1. She wants a shuffled Alekine's gun quickly to put pressure. And now comes Knight to B8. That is arguably not the best sign, but maybe her plan is similar, Rakesh. C6, and then take a leaf out of Zuzina's book and bring the rook via this path to greener pastures. Yeah, that could be a plan.
Very likely, Sahil, black does not have the dark squared bishop to keep your pawns on the light squares. And then, let's say even if you triple on the a file, my one knight is protecting my weakness, similar to that bishop that protects the pawn on d6 with
Yeah.
Valova's thing.
Also, you can't triple racket because there's the A2 square, right?
Yeah, you
that's
might
why
trade
you
on
had
the
to put the rook first. Now the queen can potentially come to A1, but now if you play queen A2, black can simply trade queens. And guess what? Now black is apparently better. So I think it's not an easy proposition, and Alina will have to be very careful. Her confidence might not be at its peak, and she will really have to back herself to play those challenging moves.
True, and again, even in this game, Sahil, Humpy down to 43 minutes, so time pressure can be seen in almost all of the games today.
Yeah, talking about time pressure and results, let's head to the Mumutun against
Oh
Pune
no,
game.
Sahil.
So
What happened here?
So after bishop b6, knight d5 was played, Rakesh. No rook b c1.
No way.
And after take, she took with the pawn. I think Paulina will have a very subtle smile on her face right now. The east d6 pawn is no longer a weakness. The bishop finally free to explore his dreams, and the f pawn is smiling, and it will come to f5 within the next couple of minutes. And now black is the one who's pushing. So I would say moving to kind of making a mistake there, and somehow I think, yeah, this feels like a black pushing game now.
Absolutely, and pawn takes d5. You still need to play that pawn to c4, and then maybe you can try for something with like knight g5, because no knight g5 now, Sahil.
Yeah,
Because bishop takes, queen takes, and rook takes pawn is just game over.
yeah, f2 would be under pressure. You're pawn down, so you have to first play c4. But now I can simply prevent knight g5 with h6, Rakesh. And this knight is now quite misplaced. I will not hurry with f4, e4 ideas. There's no hurry there. If I play e4, for example, let's say h3, and then you play e4, the knight comes to d4, and this is not what I want to see. So I'm going to wait. I'll be patient. Maybe develop the rooks, bishop f6, not hurry with anything, and choose the right moment to strike. And white will have to again wait for that pawn push, calculate these pawn pushes every single move, and that will take more time, and time that she doesn't have.
Yeah, and speaking of the next game, Sahil, let's go to Divya's game, because that rook a2 idea has happened finally.
Wow, so rook f7, great move by Divya, but rook a2, a counter great move by Zuzina. So both players playing some fascinating chess, and of course, Ru also drops below the 1 hour mark, so she will also realize that there's still a 20-minute difference, but we have seen Zhu have the time match in almost every game, right?
Yeah, it's like very typical of her games, and I don't know if you could just also check in quickly with Harika's game,
Yeah.
because he's a pawn up.
Yeah, after queen takes b2, knight g3 was the mistake. Rook b1, a chance to grab a second pawn. We said, okay, I think I have eaten enough pawns now. Let's not be too.
But is it like a blunder?
No, she can take it. I think she can take it. But the crazy part is the best move for white now, chat. If you really are the Magnus Carlsen, the next Carlsen in the chat, you can try to find the best move here, which is insane. Which is literally insane. The best idea is knight to h5, using that development edge. If you don't grab this, let's say you play, I don't know, a random move like knight to c6, then bishop c6 takes, and queen c1, getting to these dark squares can be dangerous. And if you take this knight, then queen h5, rook b3, rook g3 incoming, and this could go either way. And at least white has a repetition, and the rook also hangs. So knight h5, a deadly move there. Maybe that's what she saw, Rakesh.
That it just feels strange to just play lots of moves with your queen and leaving your king open. That's why queen c3 is a good move,
Yeah.
because now in case of knight h5,
Yeah.
you can just take, and queen h5, you always have that queen f6, guarding all your weaknesses.
Yeah,
The
we
king.
already discussed this, Rakesh, right? These might be some deep dark squares, and the queen doing a great job of replacing the bishop on g7, which no longer exists. And once Harika develops these pieces, these two pieces, I think she would be in great shape. But as of now, it's not possible, Rakesh, because the pawn on d7 hangs. So white maybe has sufficient compensation.
Yeah, for sure. White has good enough composition, and might be that Harika's king has to face an attack with something like pawn to h4, h5 also as well.
Also possible. So very interesting position, both sides pushing, and maybe it's time to go to the game of Alina against Humpy again, because after knight to b8, no, Alekine's gun, but in fact a simple pawn move with pawn to d4. And I would say this raises the stakes a little bit, Rakesh, because now you are challenging black in the center. Black can take, and you don't really want to take with the pawn, right? Because first of all, the e4 pawn hangs, the b4 pawn is now weak, so you have to take with the knight rather. And somehow bishop takes, pawn takes. Who's better here and why? Because first of all, what happens when knight takes e4?
e1.
And if I play a pawn move to d5,
f3 if I pin and win.
yeah, f3 trying to pin, and now queen to b6.
Oh, and if I take, you take the pawn with check, and
I take the pawn with check. You might play bishop f2. I play queen d2, and I don't know who's better here, because white does have rook g3 ideas, and then bishop e3
with
and bishop
b3
e6.
idea,
Yeah,
queen
b3,
checkmate.
queen g7 as well. So white, do you think white has seen all this? That's what I'm basically asking you. Or do you think it's just a normal move?
I mean, white might have looked at it, but has not calculated it fully, is what I think.
But then this could be risky, because I think she has to see all those variations with rook g3 and try to figure out she has that potential to attack. And Humpy also calculating those very lines right now, trying to figure out, is that initiative too deadly for white. So very interesting move d4, and a committal one, and one which signals, Rakesh, that Alina is looking to win this game.
Definitely, but this might also be, that get out of jail card you get in Monopoly, where Humpy, who might have been under pressure, can trade a lot of pieces and get a nice defensive position.
Yeah, very interesting moment, critical moment, and this is where I think both players will think. Chat, let us know. Will Humpy take that pawn on d4? By the way, 400 people watching right now. So let's have a look. And which game shall we go to, Rakesh? I think all games are interesting right now.
Yeah, all of them look interesting. Let's have a look.
Zuzina maybe. Yeah, I think that's the one game where I think one side is better. So rook f7 and rook a2 were the last two moves. And now
Queen
Divya plays
d7.
queen d7. Apparently, that's a mistake. Uh, it feels so natural though, queen d7. Why queen e7 is so much better, Rakesh? I'm not completely clear on that. So, for example, queen d7, white's best response is knight e4 or g4. And after knight d4, knight d4, bishop d4, knight e4, this is the kind of structure that white gets. There's one active piece, but white will basically play around that bishop and simply launch with f4, regardless of what black plays. Now, if you play queen e7 instead, what happens on g4 now? I think knight h4. Oh!
The knight has an extra square to go to.
That knight h4 move was crucial apparently, and maybe that's what Divya missed there, and after knight h4, queen h4, knight e4, and this is somehow a bit more decent, but very hard to understand for him. And why is the queen better on h4, Rakesh?
No, I think it's not about just the queen. It's also that now the knight on f6 still has the square, and you can play rook a f8. Hitting the f2 pawn, and you have good counterplay. Whereas the queen on d7 is just looking at that a4 and g4 pawn and can capture neither. So
Yeah.
the queen is inactive in a way. And once you play b6, bishop back to c8, again the bishop was needed on that diagonal and not the queen. And that's why I think the queen was much better placed here, attacking the white king on h4 rather than a timid square on d7.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. And Divya under pressure, 55 minutes for Zoo, who should be confident to win this game. By the way, do you think, like, how will Divya handle this loss if this does happen? Like, this will be heartbreaking, and then of course, by the way, knight e4 played.
I think it's too early to
Yeah,
discuss a loss for them because looks, minus for her. I agree. I'll give you that. But I think we'll cross that bridge when it gets there. 4 minutes. But Sahel, not being pessimistic for India and Divya, but it looks very tough for her because the advantage, the bar keeps rising with every move for Zuchina.
I agree, and I agree, Rakesh, absolutely. And Zujina's task is, of course, not easy as well. She needs to come up with some good news. Black can exchange a bunch of pieces. Everything has traded off. I think she would be, kind of happy. And Rakesh, also in question, what happens to the bishop on a6? So after you play a move like let's say Black plays rook f8, just to kind of understand this. At some point, you have to bring this bishop, but for that you have to play b6, and that
She
blocks
plays
the,
rook a8.
and that blocks the other bishop, right? So you cannot really get this bishop into the game ever.
Yeah, the dream scenarios play knight d4, knight d4, bishop d4. Now
Yeah.
that bishop is out, now you play b6
Yeah.
and get the bishop from the other diagonal.
Yeah, that is likely the only way that bishop on a6 will touch grass. Otherwise, I think it is going to look at a pawn on c4 for the rest of the game. And the black king will be checkmated. So let's see what happens. Knight e4 on the board. Oh, okay, f8 as well, as you mentioned. And now what does white do? So if white just waits, yeah, white plays, I don't know, bishop, or let's say rook e2, yeah, normal move. Maybe black can start challenging this knight on e4 already. And as we saw, you need a knight or a bishop to come to e4, Rakesh, not the rook. But if you play knight e2 now, there is knight d4, and the rook on e2 is a business place. So I think white needs to clarify the situation a little bit now. She cannot just wait and hope that things will turn out well.
Yeah. Might have a longish think here, I feel.
Yeah. Meanwhile, all the other games still roughly balanced. Only I think Salimoa, by the way, getting a slight edge because Vaishali after knight c5, bishop c5, rook c5, panicked a little bit with pawn to f5, and now Salimoa can potentially take that and get a slight edge. And I think it's purely the weak dark squares.
Yes.
Once you let's take this, let's say queen takes f6. Somehow your bishop on d7 is a huge pawn, and the bishop on d2 will
She plays it.
yeah, very, very secure future here. And end person Rakesh, always pleasure to end person your opponent. Yeah?
Of course. Queen f6 recaptured by Vaishali quickly. Now the time situation, just 28 minutes, Sahil. I think that's the lowest any player has.
Yeah, and you know what? What Humpy is hoping, that Nuri doesn't win because she is supposed to play Nuri tomorrow, and a win would give her a lot of confidence. Rakesh, do you think, playing in the final round, we might see just a blunder or something like from one player, and one player just crumbles?
That's very much possible. Like, have done it myself, but it just depends on the motivation of the player.
Yeah, this will be very interesting chat. And as the players contemplate, we'll take a very short break and be right back in 2 to 5 minutes. And of course, when we come back, we'll go through the time trouble phase of the game and expecting a few blunders there, Rakesh.
Yeah. Welcome back to the exciting eighth round clash here. And we have more than 500 of you in the chat. Do like the stream if you haven't. And it's Humpy versus Kashlinskaya on this board. If you can go to the live position, D4 was where we left it. Sahil C6 is a question mark there. Pawn takes pawn, bishop comes back, and the other knight. Remember, the knight near the rook had to stay on the back rank, otherwise white was threatening rook takes pawn. So the knight defending that, and now knight goes back, protecting the pawn in the center, and Humpy down to 25 minutes. This is looking very tough for the Indian player and the tournament leader, Sahil.
Oh my God, Rakesh, that is crazy.
Wow.
But Rakesh, there is a potential repetition here. And that
What? What's the repetition, Sahil?
you could simply play rook d1, and let's say black
Huh?
plays a move like rook c7. Then there could be some sort of, repetition like knight d3, knight f6. You can try to bring the knight back and you can repeat moves like this.
But you can capture. Oh, e4 is hanging. Okay. Got it.
Like, basically, you can maneuver the knights around, and this might be a problem. So there could be some offer draws as well. But I think both players not thinking about that right now.
Can we check? Can we do a roundup style of all the 5 games?
Yeah, let's have the bird's eye view ones. That will enable us to look at all the games together. And we can see board 1 is roughly balanced. Board 2, black seems to be better. Board 3, white is clearly better. Board 4 balanced, and board 5, I think white again teeny tiny better there. So let's start from on the top. Salome against Harika. I think this is where we left it. Rook c1 attacking the queen. Queen goes to f6. Pawn to f4. Knight to c6. Apparently wasn't the best move. Bishop d7. Gaining that tempo and trying to put the bishop here might have been best. But knight white just takes. And now currently the position seems to be even Stevens. I think that's just the kind of the bishop on c8. Yeah, it doesn't really have a great plan, a great square to go to. And that's the potential problem here.
Yeah, and Salome looking for her first win of the event against Harika here again with 27 minutes for Harika versus 40 minutes for Salome. Sahil, your quick prediction for this game?
I don't know what the result will be, Rakesh, because I see the extra pawn. I'm like, is there extra pawn? But there is, right? So
Yeah,
1,
yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 6 pawns. I see the extra pawn, and it feels like there's not enough compensation. But I also see like e5 incoming. There can be some tactics. If these dark squares become a problem, then that could be a huge problem, and white could even win this. And I can already see the open b file. So I would say the game is balanced. I would not really predict a result as of now because it could go either way, and very, very hard to kind of choose which way it will go.
I agree, and it might be that a peaceful result is what I think might happen, Sahil, in this game. And on that note, let's go to the most enterprising player of this tournament, Muguntul versus Paulina on board 2.
Yeah, this is where we left it, expecting the pawn go to f5, but she played h6 first. I think the idea still remains the same. c4, queen c5, queen e2, rook c7, and the queen a3, knight f1. So black is hesitating to push that f pawn. But I think if you really want to push here, there is not many options you have. You have to go f5 at the right moment. You can start with bishop g5, and if knight e3, just take the knight, and you say this bishop is a bad piece. I want to exchange it for the good knight. But f5 still has to come, Rakesh, at some point.
Absolutely. One very interesting plan I see for black is pawn to f5. And then let's say just white waits with king h1, bishop d8, king g1, rook f7, king h1, and now bishop comes to b6 on this long diagonal. So you see the bar still hasn't moved, and even after you gave black 5 free moves. But that is one plan for sure, and it just shows how tough this position will be to win for Paulina.
Yeah, I think it depends on whether she wants to trade off the bishop for the knight. In that case, the bishop is just best. But if she wants to kind of launch an attack, then your maneuver actually makes a lot of sense. And of course, these pawns kind of create a barrier, for the black pieces to enter. So you can break it at the right moment with b5, or you can just kind of focus on the king side, which makes more sense to me where you have an advantage. So if you look at this part of the board, chat. Here, white has just 3 pawns and black has 4. So that means black has a pawn majority that, she can use to kind of create chances and displace white's pieces. And so let's see, very interesting position. So this game,
Sahil, you mentioned a pawn majority, or a difference that black is the pawn down. You know where black is actually pawn down. It's Zhu Jina versus Divya. Zhu has just captured Divya's pawn.
wow, rook a f8 is where we left it. Remember, Rakesh, knight e4, rook a f8, bishop d2, pointed towards that pawn, and that's the difficult choice, right? You cannot play b6.
Oh, no way.
Locking your bishop in, that would be really sad. So she plays knight to f6 instead, but now simply takes with check, rook takes, and bishop takes a5. So Zhu has grabbed a free pawn on a5, and it doesn't seem like there's compensation. And the bar also agrees, Rakesh, literally +1 evaluation.
Yeah.
That signifies that the pawn is, basically a free one.
Absolutely right. Look at the time situation. Look at the body language. Everything pointing towards that Zhu Jina is in the driver's seat, and Divya in big trouble, Sahil.
Yeah, this is not what she wanted here. She really wanted to put pressure as black, but even though her pieces are very active on the king side, somehow this setup, with the bishop on g2, holding the king side together, and she's not able to break through. Rakesh, I would still say there are some chances. I don't know, how do you kind of push? For example, if you want to play a pawn move to e4, white can simply play knight to d2. I thought I can play e3 here, and kind of if you take, then you can see how knight e3 and black just wins, forking both pieces. But white has knight e4 now, and again that e4 square is a big problem. You have to push it back, and now white can simply play f4. And this pawn, okay, it looks optically great, but I think white has it under control, and this would be lost. So I think as of now, this position, Divya needs to come up with counterplay, and e4 doesn't seem to work, which was my idea.
Yeah, and that's why maybe the computer suggesting king to h8, and Sahil doing the same idea now, because knight f6 might not come with check.
Wow. So let's say white just plays a random move. Let's say rook to b2, e4, knight d2, e3, knight e4. Still seems to
Still
work,
no,
Rakesh.
because
Still seems to
because
work.
the knight on f6 also attacks the queen on d7.
Yeah.
So what's the point of king h8 then? I don't understand.
Yeah,
Best move.
I think, Rakesh, that's the point, right? Black has activated her pieces to the max.
Yeah, they are on their best squares.
Yeah, they're on their best squares, and it's simply not enough. So you can potentially play a move like knight to d4. You want to release your rooks, right? So it makes a lot of sense. And if it takes, I think you also have the option of b6 and bishop c8. So this to me feels like the best plan for black. But the problem is, there is pressure on f2, of course, but I can just ignore it and play f4, because you can't really take. The bishop is hanging, or I can even bring the bishop back to e1 safely, and next move I can move the f pawn. So I kind of get a feeling that the pawn on a5, black did actually activate her pieces, but she lost the a5 pawn in process, and that means white is simply a pawn up, and it will require a mistake from Zhu to kind of get this game under Divya's control. But as of now, Zhu's on track to kind of, get the lead again.
Pretty much silent. As we can see here, white picking up a pawn, then coming back to defend everything. And so does it just mean all end games are pretty much lost for Divya?
Maybe there would be, chances to save this in multiple occasions, but it will require precise play, and for that she doesn't have the time, Rakesh. 22 minutes. That is way too low to have when you still have to play 19 more moves. That's a minute a move almost, and doesn't look easy at all. So bishop f5 played, and there's a lot of pressure. So Divya struggling a little bit. Can we look at the other important game, that is Alina against Humpy? Because if Humpy wins, then she maintains her lead. Knight f d7 was played, and now there is c4 on the board by Alina. And after pawn to c4, Rakesh, that's really committal, right? Because you're kind of pushing your pawn. The b4 pawn is weak. The d4 square has been weakened up. And now rook a7, a slight mistake. Apparently c5 was the move to challenge white here, but you kind of get why Humpy didn't
It's
do
a
this.
very tough move.
Yeah, c takes b5. You can't take it because the rook hangs. So c takes b4 was the counter. After rook a4, you had to play rook a7. Not easy. I think rook a7 directly is a bit more logical, but now white can kind of get what she wanted with c5.
And yeah, that's like a dream position for white, locking the opponent bishop. The pawn on a6 still weak, and I think white has just so many options. Now the rook can also slide across, come to the central file, rook d3, and the other rook can come to d1 as well for white. So
Yeah.
I think white must be very happy to see how the last few moves have gone.
Yeah, Alina doing really well with 34 minutes against 23 for Humpy, and it feels like the game is moving in her direction as of now. And if she wins, she could really, completely shift the tournament yet again, and Zhu Jina could come out on top. So, the twists and turns every single round, every single game. Rakesh, there is no guarantee as to who wins the event, which is 1.5 rounds away. But I wouldn't really bet on anyone. Like everybody has a chance. At least three players that I can see, Rakesh. And now we see C5 on the board. Alina proving our point.
And I don't know why, but I just have a strong feeling that a Bishop D8 played by Humpy, but time pressure is going to decide not just the tournament winner, but also who qualifies to the FIDE women's candidates next year.
As it usually does, Rakesh. And
Yeah, yeah.
another open candidates as well, where we saw the maximum number of blunders during that time trouble phase. And I think chess, for top players, it's always going to be that time trouble phase that will induce the mistakes. Because with time on the clock, they are not going to make any mistakes whatsoever. As we saw with multiple players, right, playing with 99 accuracy in this tournament. So they kind of need that, time trouble to induce mistakes. And rookie one. So rook d1, sorry, rook d1 would have not been logical, putting the rook in front of the pawn. So rook d1 on the open file, as you said, with rook d3 in the air, there is going to be pressure on the d file, Rakesh.
Yeah, it looks like a dream position for white, and you can win big if all your dreams come true.
Yeah, and so very interesting. We saw black better in a few games, and suddenly white is striking back, Rakesh. Now white is better in like 3 games, 4 games. So bishop e7 played. That's a mistake from Humpy, apparently. Wow, so Alina having a golden opportunity to kind of, steal the show here. There are multiple ways to get a better position. She can play knight f1, the knight coming to e3 and potentially to f5. Even a piece sacrifice, Rakesh, would not be out of the question with knight coming to d5. That e pawn will join and, create havoc in the position. In fact, even knight b3 with the idea of knight a5 maybe putting pressure. So bunch of options for Alina here, and this feels like a tough position for Humpy to defend with, still 23 minutes for 19 moves.
Absolutely silent. What a time to score your first win as Alina, because she has not won in the tournament so far. Had a very rough first half, but she has played amazing chess after the rest day. And you know what, Sahil? It's coming at the worst possible time for India and Koneru Humpy.
Yeah, Alina and Zhu will become best friends. This result works out in her favor, but of course, she needs that win. I think things have changed for Alina after the rest day. She came up with 2 very, very interesting games, and this would be the finale to kind of her comeback. And as of now, Bishop e7,
And
Humpy.
she played knight f1. Best move in the position.
Very logical, right, Rakesh? Because the knight can now come to f5. And remember, for example, let's try to understand what the plan is. King h8, knight e3, king g8, knight f5, and king h7. You take that bishop, and now the d6 square is available for your rook. I can't imagine rook d6, rook doubling up, queen coming in. This position is already lost, strategically lost with all these weird pieces. So, after knight f1, Humpy is living on borrowed time. She needs to prevent this. She needs to either come up with counterplay or she needs to stop this plan in its tracks. But playing a move like g6 also has its own problems. So, yeah, Humpy under pressure.
And it's completely one-way traffic in this board. I mean, Sahil, I would be very, very worried if if I would be Humpy here, and somebody else who has to be very worried is Vaishali, because she's also living on border time with only 12 and a half minutes.
Wow, when we went on a break, I didn't expect the time pressure to hit so soon. And
You called it though.
yeah, I mean, my fault there, but let's go to the Nurgle against Vaishali game because we saw.
F5. Let's come from
Yeah,
where we
F5
left
is
it.
where we left it. I think Queen F6 is where we last saw the game.
Yeah.
Queen E1, very nice move. Defending F2 Rakesh, so 95 is now an option. Putting pressure on this knight as well, so some tactics in the air. And now after Bishop E8, 95, Bishop G6, Rook C1, the only move, piling on the pressure. If White can break through on C6, Black will have a bunch of weaknesses, of course, which he will have to manage. And now Rook A7, not the best move. I mean, it's human, yeah? You want to defend the 7th rank, maybe threatening doubling up and pushing that one trump card you have. But as of now, you can't really push the pawn. The knight is hanging, Rakesh. And White can take all the time in the world. She can play bishop to bishop g4. Just keep the pressure and not release the tension. If you take directly, Rakesh, let's say, knight takes, rook takes, queen d4, and I think black is back in the game. So, put on the pressure, keep putting the pressure, and not allow Vaishali any chance to leave the tension.
Very true, Silent. You defend the F2 pawn with the queen, but also just play bishop to F3 here, Sahil. So once you go bishop F3, the idea being you block the black queen and rook attacking the F2 pawn. And it's as simple as, if you ask me what's my threat, it's simply bishop into B4
Yeah,
and winning a pawn that white had sacrificed, 10 moves ago.
And of course, black still has that impressive knight on d5, but white can, after bishop, take it at any point that white wants to. That knight is not going anywhere. So I would rather be white here. And the clock does not inspire confidence, Rakesh. 12 minutes to play 19 moves. That is really difficult in such a complicated position. I think things looking great for Nirgul here.
Yeah, very true. And both played on 3 out of 7. And Salimova has been so close to winning in the last 3 odd games, and finally she should get her due. And I think a tough tournament for Vaishali continues.
Yeah, I think fully deserved victory if she can convert this. I think she was very close a couple of times, as you mentioned, Rakesh. So yeah, the game looks sharp and Vaishali has no time. I think we will have to come to this game very soon as Vaishali drops to the below 5-minute mark. So let's quickly have a look at other games. Meanwhile, I think Alina, is there a move there after knight f1? No moves yet. Okay, let's go to the Polina game once just to kind of check up on that. I think last we saw was this position when knight f1 was played and still no f5, Rakesh. So Polina really hesitating on pushing that f pawn. Now s3 and still no f5, queen c5, queen b2. What's stopping her from pushing that f pawn? Like, is she like a Ben Feingold fan or a Garameter fan? Is she a Sahaj Over fan? Like, what's happening there, Rakesh?
I mean, I don't know the style, but you only worry about pushing the F pawn, if it creates weaknesses. There is absolutely no way White's knight can, reach the E6 square.
Yeah.
Where there'll be like a family fork attacking all of Black's major pieces. But apart from that, I mean, I would play F5 in a heartbeat, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Black is just trying to play around. Maybe she's trying to put White under time pressure and find that moment and then push F5.
Yeah.
But I think it has to come. It has to come at some point, and that's the only way Black can try to push. And of course, I think this queenside play is always helpful. I think at some point, right moment, you can also play A4 and force that trade maybe, or at least get the A file. But f5 has to come. Of course, the game's still close to equal. Black is the one pushing the knight on f1. Not such an impressive piece here. So, interesting position. Also, let's go to the game of Zuzhner against Divya Deshmukh again. Because after bishop a5, Divya just not choose knight d4, Rakesh. She chooses knight to e7 instead. How is that better or worse? What pros and cons do you see to this, Rakesh?
The knight to e7. Just thinking, does she want to reroute the knight somewhere? Like knight g6? I don't see where it's going. Knight g6, e4, knight e5 side. That's an idea that I see instantly.
Ooh, bishop c3 by white. And apparently that's not the best move. And queen e8, the best move played
Immediately.
in an instant, yeah?
I think Divya realizing that she's under time pressure.
Yeah, I mean, of course, and I'm wondering what the idea of Queen E8 is now. So there could be multiple plans. One is could be to support E4, but with the Rook on F6, that doesn't feel like a likely move. The second could be to bring the Queen to the King's side. So could she be planning Queen G6 or Queen F7 ideas just to put even more pressure on this knight? So let's say I pass through with Rook C2. Is Queen F7 the move when with the knight potentially hanging for a rook a2, I can simply take this knight and I win two pieces for the rook, and that should be winning for black. So is that the plan here, Rakesh?
Yeah, I think Queen 8, Queen F7 definitely uh, is a good threat, and White has to be careful. In fact, Rook is also attacking that F2 square, F2 pawn, and White has to be like maneuvers like Knight D2 can't work. You have to retreat the knight to the back rank.
Yeah, for example, knight d2 would not work. If rook takes f2 would win the pawn. Of course, white might be still better thanks to the e4 square, but ideally, you don't want to lose that f2 pawn, I think.
Yeah.
So this is the current position, and Divya playing her last move in 6 seconds, by the way. That's how much time it takes just to kind of press the clock, play a move, write the move. So she realizes the time is playing on her mind, and things looking great for Zujina.
And speaking of time, Divya has to make 17 moves in 17 minutes. So exactly a minute a move, Sahil.
Yeah, not easy, not gonna be easy. So we'll see what happens here. Meanwhile, what game can we check, Rakesh? So let's have a look at the Salome against Harika game, because this is where we left it after Queen E1, stepping side, trying to bring the Queen to the king side maybe, and now Queen D4 check from Harika, and somehow, the bar is favoring white now, Rakesh. Very interesting.
Yeah, because you want to uh, try and keep the control of all the dark squares, and I think something like Bishop E6 incoming for black.
But bishop e6, I'm tempted to kick your bishop with f5 and push the pawn all the way to f6.
That's risky.
And then if the queen gets to h6, I think you will have to put out your hand and resign, Rakesh. So I still think the problem is the bishop on c8. Black would love to have a dark square bishop on g7 in this position. That would really give her an advantage. But white, as of now, putting pressure and playing moves quickly. King h1 played, and still 18, 19 moves to go. So Harika also had a minute to move, Rakesh.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And Sai, who would you pick? I would pick white because I like to attack and I'm an attacking aggressive player. Which side would you pick in this position?
Very hard to choose, actually. I would prefer to be white purely because I think I have more time also, if that's a factor. And my place is a bit simpler. I still don't know the square for the bishop on c8. For example, as we discussed, bishop e6, for example, just tempts me into going f5. Maybe I will even attack the queen first to displace this. So I'm not so convinced with the black piece placement. We'll see what happens. As of now, Harika going down to 18 minutes and still has to play 19 more moves. So we'll come back to this. Another game, and finally, F5, Rakesh. After my prayers have been answered. Thank God, I've been waiting for this for a long while. F5 on the board, and
Finally.
A3 from Moguntur played very, very quickly.
Style F5 has been played. Mungundul under pressure. She plays A3 almost immediately in like a couple of moves.
Yeah, and I think she also wants to kind of play on the queen side, right? She's not the player who will wait.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I think her plan, let's say black just waits now. Her plan could be to now play b4, Rakesh. And it feels like, you know what? Wait, it's a c4 pawn, but suddenly there is rook c1, any of the rooks, and the rook on c7 is hanging. So b4 is her idea, a very nice one as well. Allows white to gain space on the king side, and then the f5 move does not really achieve the purpose. So black has to be on guard against this. And
she is. Bishop g5 played. Idea now, if b4, I capture queen takes c4. No rook c1 for you, Sahil, because my bishop is controlling it.
Very, very nice move, controlling c1 and controlling e3. So knight e3 is also not possible. No b4. If you play knight e3, of course I will take and win a pawn as well. So bishop g5, excellent idea from Paulina, and also played in just over a minute. So she expected a3 and she found bishop g5 very quickly. And now white lacks a plan. Maybe you want to go knight d2 to try and come to f3 and also threaten b4 again. But black always has the option of taking at the very least. and your b4 move is not going to happen easily. So yeah, I prefer Polina again, and with more than double the time, Rakesh, things might go south for Mumita again. It kind of breaks my heart because she plays such fascinating chess.
I have become a fan of her
Yeah.
after this event.
Absolutely. So, hoping she can put up some resistance here, but as of now, Polina looking in great shape.
Somebody who is not, very happy with the position might be Koneru Humpy there, Sahil. We go to that game very quickly because it look at the coordination of White's pieces compared to Black's pieces.
Yeah.
The Black Queen is alone on, a very important square, but it has also moved. So let's check it from
Yeah.
where we
So-
last left it.
Humpy plays queen to c4, and that's such an interesting move because you are basically giving up the pawn on e5, and Rakesh, a central pawn for a side for flank pawn usually is not a good trade.
That's why Alina captures it. It's on the board, Sahil.
Yeah, 95 played, and somehow maybe Humpy felt that these exchanges will relieve the pressure a little bit at least, because her pieces, look at the pieces, yeah, they're so awkward. The knight on b8, the knight on d7, rook f8, rook e7, all these pieces look awkward, to be honest. And I mean,
Yeah.
that's her plan, at least to kind of make it easier to play. But 95, I've won the central pawn. Let's say you, first of all, if you take directly, that's already risky after knight g3, knight h5, knight f5 incoming, and then knight f5, rook g3 incoming, Rakesh. That's close to lost. So you do not want to allow the bishop to come. In fact, if you take, let me develop this piece, one of these pieces.
Correct.
So you just take on b4, and here white can first of all, I mean, if you take, then I think of course that helps black. So you can come back to d3 and ask the question, what's the queen really doing here? And once the queen moves, then the second pawn comes to b4, and this trade is 100% in white's favor, and I would love to be white here. Queen a1, I mean rook da1. This is still under pressure. Bishop b8 is a threat, so you can't really move this knight. I mean, this would be, if your favorite player was, if Magnus was playing with white, you would say this is winning already.
Absolutely. And that is why I am very worried. Just 12 minutes on the clock, Sahil.
Oh, I think we are in for another twist. If Alina can gather up the courage and gather up that, use that extra time on the clock to come up with the best moves, I think Koneru Humpy might have a setback today. I think we've seen Zuzina lose her lead, but will Humpy also lose her lead just one round before the tournament ends? And that means the Zuzina game is super important, because let's say, just in case Humpy loses this, then her result matters a lot. If she wins, she gets sole lead, and then all the things are in her hand. If she wins, match is over. If she draws, she joins Humpy, and if she also loses somehow, then Divya kind of comes up ahead of Humpy. So
Yeah, even Divya can become the sole leader.
yeah, so both Divya as well as Zuzina kind of, hoping that Alina pulls through here. So let's have a look at that game. That becomes very, very important. And this is the current situation where the time situation, even for Zuzina, has gone down drastically. In 27 minutes, she's in a deep think. What is she thinking, Rakesh?
I think she's just worried about the same ideas we showed. Queen coming to f7. And that f2 pawn not really easy to defend, and just that white captured a pawn, but what's next for white?
Yeah, sometimes that's the problem. You've captured a pawn on a5. This is the pawn that white captured, but you will only see the influence of that pawn once we have an endgame. Once white starts pushing these pawns to create a passed pawn and queen, that's when that pawn counts. And until then, it's just a couple of moves lost for white, Rakesh, to grab this pawn, right? So I think to see that influence, we'll have to go to the endgame, and we are not in the endgame yet. So Divya can create counter-attacking chances and put pressure, and she's doing that very quickly now. We saw her last move in 6 seconds. So Zuzina now taking a deep think, maybe trying to come up with a very, very safe plan where black's counterplay is limited. That's what you want as white, a one-way street here.
Absolutely. Sahil, the more I think of it, I know what Zuzina is thinking. She is regretting moving the bishop back to c3. Let's go back a move. So 97. Now it is Zoo's move, and she can literally play any move. You can get rook c2, rook e2, even develop the queen, for example, and your bishop is not attacked. And because of, let's say you play rook c or rook e2 is in fact the best move in the position. Now Divya cannot.
Rakesh, rook e2, there is rook f3.
Oh yeah, that's a blunder.
Yeah,
So,
rook
sorry,
c2.
rook
Rook c2.
c2.
Let's say, yeah.
Now like just to show the point of why bishop c3 is a mistake. Now black cannot go queen e8
Yeah.
because bishop catches the second pawn
Yeah.
and it's getting very risky. So bishop c3 just allows Divya to play queen e8 quickly and get back into the game.
Yeah, that's a great point. The queen is tied down to defending a pawn. That's not what the queen is meant to do. She's meant to launch an attack. And maybe Susana did come back too quickly, Rakesh. You're right about that. Bishop c3, she was maybe worried about that e4 move. Yeah, e4, e3 in some cases. So queen e8 now, and Divya is rerouting her queen to the king side. Will that be enough is the question, chat. Who do you think? There's a 15-minute delay, so we might read your comments 15 minutes later. So pardon us with that. But who do you think will be leading the tournament after the second last day today? So we had Zuzina till yesterday leading the event. Now we had Humpy for one day. Who do you think leading? Will it be Humpy still? Will it be Zuzina or will it be Divya? Only three players possible.
Yeah, only 3 players with a chance for. In fact, Sahil, the more I think about it from white side here, if you go just one move back, why bishop c3? I mean, I know you're afraid of e4, fair, but like the computer's top choice is just to drop the bishop all the way back to e1, so that let's say if you go queen back to e8, now white has this knight d2 because the pawn on f2 is protected by the bishop.
Yeah, that would have been such a nice maneuver. Bishop e1, saving that pawn and simply not having any. And this e4 square is crucial, right? Queen f7, e8, and knight d2, queen f7, knight e4. And you can see how this is already lost. So, Zuzina missing that maneuver, but I think that's also a conscious strategy from her, right? She was using the clock as a weapon, Rakesh, and we discussed, and she was playing quickly to put Divya under pressure, and maybe she did not find that was a critical moment. And as Magnus has mentioned multiple times, it's also not only about finding the best move, it's about realizing that this is the critical moment. And if somebody walked up to him and told him this is a critical moment, he will always find the best move. So I think Zu probably missed that moment there, critical moment, but you kind of understand. He just won a pawn. You want to get the bishop quickly and kind of stop Black's counterplay.
Correct, very fair. And while Zoo thinks, let's quickly have a quick check on Vaishali's game style, because what is the queen doing there on h4?
By the way, and after that Humpy's game, because she's even worse now. So this is where we left it. Rook a7, bishop f3 found by Nurgul there, bishop f5, s3, queen h4. Black is trying to create an attack on the king side as she did against Zuzina. But is it enough, Rakesh? What's your first feeling?
I think now it's time for white to start capturing some pawns and pieces. So bishop b4 looks highly likely there, Sahib.
Bishop b4. If you take with the pawn,
now the rook pawn rook captures the pawn on c6.
Yeah, so you probably take with the knight, but if you take with the knight, that should be lost as well. I don't know which
bishop takes or knight takes pawn also looks.
Knight takes is knight d3. Yeah, of course.
So after bishop d6.
Bishop d6. Let's say knight c6. Rook takes to defend the d4 pawn, and this does look better. I think the bishop here is doing a better job than the bishop in the Harika game, but it's still attacking the rook, attacking the a pawn. White is better. Maybe some potential for counterplay. But
and just to note, Sahil, Vaishali down to 3 minutes for her next 17 moves. So a very similar timetable pattern that we can see throughout the tournament for Vaishali.
Yeah, and she has been playing her last few moves very quickly. So trying to hold on, but still 17 more moves to go in 9 minutes. So extremely difficult.
Sahil, sorry to cut you, but we have to go to the Humpy game. Humpy has made a big mistake.
Wow.
Looks like Kashlinskaya can score her first win after knight. You mentioned the knight coming back, a tough move to find, but queen d4 was the only move that kept her in the game.
But I get why she didn't want to do it, Rakesh. The problem is after queen d4, b4, you are basically just playing for 2 results in a very, very sad endgame. You want that, counter-attacking chances somehow. And now queen c4 played, but that's a mistake. A great chance for Alina Kashlinskaya here to get her first win and she does find the best move, pawn to b4. And Rakesh, this is looking like an extremely sad position for black. The queen has opened up here. There's pressure on the pawn on a6. And again, remember we told that earlier, right? That pawn on a6 was the problem. It all started with bishop takes b3, Rakesh.
Yeah.
If that move had not happened, you would not see this. And now I think Humpy under huge pressure. Just to understand, chat, why is the problem? Look at the queen side. 2 pawns controlling 3 pawns here. There is no way black can now play a5, which was an option earlier, which Humpy did not do. And now white simply has an extra pawn because black lost the e5 pawn. And let's say black plays rook to e8. I can now bring this knight, I don't know if knight e3 or knight d2, let's say. Queen goes to e6, rook comes to e1. And somehow this is looking really, really sad. The knights cannot be developed, Rakesh. So for example, let's say black plays knight f6, wants to activate one piece. I will always have these tactics. At the very least, to take on b8, take on a6, and I will win a pawn. So I think this is looking really. Look at the bar, by the way, +3 almost. Lost.
Very tough. And currently, the live position, if we come, it's +2. This means, Sahil, white has 2 pawns extra, according to the computer.
Absolutely, and that's how strategic chess is played. Alina just kind of coming into her own in the second half of the tournament, and my theory of the bottom of the table defeating the first on the table is proving correct again, Rakesh. I've seen it so many times, and Humpy here probably could have played a bit more pragmatically, but she probably wanted to win, hoping, and who wouldn't? Yeah, you're playing somebody who's not in great form, you want to beat them, even the black pieces, but this is backfiring. And now great news for Alina, great news for Zujina, and great news for Divya Deshmukh.
You know what? It's not great news because it's good news for Humpy. In fact, if we go to the Zujina game quickly, Zoo has made a very big mistake.
What?
And Divya is right back into it.
What? That is insane. So Queen E8 was the move, and this is where Zujina thought for a long while. That is the crazy part, right? Because she took her time in this particular move. In fact, 16 and a half minutes. 16 and a half minutes, Rakesh, and she makes a mistake with Queen D3, and Divya has a golden opportunity here to bring that queen out on H5 and get enough counterplay. She's not behind on the clock as well. Let's have a look how this works, Rakesh.
I'm sorry to cut your style. That's the only move. And you saw, Divya rolling up her sleeve. She is ready. She knows Queen D3 is a mistake. And look at her focus now.
And the best part is even Queen G6, Rakesh. She played queens. It's not so bad. So she has an alternative. But let's have a look at the craziest move, Queen H5. What is the idea? So what if I just plays, you know what? Queen H5, Rook C2 I will play. But then this Rook takes F3.
Black is winning.
Black is completely winning. Bishop F3, and now I can take with the queen, take with the rook. There's a clear threat of grabbing the knight on F3. And the problem is, Rakesh, if you move this knight, where do you move the knight? Let's say knight E1. Somehow the F pawn is the problem now. I even tried to defend with the rook, but simply, bishop takes F2 seems to be better for black. So this could be a turnaround as well if Zujiner, as we have seen, sometimes overextends.
Yeah, she likes to push in any position that you can see. And Sahil, what about moving the knight to D2 here?
Yeah, I think that was the first choice. And I was wondering if rook takes F2 just kind of works. You get the pawn.
Yeah.
You get the pawn back, and somehow my rook is in the 7th rank in the middle game, Rakesh. So I can't imagine.
Queen G6 played though. The second best move by Divya.
I think that's a human move, right? Queen H5 was not easy to spot.
Yeah.
And you want to exchange that active queen, and you want to liberate your e-pawn. So Rakesh, after queen takes G6, which is very likely, knight takes G6 will happen. Because if rook takes G6, I think there's knight D2 again. And I think if white gets control of the e4 square, the game is pretty much over. You have to take with the knight now. And what if I go knight D2? The problem again is rook takes F2. You need the pressure on F2 to have any chance whatsoever. But Zujina getting a lucky break there, and she again, has a chance to kind of pull through. And her strategy of maintaining that, pressure on the clock working so far.
Very true. And, she's still holding that, 6-minute advantage on the clock. And Sahil, Queen G6 was the second best move. And I feel Zoo will definitely take it. And, because she's a pawn up, now she can play the end game at ease with just, I think, 25 moves done. So 15 moves to go.
By the way, let's jump to the Humpy game quickly because we're seeing a bunch of moves come there. B4 played, Bishop F6, Rakesh. I think it's basically asking for the E5 move, and the Bishop drops back to D8. And Alina just playing a beautiful game today. I mean, the E pawn. Now the knight can come to E3, attack the queen. It can later go to F5 and sit on D6.
Oh no.
I think just to kind of show you this chat, let's say knight e3. I mean, queen has to go to e6 or e4. And let's assume for now that this square is available. Yeah, let's to kind of highlight the point. King h7, knight d6. If you see this knight on d6, you resign.
Yeah, this is over. It's like just in a matter of moves, White's advantage has gone from +1 to +3.
That just tells you how unpredictable chess is, Rakesh. I mean, Alina, who did not have the best of events, just to point out, she started off with a loss to Polina, draw against Harika, then lost 2 games to Munguntul and Zuzina, then she drew against Salome barely, and then she had that rest day. Then she drew against Nirgul in that crazy game, came back from mate in 9. It was mate in 9 for Nirgul, came back, drew against Vaishali, where she both players had chances, and now she is about to take down the tournament leader Koneru Humpy, and she will be the one to potentially decide who wins this event, Rakesh.
Yeah, and she's definitely very close to. I mean, the biggest advantage anybody has had in this round so far. So I think while she thinks, I'm just looking at some other games.
Lots of debate in the chat about what are the goals for many players, Rakesh. But as of now, 7 minutes. Which game does it look like it's very exciting?
O2 is looking a little exciting there.
Wow. So as predicted, Munguntul again promising a result. Knight e2 was a great move there. Queen a7. That's a very, very nice move, Rakesh, because now I attack the c4 pawn with the rook. And if you go b4, for example, maybe the plan is to take on c4. So knight f3 instead, attacking the bishop drops back, and there's a threat of e4 sometimes. So rook c1, rook c8, and now pawn to a4. But Rakesh, after a4, I'm not sure who's happier with that move, white or black. You have lost your counterplay on the queen side. Of course, you prevent black's counterplay, but at some point, even your maneuver might be extremely deadly. Or even just playing on the king side, when your advantage is on the king side, Rakesh, the queen side has closed up. It should be black all the way now, and queen b6 play.
Yeah, a very nice move. Let's say if you ignore my threat and play pawn to g3, I have rook takes c4.
Yeah.
You have to watch out for tactics in every position.
And even e4, Rakesh. E4 is deadly because knight d4, there is now rook takes c4, which is even better. Rook takes c4, rook takes c4. This is hanging and it is just all over. So
rook b1 played by Munguntul, protecting the queen. The queen.
But you don't rook b1, yeah. This is not the move you're hoping to play. The rook literally just came to c1 from b1. 3 moves back.
True.
So it's going back to b1. Things are not looking great, and Polina is all set to get another victory here, and 6 minutes from Munguntul. She only plays 7 more moves, so maybe she will make the time control without any more, huge mistakes. But Polina all set to win the game here. Let's see how it turns out.
And Sahil, Polina might win this, but then she plays Zuzina tomorrow. So, she's coming and hitting form at the right moment.
Yeah, she did win. She has had, I think, 2 draws and 1 win in the last 3 games, so kind of hitting some form there. And of course, Zuzina, you'll have to see her result as well. So let's go through all the games one by one, Rakesh. So I'm guessing that might be worthwhile.
Yeah, let's have the bird's eye view and pick the game, which might end very soon.
Yeah.
So on the bird's eye view, we can see,
Board 1, roughly balanced. I can see some imbalances there. Black has a pass pawn. White is an attack on the king side, but roughly balanced. Board 2, as we saw just now, Munguntul under pressure. Board 3, we saw Divya under slight pressure. No queen trade by Zuzina, by the way.
That's interesting. We'll get there later. Yeah. Board 4, Alina has the highest or biggest advantage overall.
Game right now.
But Sahil, Vaishali on board 5 under 5 minutes. Let's quickly check out what's happening.
Under 4 minutes now, Rakesh. This is where we left bishop 3, bishop 5, h3 played, and queen h4. We were wondering if Vaishali is playing an attack. But now bishop g4 from white. exchanging that bishop on f5, and 3 minutes 50 seconds for Vaishali. She needs to come up with a decision right about now. She still has to play 17 more moves, Rakesh.
So tough. And it's not like you're playing someone easy. You're playing a very, very strong player, and Vaishali cannot afford to, make any further slip ups because already the white has a slight advantage, and things are just going to go south in time pressure.
Yeah, 550 people watching the stream right now. Let's like the stream, get to 1K watching today, Rakesh. As we
Can we get that?
That'll be insane. And by the way, youngsters playing against each other, the future and the present of chess. Salimova from Bulgaria and Vaishali from India. Let's see, both on 3 out of 7, Rakesh. What an important game. White right now in control. You can see the dark squares completely in her control with these pieces. The light squares, black trying to challenge, but now white plays bishop g4, challenging them as well. The knight on b4, hoping against hope. Someday the knight forks everything on d3. But right now, the knight on e5, just controlling everything. And of course, black's trump card is that a pawn. Hoping long term, this pawn can run very quickly and create enough counterplay to at least hold or even win the game. So white also has to be on her guard to keep that pawn under check.
Absolutely. Let's stick with this game, until Vaishali makes a move because only 2.5 minutes there for Sahil. Not for Sahil, but for Vaishali. Sahil, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I would have lost this game by now, Rakesh. So 2.5 minutes is too much. But as of now, yeah, she's not playing. Can you have a different camera angle where we can see her expression because she needs to play right now. She has to play 17 moves in 2 minutes.
And look at Salimao. She has a look at the score sheet. So she knows how many more moves Vaishali has to play. And Bishop takes Bishop
And
on the board.
Is, Nurgul's move is pretty automatic. She takes it potentially and it still puts Vaishali in that situation. She still has to find a move. 16 more moves to play, Rakesh.
Yeah, and knight coming to g6, forking the queen and the rook. Black has to be wary of that threat and play queen f6 maybe.
Oh yeah, that's a deadly threat. And of course, the queen on e1 doing a splendid job of controlling or counterplay. Queen f6 played. And look at the bishop on d2. Amazing. Controlling that knight f4 idea as well. And black's counterplay does not seem to be that threatening, Rakesh. And of course, what does black do? White right now can take her time and come up with a challenging move. I don't know what the plan is. It could be g3, king g2 at some point. Could take on b4 as well. If you really want to simplify the position, that is also possible. That c6 pawn is still weak. But as Nurgul, you don't want to simplify the position when your opponent has 2 minutes left. Yes.
And she had a look at this. She plays f3 immediately.
So she defends the g4 pawn, controls the e4 square, and tries to keep the position. So I want to ask Vaishali, what are you going to do here? And Vaishali, in that difficult choice, needs to play right about now.
Yeah.
15 more moves in 2 minutes.
That's the power of the f3 move. You don't take or play some attacking move where Vaishali has to defend it, but you put the ball in the opponent's court. Like f3, okay, Vaishali, what are you going to do now?
This is extremely difficult as we look at Vaishali struggling. Nurgul could get her much deserved victory today if she can strike. A very interesting game. Meanwhile, one look at the game of Humpy against Alina, because we left it here, bishop d8, knight d2 gaining on the, and Rakesh, she found another path to get d6.
Yeah.
If d6 happens, it will be over. So queen g4, controlling that e4 square. What if I just kick your queen away with h2 or f3 and then get the knight to e4? It's already +3 for Alina. This is pure domination, pure strategic play. And she has just played a game for the textbooks today in controlling your opponent's pieces. Look at these pieces, Rakesh. Look at these pieces. The queen is the only piece moving around and getting kicked on every move.
Yeah, and pawn to h3 looks great. In fact, I like pawn to f3 as well, because h3 you play queen f5, but after pawn to f3 now I also support that knight d6 maneuver. And this is just game over, Sahil.
Yeah, you will have to play bishop e7, c7, and once I prolong this, you will have to take this.
No.
But imagine getting these two pawns, rook e8. Let's just go through this. Okay, this is not knight e7 kind of. Imagine having such a structure, Rakesh. This is looking really bad right now. And I think what Humpy is hoping for is to Alina to play like me here and so spoil the advantage. Otherwise, I think this game is not going to go her way.
Yeah, Sahil, it looks tough. And you know what? We have to go to the other game where Zujina might be having the best day of her life because she's close to winning now and Humpy's losing.
Wow, Queen E2 played and Divya makes a mistake.
Oh,
Queen
yeah,
to
big
H5.
mistake.
That is apparently not a great move, even though it looks logical at first glance. Apparently, even knight E5 is a great move. And if that's a great move,
She plays it, Sahil. What a great time to call it out. And suddenly you're 2 pawns down if you're Divya Deshmukh.
that is not good for Divya because Queen E2 is pretty much forced, and the rook on A2 being the star of the game, capturing it back after D takes E5, bishop takes. Basically, the rook on F6 is a huge problem. If you come to F5, for example, pawn to F4, and like a G4, bishop E4 incoming, the pawn on C7 hanging. This reminds me of some sacrifices you do in the King's Indians White. You sacrifice a piece for a couple of pawns, and of course, black has 3 minor pieces. White is only 2, but still, white is clearly winning. And this is going to hurt. And 95 was a brilliancy by Zuzhina, and she's played them in almost every game now.
Yeah, and also, White is, up on the clock ahead, in the position as well. It just looks one-way traffic here. And, Bar is still saying +1, +1.2. But look at those two bishops on the side of them. Suddenly, it's very tough to play with them. And Sahil, what about speaking of that bishop? What if I play rook takes F2 here?
Yeah, rook takes F2 looks very tempting, but what if I just take it back, you take it back, take it back, take it back, and now the problem bishop C7, and somehow the problem piece is again the bishop on A6. That is completely useless, and I'm simply going to push these pawns and I will queen. There is no defense here, Rakesh. You will lose that knight for the d pawn, and the game is pretty much over. So unfortunately for Divya, it feels like Divya Deshmukh might go down to Zuzhina and Koneru Humpy might go down to Alina, and Zuzhina will be in sole lead before the final round of the Women's Grand Prix.
Yeah, highly possible. And the whole premise of this position is the bishop on a6 does not work. It's like black is a piece down throughout the game. And Sahil, a very, very tough loss. And both of the Indian leaders could lose today, but it's not yet happened, but looks likely on the cards.
Yeah, and if that happens, I think it will require. I think Zuzhina will be very, very happy out of that circumstance. And she tomorrow, by the way, she plays Polina with the black pieces.
Yeah.
So that will turn out to be the crucial game. I think she might even go for the draw because Humpy will need to win with white to even tie with her. But of course, depends on the tiebreaks as well. Is it like Indian encounter because she did lose to her? So that also depends on a bunch of factors. And Humpy also needs a clear first if she wants the maximum chances to
Exactly.
So I think there are a bunch of things that could go either way. But as of now, Zuzhina on the way to win the game.
Yeah, and more than 700 of you in chat overall combined. So it's absolutely great to see that action is heating up. Sahil, where do we head next?
So many games, so many emotions, and I think maybe we can check out the game of. I think we have to go to Humpy as of now, Rakesh. I mean, we have to go because we saw F3 on the board, by the way, and the queen goes to H5, and now she is going for our plan with knight to E4. And once that knight comes to D6, it's optically so difficult to play as black. Forget about the actual complications of the position. I think you feel like I don't want to play this game anymore. This is done.
Yeah, it feels so. Black has no space. Black is like kind of claustrophobic in a way, and you want your pieces to go. Like I would rather be a pawn down and have some activity than playing in this position.
Yeah, and that A5 instantly played by Humpy. I think she realizes the only thing she can do is hope for counterplay. And if knight D6 instantly, I think she probably might even go A4 maybe. I don't know if that's the plan, or trying to get a passed pawn. But overall, that A5 move should have come way back, Rakesh.
Yeah,
I think when she had the chance and Alina did not give her the... Oh, by the way, she takes on A5. What?
Doesn't look like the best move, Sahil.
Yeah, doesn't look like the best move. I think it is a free pawn for now, but now black can activate her knight to
now
A6.
Pawn on C5. I mean, you knew you were winning, but that is why you needed some counterplay there.
Yeah, maybe
Knight a6 by Humpy. Maybe Humpy is making a comeback, Sahil.
yeah, it could be possible, but still, I think that's far away. It will, at least one piece is now active, and she had to sacrifice a pawn for it. And the queen on h5 Rakesh also doesn't impress. Yeah, it's not really doing much. So it would require at least 2 to 3 more mistakes from Alina for Humpy to come back. But as of now, it looks like Alina is all set to get a first win.
Yeah, I agree. And it just feels so easy to play from the white side here. But I would have preferred, actually to keep the pawn on b4. But maybe Alina has seen another part to victory. But an unlikely part to victory seems for Vaishali, who's down under 1.5 minutes, Sahil.
Wow, let's head to that game. And by the way, a mistake from Nirkul apparently. So let's have a look. So this is where we left it, right? I think f3 was the last move.
Yeah.
Knight a2. I think offering a repetition of some sort. Knight b4 and queen e4. If rook c1, of course, knight a2 will be a repetition. So queen e4 played. And now after a4, Nirkul panics. She panics. She plays queen to a1 and apparently
93
93
played.
93 played.
Vaishali is back.
That was a big mistake by Nirgul. She misses the tactic there. So knight d3 is a brilliancy by Vaishali. The idea is after knight takes d3, this queen takes d4 check. King, let's say, goes to h2 and queen takes d3 and you win a pawn. And Rakesh again coming to a trump card on the a file. The tables have turned, and if anybody is better, it has to be black now. Thanks to that pass pawn. So Vaishali, finding that brilliancy in time pressure. But now, that clock could be a problem. So, Nurgul, can she use that clock as a weapon, throw it to Zujina, and put that pressure back, or will we see a twist?
Looks unlikely, Sahil, if we just go to the live position quickly. That is why, all the streamers and coaches tell us do not push the pawn to f3.
Yeah.
Do not push the f pawn, because now queen into d4 would not have been a check had the pawn been on f2.
Yeah, that is definitely true. And let's see.
Well, let's see the movement game, because she's also under 1 minute. Time pressure coming in thick and fast in almost all of the games, Sahil.
Wow, so this is where we left it, and after queen to c5, queen d2, rook f7, and now black shifting the pieces to the queen side, and the bishop into the b6 diagonal, important diagonal there, Rakesh. And before black can put the bishop there, white breaking through with c5, and that is a good practical try from Munguntul. I think if you take with the pawn, then I think the e5 pawn is lost, and if you, of course, I think what do you do? There's no other move here, so you have to play bishop g5 apparently, Rakesh. Otherwise, the game is close to equal.
Yeah, and one game, I mean, there's definitely a chance for Munguntul here, but we have to jump to the Divya game. I know we are jumping a lot, but this is a tournament leader. Bishop rook into f2 played, Sahil, after rook f6. A mistake just increases Zujina's advantage, and rook takes f2 by Zu. Now bishop into f2 is a huge blunder because the pawn is just so much faster. But it is tough. It is a very tough choice, Sahil. Do you capture the rook or the bishop?
I think regardless of how Divya captures it objectively, the game might just be lost. Of course, bishop f2 being worse, probably because the rook on f8, will be, and the rook will have to defend the bishop will move again. But regardless of how you capture this, I think this is looking really bad. And of course, if the rooks are on the board, the king cannot approach. So we'll see how this turns out. But as of now, Zuzina on track to get that crucial win.
It's a huge win.
An epic win and under pressure. So she's showing why she's such a a talent there and striking on demand.
Rook into f2 played, Divya, best move in the position. Zu immediately recaptures bishop f2 on the board, and now bishop into c7, right? There's nothing else.
Yeah, c7, you have to take that free pawn, and then the d pawn, of course, is going to be pushed next move. And for example, you try to go king f8, try to win the king, d6. There is no time because I've pushed the pawn to d7 and this is queening next move and the game is pretty much over. So I think bishop c7, unfortunately for Divya Deshmukh, this game might not. And now king h1, a bit of a slow move from Alina there. And now apparently f6 is the way to challenge this white dominance in the center. And if e6, which looks logical, there is a tricky move, queen to d5. Not sure if the players will find this, but as of now, f6 seems to be the way, or maybe even rook d8.
I think rook d8 looks a little human, But f6 is super nice. I think black knows that black's position is not that great, so you do think of moves like f6, that moves that create counterplay for you.
Yeah. Oh, what a turnaround, Rakesh. Looking at after day 7 standings, Koneru Humpy being in first place, Divya tied with Zujina. The last thing you would expect is like, an Indian not leading the event after day 8, but that's exactly what's going to happen
Yeah.
unless there's another twist, which looks very unlikely.
Yeah, and Itachi says Vaishali is good in time pressure, plays like Hikaru.
We will find out. And she did play Hikaru with that knight d3 brilliancy. And
Yeah.
I think she can convert that game if she keeps playing like that. Queen d4 on the board. And there is a unfortunate twist for Nirgul, who again unable to convert that advantage. I think a conversion has been a problem for her in this tournament.
Yeah, and she's getting those good positions, those winning advantages, but sadly just not putting the ball in the back of the net.
Yeah. I think I don't know how she handled that mate in 9 though, Rakesh. It can happen, it can really hurt.
Yeah.
And again, this came twisting. And once you've kind of not been able to convert twice, you also kind of have less faith in yourself. You lose that confidence. Oh, I did it again. And you start thinking about it over the board while the clock is ticking. And this is the moment when you have to use that clock as a weapon again. Vaishali has 1 minute. Try to put her under pressure on the clock at least.
And I think Nurgul thinking that, and if we can go to board 2 between Mugundul and Salome. Mugundul has just 45 seconds, Highland has to find the only move or she's lost.
Yeah, she finds bishop c5, f4 played, and bishop takes f4 on the board. 30 seconds for Mugundul. Of course, she will take the bishop on f4 now.
She captures.
Yeah, and now e takes f4 will happen. And yeah, black basically, I think, is slightly better now and will try to convert this for a long, long time.
It's perfect time for a side because queen f4 or queen f4 possible or king h1 possible. Doesn't matter. It's the 40th move. So the players will get 30 minutes extra and also gives us time to switch to other games.
Yeah, so 5 pawns for white, 6 pawns for black. I would expect Polina to push here and win the game, Rakesh, because yeah, this will be interesting. So let's go to the Harika game against Salome, where Harika is apparently better. This is where we left it. The position was very, very imbalanced. Rook d8. I love that move. Activating the rook. Rook d1 also a great move. Rook activation is the principle here. And queen c4 was a big mistake from Harika. And that f5 move, Rakesh, f5 s6, queen e3, queen h6 would have been a decisive advantage potentially. But she plays e5 instead. That makes less sense. Now comes d5, 9 to e4, a brilliant move by white. But the problem of the bishop f5, she plays check, king d7, and she plays e6 now, which is an extremely tricky move. In fact, the best move was rook c1, trying to put pressure on the c file and trying to get the rook in. But e6 also looks very tempting because if you take with the bishop now, queen e5 is great for whites with some discover attacks, Rakesh. But she can now play king takes f6. That is not easy to play because it allows queen e5 and now king e7 and black is winning.
Yeah, and king f6, white might push pawn to e7. We just show that now do not move your rook because queen e5 is checkmate.
Yeah, that is mate in 1. So you will have to play another tricky move, and that is either...
And she plays it! King f6 on the board by Harika. And she might win this one, Sahil.
Oh, I think it's too early to say, Rakesh, because e7 will happen and then she has to find either queen f1, let's say, distracting the queen enough to pick up this pawn. I don't know who's better in this endgame because the queen takes a6, the pawns are a bit weak, so I would expect black to be better, but not convincingly. And the other option is to now go back to g7, Rakesh. Allowing this, so which endgame would you prefer? Would you prefer this endgame or would you prefer this endgame? Very tricky choice.
Very tricky choice. I think both look exciting.
I prefer this one because I like the fact that the bishop can sit on e4 and I would love the queen to be in the game. And combined with the pass c pawn and the bishop on e4, I think I should have good winning chances. So Harika will have a critical choice.
And those pass pawns in the center of the board.
Yeah, and either way, she is better. So Harika has a great chance to win this game with the black pieces. So board 1, board 2, Black seems to be better, by the way, and we have King H1 on the board on the 40th move. Let's go to both three. We have Zujin against Divya. Knight to G6 played, and her idea obviously is that if you play D6, she wants to play Knight to E5 to control the D7 square. But the problem again is, Rakesh, like somehow Bishop D5 check maybe, and if you play King F8, then I can even try to trap your bishop. This is not easy. B4, by the way, being the only move.
Wow. And this is what exciting chess is, and this is what the 800 people in the chat would love to see. And can we get some more likes going before we get one of our first results of the day, Sahil?
We'll get multiple together as well as usual.
Yeah.
Sujiner, of course, pushing against Divya, and she has to find D6, Knight E5, Bishop D5 check, King F8, and now B4. The idea being B5 trapping the bishop. If you move the pawn, I grab the pawn, and if you take this, I take this, Knight takes, and D7, and nobody can stop the pawn from queening. So Divya is objectively losing. So we'll come back to this. Let's go to Alina against Humpy again. This is where we left it, and she plays Rook F8. That move is a bit mysterious to me, Rakesh. Maybe she wants to move the knight, come to D5, but you can't really come to C7 because D7 hangs. That's also not easy. But now knight comes to D6. Brother, this is extremely dangerous.
Yeah, it is. And still 7 more moves to go for the time control, but position looks bad. Time also looks bad, sir.
Yeah, it does look bad indeed. And 3 minutes for Humpy to play 7 more moves. And yeah, Alina on the verge of winning this game.
Yeah, and getting a first win at what an important time for her, but a very bad time for Humpy because she will lose her lead and maybe her spot in the women's candidates.
Yeah.
I think, knight D6 played. Still waiting on Humpy's move. Let's stick with this one for now. Just checking if there are any updates. I don't see anything yet. We'll jump to that, and no updates so far.
Yeah,
So
2 minutes for Humpy. She has to play now. She has to find some good moves. What can she do, Rakesh? I think the knight on D6 is so impressive. Putting pressure on F7, putting pressure on B5, really controls Black's camp in so many ways. Look at the queen. What's the queen square? Only 1 square available, by the way, on G6.
yeah, and let's go to the Divya game because the only move possible for Zujin when we have reached that stage.
Oh,
And
D6.
played.
Oh, she finds the winning move on the board, and Divya Deshmukh unfortunately might go down today. Pawn to B6 played. The game is still not over. Now Zhu has to find pawn to C5. The idea is, Rakesh, pawn to C5, pawn takes, and now B5, bishop C8, and B6. It's still not over. She needs to find this, or Divya might have an outside chance.
And just to quickly show our chat why pawn to b6 was played, because if you don't do that, I'll just one move behind. Pawn to b5 is coming, your bishop is dead.
Yeah.
And if you capture, bishop takes c4, bishop takes, knight takes, pawn to d7 is game over.
Yeah, so b6 important. The pawn is defended by the bishop for now. So if white were to play king g2, right, bishop d4, and already it's not crystal clear if Zhu wins this. So this could decide the tournament. This move could decide the qualification, and this move could decide the candidates, and this move could decide the world championship and a lot of things. So what will Zhu do, and will she find that impressive pawn sacrifice with pawn to c5?
She has 10 minutes, so looks like there's enough time. But can she find it?
Yeah, she finds it.
Wow.
She finds it. Zuzina is on fire, and with that convincing look, she plays c5. Most like Divya had seen it coming, but even if she had not, then this would be a shocker. She has 5 minutes now, and this looks extremely dangerous, but very important. To b takes c5, you cannot just take back because Black will take that pawn, and Black is now actually winning. So you have to play b5. What a brilliant find, by the way, from Zuzina.
Wow. The point is giving up another pawn just to get your pawn rolling.
Yeah.
So that reaches the queening square. Otherwise, Black has to give up a piece.
Yeah.
And then White regains the sacrifice piece. and is completely better.
Yeah, Stuman saying a nice point. Zuzina has her jacket with the color of the brilliancy. That's interesting. I know what I'm ordering on Amazon today, Rakesh, and what color my clothes will be. But as of now, this game doesn't even require brilliance to finish off. She knows what she's doing.
Yeah, 4.5 minutes for Divya, but sadly, time not the only problem in Divya's position. Because look at those pawns. Let's have a look at one of the lines. If there's not anything else, but
Yeah,
pawn takes
takes
b5,
b5, bishop c8, and now b6 is very important, Rakesh, setting up both pawns to be pushed, and black can try to create.
Yeah, that was my question
Yeah,
actually.
c4 and b7 now. So you have to take
I
this.
have to take.
So now as white, I've gotten the piece back, and try to push c4. I have bishop e4, and I'm just in time. And now my king will come up a5, a6, and bishop b8, a7. This should be over. This is objectively winning for white with a pawn up and double bishops. And a pawns are notorious to be extremely strong against knights in general.
Yeah, very difficult to defend it. Let's quickly maybe show. Do we switch style or do we stay?
I think we can check all games. So all the games are tied. By the way, Harika game, she did go king g7. So she likes the idea of, bishop e4 and
Yeah.
the rook. So Harika in a great situation, 12 moves to play in 2 minutes, and Salome will have to defend for a while in time pressure. Game number 2, Mumutul against Polina has his time control. So I expect this game to go a bit slower now. Game number 3, Zujiner finding that brilliant move against Divya and seems to be in a completely winning position. Game number 4, Alina, by the way, knight d6 and rook to d8. Humpy just put her rook on 8, Rakesh, and now brings it to d8. That is not looking great from Humpy's perspective. She has 2 minutes. By the way, bishop to f2, the best move played by white. And finally, in the Nurgul against Vaishali game, it seems like after knight d3, knight d3 check, she grabbed the knight, pawn takes check, king h7, and now black has the better chances, but she has less than 2 minutes to play 7 moves.
Wow. It was a very nice recap of all the positions for our 900 people in the chat. Let's go. Let's hit the like button if you haven't.
Yeah, by the way, decent amount of people watching. Let's go chat, like the stream. Who do you think will be the winner today and who will take the lead? Rakesh, what's your guess?
I think it's looking at the current scenario, it's Zujiner.
Wow, that is indeed likely. What a bold guess, Rakesh.
But yeah, looking at the current position in all of the games, but if you still ask me the tournament winners, I feel there might be another twist upcoming, maybe tomorrow or later today.
Yeah, and by the way, somebody started saying Humpy won't lose this. Let's have a look and see if there's a chance because she has 1.5 minutes. Can we go full screen with the board on the right? Because 1.5 minutes, that is very, very low time to come up with a defense here, Rakesh. It's more likely she just crumbles in the next 5 moves rather than she tries to hold this somehow.
Yeah, the only thing that can save Humpy is Kashlinskaya's form, which has not been great so far. And knight c7, a big mistake.
Yeah, and look at the best move here. It is a freaking knight to c8.
No way.
Wow. Forking the rook and the bishop, you have to take, and the queen breaks through, Rakesh. The rook being attacked, the bishop being attacked. If rook e8 the only move, queen takes c6, and this is turned from a positional edge to a material edge, and it's still not released the black pieces. I think Humpy might just resign. So what a game by Alina. I think Alina OP in the chat, she's just played a strategic game, just squeezed out the position. I think what we've known to like Carlson to do, just a perfect game today.
Yeah, and knight c6 can be, knight c8 in fact, the best move. Kashlinskaya thinking about that. Sahil, what do you think? Does Alina play that?
I think she will. The form she's in, the time she has on the clock, 6 more moves to go, time control. And Rakesh, if that happens, knight c8, let's say rook c8 only move, rook e8 only move, queen c6, we might even see resignation because you don't want to play such a position. You have no moves. What can black do now?
Look at those pieces. Not on the best place at all. And knight c8 played.
Wow. What a move. Alina is on fire today, taking down the tournament leader in a crunch game, putting the pressure, and now the results will speak for themselves, Rakesh bhai.
Absolutely. And you might have had a very tough tournament, But if you go back to your team and your coach, your family say, you know what, I beat the tournament leader, I beat the top seed of the tournament, it suddenly there's some good that's coming out.
The final day will be so exciting, Rakesh, as we have a twist. Zujina could potentially go as the sole leader into the final round with a half-point lead over Koneru Humpy, and Divya, of course, might be out of contention for first place. So it will be two people fighting it out. Rook takes c8 plate, Queen d7 will happen, and now both pieces are hanging, and there doesn't seem to be a defense. So she has to play Rook e8, defending the bishop. But the c6 pawn falls. Once that pawn falls, the c pawn becomes a deadly pawn. And I think Humpy, even if she had an hour on the clock, might not survive this.
And yeah, I mean, Humpy is totally lost, but you know, another Indian completely lost. Divya Deshmukh has lost her piece.
Oh, let's go
quickly
to that
go
game
to that
quickly.
game if
B
possible.
takes c5 was played, b5, Zujina coming up with a critical move, bishop c8, b6, just flawless chess from Zujina, c4, and now b7, getting that bishop on c8. That bishop was doomed from the start, Rakesh.
Yeah.
A bishop takes, and now Divya Deshmukh with 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock, 2 more moves till time control, is simply a pawn down, and the even more problematic factor is her opponent has 2 bishops. She can play c3, but bishop e4 will stop everything. And I think Divya Deshmukh, unfortunately, might go down fighting in this game. Humpy, of course, also cheering for Divya to somehow hold this game, but I don't think that will happen. So, chat to the stream. What do you think will be the results today? As of now, Rakesh, Zujina on fire.
Absolutely, silent. You know, the time control coming in at the worst moment where, you know, maybe you want your opponent to be in some time pressure so that they make some blunders. But both Zujina and Alina playing with precision and finishing off the games where they got an advantage in the middle game.
37 seconds for Divya. 2 more moves still. You know, king e8, which looks like a logical move, but now I think bishop ace is attacking the pawn. C3, bishop b5 check, and again pushing the king away seems to also be winning. So no clear path forward, and it seems like Divya might be around 17 seconds.
Yeah, it looks very tough. 10 seconds. You remember, you cannot move the knight because white will just push the pawn and promote. So
6 seconds now, Rakesh. She has
Divya to play.
She plays with 5 seconds on the clock, and of course, white will put the bishop on e4.
Only move to win.
Yeah, but I think that's a simple one. That is a simple one indeed, and bishop played. And now the last move before the time control for black. I think Rakesh, king e8 is the first move that comes to mind, but simply a5, pushing the pawn, even threatening bishop b6 next, I think feels very, very strong, or even just a6 actually.
Yeah, and again, we'll stick with this game until we hit time control. 15 seconds for Divya. Has to play king e8. She's looking at the score sheet.
That's
only one move to make. 7 seconds for Divya.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
King e8 played.
Plays with 2 seconds on the clock. That was close, and king goes to e8. But I think white's task is very simple. Now they can take a pause because, you know, they have reached time. But Zuzina doesn't feel like he's in the mood for a pause.
Yeah, I think she knows she's completely winning. Divya visibly, you know, upset.
Yeah.
She knows her position isn't the greatest and is completely lost. But she, you know, both players, kudos, don't take a break. They sit right back into thinking and want to calculate the truth of the position.
So let's kind of go through all the games one by one, Rakesh, because we've reached a few games. Game number 1, Harika, by the way, this is where we stuck. E takes d8, rook takes d8, rook c1, queen d4, queen e7, rook b8, and slowly but surely, I think queen c5, rook c5, we'll see the rook come in, and Harika still slightly better here. The queen trade has happened, Rakesh, and black can push.
Yeah, queen c5, rook c5, and rook b2 played, and definitely looks like a great position for black. And I think I'm convinced that Harika is winning this.
Yeah, so rook c6 is the obvious try, right? But now bishop e4, the g2 pawn hangs. You will have to play rook g1 as the only move, and now rook a2. And material-wise, it's 2 pawns and a bishop for a rook. But the problem is your pieces are very, very passive, and black will start pushing one of these passed pawns, and black should be a favorite to win this one, Rakesh.
Absolutely, and you know, just even h5, h4, h3 is like a
Yeah.
strong plan for white and for black, and it just looks game over for white.
So 7 more moves, time control. So game looking interesting. In the Mungutul Polina game, not much has happened since the time control. So we'll come back to this. Zujina Divya, of course, just reached the 40th move. So now Zoo might have a deeper think. Alina against Humpy. So we saw it till Queen D7, Rook E8, Queen C6. The pawn has vanished, Rakesh. Queen F5 finally entering the game. But now Rook E1, very simple, yeah, kind of defending the pawn on E5. And now Rook E. This Rook has danced around quite a bit, has been to every back rank square there, exists, but has not been able to find a purpose, Rakesh. And what does Humpy do now? Still 2 more moves to time control.
Yeah, and it's like you don't have to make anything immediate. Even if Alina plays moves like h3, white maintains her advantage.
Yeah, and you see 2 pawns down, white has 6 pawns, and you see a advantage of plus 2.5 makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely, and just checking on the last game as well, Sahil, if you could quickly check, because
Yeah.
Vaishali has 5 more moves to make, but with a +1 advantage.
Wow, so somehow Vaishali turning the tide in this game. Queen C6 was played 97 and Queen D6 a mistake. Apparently Queen E4 hoping for a draw was the best option for Nurgle, but we know how ambitious she is. She wants an attack. Rook D7 comes up and now Vaishali in the driver's seat. Rakesh, look at this. The bishop is hanging and if you move it anywhere, it doesn't matter where. Yeah, let's say you play bishop D4, logical move.
Yeah.
Rook takes F3 is the move for black.
Oh my god, that's such a strong sacrifice.
And you can't take this rook. If you take this rook, Queen F3, King G1, and Rook somewhere, maybe D2 is not possible, but D4 is definitely possible, and the game is over. So you can't take this. You'll have to play Rook C3. But now there is Rook F1 check, and Vaishali is close to winning this. And what a turn!
Bishop c3 played. Bishop moved, Sahil.
Rook F3 is winning and he takes the C3 square from the rook now. Rook C3 is not possible. Rook F3 is a winning move for Vaishali.
Rook f3, what a stunner, a brilliancy, and it's completely winning.
It's the only move for Vaishali to win. She has 45 seconds and 5 more moves to play. So can she find that?
Has she done her puzzle rush?
We'll get to know, Rakesh. We'll get to know soon. And Rook F3. And if you take it now, again, Queen F3, King G1. And this time it is Rook to D3 that wins with similar checks and checking ideas. So it is winning. But can she find it out in 40 seconds? 20 seconds now.
Yeah, the white king is completely open. No pieces near its defense. And the black queen and rook will checkmate it. And 12 seconds, can Vaishali play? Rook takes f3.
She finds it. What a brilliant move there. Rook takes f3, sacrificing the rook for a pawn. You can see the brilliancy mark there. And now Nurgle cannot take that rook. And regardless of what she does, it is a lost position. I think Nurgle missed that completely, Rakesh, because she did not allow rook c3. And you can see she looks a bit shocked.
Yeah, she was not expecting that. And it's completely game over. And I think G f3 might be played because, what else do you do, Sahil?
Yeah, this is not an easy choice, and what a turnaround. Nurgle had been controlling that game strategically from start till the end, but somehow that one mistake, that Queen E1 mistake, allowing Knight D3, changed the tide. I think she will have to go back to the drawing board and see why she wanted to convert those winning positions. I think maybe there might be some reason there, but as of now, Vaishali is staging an epic comeback.
Yeah, with just 2 minutes on the clock for Nurgle. I mean, what a sad way for Salimova to finish her tournament style.
But I mean, it's not over, Rakesh. It's not over yet. So you never ever know. We've seen, weirder things happen, and we saw mate in knight not being converted, Rakesh. So anything is possible in chess. And right now, Nurgle is calculating how can she complicate matters in her favor this time.
1 minute 90 seconds to go. Salimova just calculating what happens. Let's quickly show G f3, Queen f3 check. Sal, now you are a rook up, but why doesn't white have enough resources to make a defense?
Yeah, you can start with another check, and regardless of where the king goes, you can bring the rook into the game with rook to d3, attacking the bishop. And let's say you save the bishop with a move like bishop b4. Check, and of course, everything happens with checks and it's over. So your king is all alone. All your pieces are on the queen side, Rakesh, and that is the problem.
Yeah, this just looks game over, Sahib. He's under 1 minute. She has to play something.
That means she missed it, Rakesh. She completely missed it.
Definitely.
And this must be a shocker.
And she takes
Oh,
it,
she
Sahil.
takes it. This will be potentially a quick finish, grabbed in a second by Vaishali. And the problem is, Rakesh, after 3 more moves to go. So by the time you reach time control, the game might be over actually.
Yeah, I think she grabbed that pawn faster than you grabbed the last slice of pizza dinner at last night.
Yeah. And now King H2 is even a mistake because apparently Queen F2 check, King H1, Rook D3 is just resigns. King H3 would be Rook D3 check, so you can't go there. You have to come to H1. And now Rook D3, sorry, not knight, Rook D3 is a winning move. And we will not reach, we might reach the 40th move, but that will be the moment Nurgul will have to resign. A heartbreak for Nurgul there after a couple of games. In fact, 3 games where she was winning. She drew a couple and now she might even lose this one. So this will be tough. This will be tough, Rakesh.
Yeah, I think let's stay with this game to get the, we might get the handshake. First game of the day might end.
Yeah. Mr. Vada saying they were shocked by C5 and opponent. We'll go to the game soon. But I think we're going to have a result and then we'll check out that game as well because it is reach time control. So players might think for a while. As of now, this is about to be over 9 seconds for Vaishali. She's still thinking. 8, 6, 5. She's completely winning.
What? Rook D3?
Rook D3 played also completely winning for black. That was the initial idea. King G1. So makes a lot of sense. Sticks to her plan. And now it is going to Queen H3 and Rook G3 check is the winning maneuver. And there is no defense for white.
No, I know what Vaishali was worried about. Queen B1 pinned the rook. So what do you do now?
So Queen check, King G1.
And now your rook can't move.
And King H1. And it feels like the rook is pinned. But probably there should be a way. How do I check King G1 and I bring the knight somewhere, yeah? I don't know, knight G6. Maybe.
Knight G6, yeah.
Yeah, it just unpins the this. Because by the way, knight F5 with the same idea, maybe even this should be winning actually. I don't see any way to use this. Yeah.
No, just to show quickly, Rook F5 is interesting. No, Knight F5, Rook F5. Let's Rook check.
Yeah.
King F2.
Yeah, you can't take the rook basically. You can't take the rook because apparently this is the problem. But you can actually play Rook G3 check.
And now King G3, Rook G2 check, King E1.
Oh, there's a blunder already.
Yeah, I know, that's why. Queen, Rook G2.
Yeah.
King E1. Queen H1 check, you might party, but no.
Yeah.
Rook F1 is a reverse check. And I think Salimova has just played Queen B1, so we might see this, Sahil.
Ooh, Vaishali has to find 2 more moves. She has to be clear about
8 seconds. Vaishali is about to play Queen F2 check.
Queen F2 also winning, by the way, but maybe she will repeat moves. Okay, that's a great plan.
Side.
That's a great plan, repeating moves. And after King H1, yeah, that's great strategy. I think Vaishali is lucky, that she was close to time control. So great strategy there. Practical play, very important. And now she will have all the time in the world to finish white off. And see, walks up. She knows, I think this is over.
Check the score sheet. She noticed 40 moves done and she walks away because she'll get 30 minutes extra to convert this winning position. So let's go to Harika's game. Sorry, Sahil. Because 1 second for Salome. Okay, time control reach.
Rook C1 played, and this is she made a mistake. She gave the A pawn for the F pawn, and now the game is unclear again, Rakesh.
Yeah, game in the balance. Players have reached the time control. Harika fans and producer, and also we have Harika's manager here in the house. Not happy what happened in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, I can see a couple of laptops being broken. Remind the social network movie. But yeah, very interesting. And maybe Harika should not have given the A pawn, Rakesh, there. So let's have a look at the games of the important games now. Those being Zhu against Divya and Alina against Humpy. So for the Zhu against Divya, last we saw was Bishop E4. Since then, King E8 was played. And now Zhu finds the best move, pawn to A5. And Divya now thinking now she has not lost on time because they have reached the 40th move. And yeah, Divya will now go into a deep think and try to come up with the best plan. But as of now, Zhu winning.
Yeah, and let's go to the Humpy game where they just reached the time control file. Let's take our chat through the last
It's
couple of
very
moves.
interesting, Rakesh. Can we have the Humpy camera? So Queen F5, Rook E1 is where we left it. Rook E8, A6 now. So she's kind of pushing the pawn. And now Queen
Yeah.
E6, Knight to B4, and Queen to C4. And here White has only two moves that maintain the win. One is Rook B1 and one is Queen E4. Only two moves that maintain the, but luckily she reached the time control.
That is sad for Humpy, but you know what? Rook B1, Queen E4, also not natural. Queen E4 on the board.
Alina is not gonna mess up today, Rakesh. It's her day today. It's her day to shine, and she's doing exactly that. Just to point out, Chad, what if, let's say I play knight to d3 as a random move. There's b4, and somehow the rook will have to lose
Yeah.
protection of the knight. And if anybody's better, it's actually black with pressure on the a pawn and the passed b pawn. So you cannot do that. Knight c2, of course, the knight will be hanging. Knight a2 as well. There's b4, and black wins the game. The rook is almost trapped. So yeah, Queen e4, great move. And now Humpy is lost, Rakesh.
Yeah, this looks completely over. Kashinstad takes a well-deserved break. 41 moves played. So players are going to be taking. I think Sahil, again another day where all 5 games have reached the time control. That is 40 moves.
Yeah, and can we have the bird's eye view? We'd love to see how many results we're going to get today, Rakesh, because board number 1 seems like I think Harika messed up her chance a little bit, but still some chances for a result. Board 2 has always been some chances for a result. Board 3 we will have a result. Board 4 will have a board 5. So chances for 5 results and at least 3 are already confirmed.
Yeah, chances good, very good chances for all results. And the producer shaking there, thinking they have to appear on camera
And dance. So dance producer dance can be a new dance show on network television. But as of now, which game do you want to check out, Rakesh?
I don't know. Let us chat. 950 of them with us. This is a great. And let's see which game they would like to see. I'm seeing. I think let's have a look at Zoo Gymnast because Sahil, I have a feeling that might be the first game that finishes today.
Divya right now thinking, what should I do?
Is there any chance there for Sahil for Divya? Is there any chance that she can save this?
I don't think so. I think the a pawn is a problem and the king is just far away. And the bishops are supporting the promotion, right? So this square is controlled. There's no way to stop the pawn to a6. And of course, you control this square, but I always have bishop b8 and pushing the pawn to a7. So you will likely lose another piece. And let's say these two pawns trade off, you lose a piece for this one, and it will be like, let's say, knight versus knight and 2 pawns versus 2 bishops and 2 pawns, and that will be resignation. Meanwhile, Hail in the chat saying, whosoever these guys are, I enjoy their enthusiasm.
Thank you so much. And that's like about almost 950 of them in the chat who agree with us. And Sahil I think it's going to be Zoo Jinner's event after this. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't know. Rakshi is asking who is Jinner playing tomorrow. That is an important question. And Zoo Jinner plays Polina tomorrow with the black pieces, and Harika plays. Humpy plays Nurgul with the white pieces. So Rakesh, I would even go out and say that it's roughly balanced because even though Zushina is a half a point ahead, Humpy does have the white pieces, and she will play Nurgul, who lost today. So I think anybody's tournament still. Meanwhile, Divya puts her king on d7, and now a6 is the only winning move for white. But I think there's no doubt. As soon as Zuzina takes a seat at the board, she will push that a1. She will not wait for the black king to kind of reach it.
I agree. I think she's not at the board, so she's.
Yeah, 800 people watching on the FIDE channel alone. Chat, like the stream. Let's go. We are kind of reaching the final 2 days of the FIDE Grand Prix. The person who wins this has a chance to qualify for the candidates. Everybody in the studio going crazy. The producer has lost his mind. It's insane how we are reaching the stage. Who will win the match is the crucial problem, as Divya Deshmukh, second ranked, till today, going down potentially to Zuzhina, who will take first place. Let's see what happens. Ron saying very, very, rare by Humpy getting dominated like this. I agree. I think the pressure is talking here basically. This is not normal. If we can have the Humpy camera and board, just look at the position. I mean, by the way, queens have been traded off. Queen takes, and very important, by the way, you have to take with the F pawn. Another only move for Ina. If you take with the rook, for example, let's say you play rook takes e4, that will be a dream come true for Humpy, because knight takes a6, you play knight takes, rook takes, and there are back rank issues. Suddenly, the game is dead equal. So, the last moment when potentially Humpy can come back, will Alina make this mistake or not? F takes e4 is an important move, not allowing knight takes a6, because F takes e4, if now you take, I can simply double up rooks and you can resign. So knight takes b4, rook takes a7, and of course rook b8, rook 8, I exchange rooks and the game is over. So F takes e4, super important. She has enough time on the clock to calculate this. I don't expect Alina to mess this up. This is so crucial. Humpy not at the seat. I'm sure she knows that rook takes e4 would be a draw, and she's praying, she's hoping for Alina to go wrong so that her chances don't get down by significantly. And super important moment, Rakesh. F takes e4. Only move for Alina. Rook takes would be a blunder.
But why? Rook e4 looks the more natural reaction, right?
Rook e4, knight a6, and there are back rank problems. But if F takes e4, knight a6 doesn't work because of doubling up rook. So Alina will not mess this up. The fact that she's thinking is very interesting.
Yeah, and very bad time for Humpy, that this position reached the time control, because Fe4, you double your pawns in the central file, may not be the best idea, but in fact, that's the only move that retains the advantage.
And that a6 pawn is crucial to white's initiative, because all the other pawns are kind of broken and weak. They can be attacked by black. So white has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Black has 1, 2, 3, 4 pawns. But all these pawns are quite weak. That a6 pawn is the main show of strength. Really ties down every black piece. Look at these 3 pieces. 13 points of material trying to stop 1 point of material. You could have a queen rather on a7 and that would be better. So that tells you that's why you need to maintain this pawn. You have to take with one. If F takes e4 happens, I think Humpy, unfortunately, will lose this game, and then it's all Zuzhina's tournament to lose tomorrow.
Yeah, and Alina having a quick look at the score sheet. I'm not sure why, just checking, 40 moves beat.
Alina has not won a game. Her rating and her performance definitely not in sync. So I'm sure she's double checking, triple checking what's going wrong here. And Humpy, of course, exchanging those queens, realizing there's a potential to go wrong. And one of the strongest ways to, win a game of chess is to offer your opponent difficult choices. And this is one of them. I expected Humpy to not sit at this board,
Yeah.
Because just to kind of stay, because what happens when your opponent sits, right? Your mind kind of refreshes. Once you get distracted, you focus on the board and you might notice blunders. So I expected Humpy to kind of stay away, but she comes and sits at the board and takes with the pawn. Great move by Alina. No mistakes whatsoever. And Koneru Humpy might go down today to Alina, and Zuzhina all set to take that lead. Wow, what a day it has been, Rakesh.
I agree. And both Indian players who were in the top 3 positions, Divya Deshmukh is also going down to Zuzhina, and your Alina making sure she's captured with the right pawn, because Sahil, I just checked on 2700 chess that Alina is losing 29 rating points.
Wow. So she will gain a bunch of them back, and that too in crushing fashion. And meanwhile, one look at the Vaishali game. Vaishali really taking her time, being very, very calm and composed. She knows this is winning. I mean, even though she doesn't have the bar here, she absolutely understands that these pieces are worth nothing right now. Only the queen doing a defensive task, that too indirectly, Rakesh. Yeah, it's not a direct defense, but I think all she has to do is figure out, let's give a check here, king here. I take the pawn with check as well. Let's say king h1, and now simply knight can, first of all, check, defend the rook, king g1, and now knight to g6. You block the queen's path, and the best move apparently here is queen takes e3, Rakesh. If that's the best move, I think black is completely winning.
Yeah, it's just just to point out that White's plan was to pin the rook. So how Sahil smartly showed that you just give a check, a few checks, capture the important pawn, again give a check. Now you bring the knight on g6, unpinning your rook, and this is game over.
Yeah, and Vaishali has seen this. I'm pretty sure she's already seen this. She's trying to double check, triple check, quadruple check, and make sure nothing can go wrong. So, super important moment here in the game. Could be the final couple of moves. Meanwhile, if you have a look at the Harika game here, Harika making that mistake of giving the A pawn for the F pawn, which should not have been done.
Yep.
But now certainly the game looking more equal. Of course, black is still pushing, but Rakesh, I think this one will be difficult, I think, for Harika to convert now.
Yeah, it looks like closer to a draw than to a black win overall.
Yeah, if let's say White had less time, maybe that would have changed, but the time situation as well warrants that this should be a draw. So we'll come back to this soon. Munguntul against Paulina, the first game to reach the time control, Rakesh. We last saw King H1, Rook C5, Queen F4, Queen B6, Rook D3. I think White is finding a nice defense in the third rank. Rook C2 and now Rook 2E3, trying to activate her piece, also preventing Queen coming into F2, and this is the current position. I would say it's good chances of black still, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And Sahil, this is one of those days where we have seen all 5 games reach a time control, and it's round 8. Players could have, easily just take some draws, relax, who are, out of
Yeah.
contention. But no, we even see the tail ender Alina Kashlinska beating the tournament leader as you had predicted 2 days ago.
Yeah, Rakesh, and 850 people watching just on the FIDE channel alone.
1,000 overall.
They understand the stakes here. Let's see what happens. Let's go to the next game where Divya Deshmukh still contemplating an A6. The only move played in 1 second, literally, by Zujina. 0.1 is showing. I don't know
What?
At 0.1, maybe she played at superhuman speeds. I don't know what happened there. But she did not take much time at all, and it is completely winning. And let's say King C8, you try to bring the king closer. There is no way, there is no square the king can approach to. So Divya has done everything she could have, but it simply didn't work. Now you can play bishop a7, right? Bishop b8 and a7 could be a winning plan for White. You should play bishop a7 to stop this. But I guess black can now bring the king. White can probably give a check on f5, and if the king goes to c6, how do we finish this, Rakesh?
Can I just come around and capture the pawn? Bishop a5.
Bishop a5 here.
Give up my pawn on d. Yeah, here.
You play bishop f5, king d6, and bishop c3. Yeah, that seems very, very simple actually. And this pawn is a great distraction. Yeah, we'll keep black's one piece occupied. And here on the king side, I think the bishops will create havoc. So the bishop a7 absolutely useless here. And White should win this endgame comfortably. And if this happens, Rakesh, I mean, Divya might be on design, yeah. And you can see her; she realizes the game is lost.
And very simple ideas. Let's say even after this, you ask me how do I win? So pawn to h5, king to g2, pawn to g5, bishop to e1, g4, takes.
I would even just go h4, Rakesh. I would not even take.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to prove the point that bishop f2 comes in, and now your bishop is gone. And the knight on e4 is such a bad defense against these rook pawns. But here it's too slow and it's going to promote. And Divya will have to resign sooner rather than later.
Yeah, you can stop it for one move, but now I can go to the king pawn endgame. And unfortunately, I think you can stop that pawn. But this one pawn alone, that's all you need to win a game of chess, because you can queen that pawn on the 8th rank. And yeah, this king needs to be on g6 now. Take a huge leap and come to g6. But that's not really possible. The current position, Divya completely lost. Let's see what happens right now. And we should look at the game of Alina against Humpy once, where after fe4, king f8 was played, Rakesh. But that didn't really change matters, right? I mean, even if the king comes to e8, I will always have rook d1 just cutting off the king completely. And this knight c6 always to keep in the air. So I think this should be over as well.
Yeah, I think, Sahil, in this position, White is completely winning, even if black had equal material.
Yeah.
So, like pawn on e6 or somewhere. But now black is 2 pawns down, yet those pieces are inactive. So there's
Yeah.
just no chance that black is going to survive this.
By the way, all 5 games still running. I don't know which hour of play this is now. I think already fourth.
4 hours are done,
over.
so
Fifth
fifth
hour of
hour.
play starting, and 900 people watching on the FIDE channel alone. So no results so far, Rakesh. I think it's the first time we've not seen results after 4 hours.
Exactly, and 900 of them on the FIDE channel, 160 on Chesscom India, 125 on Chess24 India. So it's like almost 1200 people in the chat.
Yeah, the stakes are very high, and we see what happens. Who will qualify? This is the moment. If Zuzhina can take sole lead, Rakesh, what do you expect tomorrow to happen? So, can we have the pairings for a second for tomorrow? So, Zuzhina half a point ahead, will have the black pieces. How does she approach tomorrow's game? Does she kind of take a draw and hope for the best, or does she push?
Zhu Jinner and Humpy both want to win the tournament outright. There is no, of course, I think even Rakshit is asking, what are the tie breaks? There are no tie breaks because players simply share the prize money and the tie break and points. So if Zhu really wants those extra points, she will want to play for a win
Got
against
it.
Paulina, and so does Humpy
Yeah.
against her
So
opponent
Humpy
tomorrow.
is hoping that Polina defeats Zuzhina and she reaches sole lead, and Zuzhina is hoping that Humpy draws a loser. She also wins. So, but as of now, it looks difficult, Rakesh. If Humpy loses, that she will get into sole lead, right? So Zuzhina likely to at least draw her game with black, and that means that Humpy will not be sole first.
And loses her candidate spot as well via the Grand Prix route. She might get it from the Grand Swiss or the FIDE World Cup that might happen later this year.
Yeah, it's still not over though. The game's still on. All the 5 games still on. Let's see what happens. Maybe it's time to look at the game of Still Vaishali thinking. I'm kind of shocked by that.
I think, but that might be the first game to finish today.
Yeah, I think by now she should have calculated everything because I mean it's not that complicated, right? Check, you give a check, let's say another check here, defend the rook, you bring the knight to g6. Of course, white has to give up the queen now, and you can't even take the a4 pawn because there's queen d1 check picking up the rook. So maybe she's worried about like something like I don't know, rook c7, but there's queen g3 check picking up this rook.
I think the white king is so exposed. You will either get some check or some tactic if you just think for a few seconds. And knight g6 immediately played by Vaishali, which also works.
She plays knight to g6. I think a practical move nonetheless. And now I think Nurgul Salimova is completely lost still. She just changes the move order, and now she will have to find queen d3, Rakesh. What else?
Yeah, and if you could have the bird's eye view, please, because 3 results look very, very likely.
3 are guaranteed, Rakesh. 3 are pretty much guaranteed.
So which one? So Zhu Jinner looks like will beat Divya. That's one decisive.
Alina beats Humpy, and then Vaishali beats Nurgul. So that's 3 results, and with 2 potential results as well on board 1 and 2.
Yeah, and I fully agree. But can we get all 5? Is there any possibility, Sahil, that we have all 5 results?
Possible, Rakesh. It will not happen tomorrow. I expect a couple of quick draws. So it's going to happen at any point. It's going to be today. So let's see what happens. Of course, Harika missing that opportunity, but there will always be chances. Right now, Nurgul, we can see trying to figure out what to do. I think she will have to give the queen for the rook, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, no other choice there. You have to play queen d3. I mean, what else? So queen d3. What else? I mean, there's you want to somehow have a couple of pawns or pieces near your king, but all of the pieces are so far away that Salimova has no chance here to defend this winning attack.
And the thing is, maybe you play rook h5 to try and stop the checks, but I can simply give this check now, king h1, and maybe even play knight h4, Rakesh. Or I can even just kind of play rook e3 threatening rook e2 check. Very simple. Why can I just, can I take this? I can just, there's queen f5 apparently, which is a bit uncomfortable. So very interesting.
Yeah, very interesting with the all the changes that are happening here. And
Yeah.
I think you can still play Rook C3 and you're winning. And I think this would be game over, sir.
Yeah, as she calculates which game shall we head to, I see no updates in the Humpy game. I see no updates in the Divya game, and see no updates in the Polina or the Harika game. So
No pressure, sir.
yeah, maybe we stick
Which
here.
game do you want to go to?
We stick here. I think this is the game that will end first.
Yeah, because a lot of new things are happening
Yeah,
around, and
we can see Vaishali's pieces surrounding the Wild King, just like our producers are surrounding the studio.
yeah, and knight G. I would have done the knight G6 thing, but after capturing the pawn.
Yeah, true. I think a couple of checks would not hurt, and that G pawn would have vanished from the board.
Let's check in with Harika, maybe meanwhile, who spoiled the winning advantage, which was not received well by Shrikar, but maybe we have her winning the
Who's
game.
Shrikar, by the way, Rakesh?
So yeah, they are part of team MGD1.
Oh, the one who organized Chennai
Chennai Grandmasters, and also the one who are producing this event. And big shout out to Shrikar, who manages Arjun Legacy World number 4 as
Wow.
well. And
Wow.
plenty of other talents.
Wow, that's amazing. And Arjun's success recently
Is all due to
yeah.
his hard work and Srikar's helping him just focus on the chess.
Yeah. And Harika takes a seat, but I think Rakesh, this one is I think White will just keep this formation as it is. I will just kind of move the rook, and whenever you push d4, I think the rook can come to d7 and the pawn will be stuck here.
Yeah, in fact, the engine is showing 0.00.
Yeah, not shocked with that actually.
Bishop, and it makes sense, right? Rook is worth 5 points, bishop is worth 3, and pawns are worth 1. So bishop and 2 pawns is literally 5 points, and a rook is worth 5 points. So makes
That's
sense
why
mathematically as well.
That pass pawn was crucial. That pass pawn was really crucial, and that trade-off with rook f2, I think, will cost her half a point.
Yeah.
So this should end in a draw. While no updates in the other games, Nirgul still thinking, Humpy thinking. Divya has played something. Oh, she has played bishop a7. So after almost an 11-minute thing, she finds the best move. And now I think your plan of bishop a5 and just grabbing this pawn seems to be very, very solid.
Yeah, and just g5. No defense possible here for black.
What if I waste a move as white? Is there something black can do? Let's say I play king g2. You see how knight c4 draws on the spot, Rakesh?
Why do you always find these blunders, Sahil?
I mean, it's just common practice for NMs to know that. So I think you have to find bishop a5. You cannot wait. And after bishop a5, if you try knight to c4, bishop c3, and now it's not as effective. Yeah, I think the a pawn survives. So I think you need to find. And what did she play? She played something, I think.
She played king g2.
Wait, what?
No, if you refresh, she played bishop a5. We have seen a few moves. King d6, bishop takes c3.
She's played that, yeah?
Yeah. So we just there you go. King g2 has been played. And this looks like completely winning for white.
Yeah, bishop a5, king d6, bishop c3, pawn to g5, at least unpinning the knight, and king to g2.
Yeah, white's idea is very simple. White wants to get the a pawn going, so you have to attack the bishop that's blocking it. Bishop drops to the back rank and near to the king on f2. So bishop e1, bishop f2. A very simple idea, and it's game over.
Yeah, Divya has time on the clock, but that will not help. Meanwhile, if we have a look at the Humpy game, no crazy updates, only one move, knight to e6 by Humpy, putting pressure on the c5 pawn. And now probably you have to defend it somehow. Maybe rook c1.
Yeah, I like rook c1. And in fact, an important update on Divya's game was also that she loses out on her GM norm opportunity as well in this event.
Yeah, that will also hurt. I was wondering if I have this habit of finding blunders, but this is actually also pretty decent from my angle, just kind of exchanging that bishop on e7.
Yeah.
And I think maybe just rook c1 is a bit more clinical.
Lena is thinking, and 17 minutes on the clock.
That's a lot of time, Rakesh. A lot of time for Alina to finish this. The king has not even joined the battle yet.
Yeah,
So white
maybe doesn't need to.
Yeah, the white has one piece sitting at home as of now. So once the king joins, then I think these pawns will be turbocharged. No moves from Nirgul yet. So that to me is shocking if you have that game. Um, doesn't really have many options, I think. And
What else apart from queen takes rook? Because once uh, the rook is unpinned, it wants to move and create damage. There's no way.
and the bishop is hanging, so it's like you don't really have many choices.
What if rook a2? Let's say I'll activate the rook.
Yeah, I think check, king g1, check, king here, and mate. So
Yeah.
that should be pretty simple.
And let's say, okay, let's analyze this. Queen takes d3 as well.
Yeah,
Takes, and now, as you pointed out, rook into pawn would have been a great defensive resource, but queen check loses the rook.
Yeah,
It's game over.
Let's check. One, c5. Okay, this can't be serious. So
Yeah, but I mean, kudos to all the 10 players who were fighting it out in the penultimate game, round 8, and 4 hours into the game. No results, Sahil. I'm
No.
shocked with that fact.
no one ready to give up. I think that's the statement there from the players to us, and they all want to fight till the very end, regardless of who's better, who's worse, and still a possibility to get 5 results. That's the dream. Our producer has been training for years to develop his dancing skills, and he would all love to cherish that moonwalk, Rakesh.
Pretty much, and I don't know what Salimova is thinking. Maybe, if she had reached time control, she would not have captured pawn takes f3 like a few moves ago.
Yeah.
But since that is allowed, the queen and rook are a deadly duo. Just, ripping apart all whatever that comes in its way, and it's fully a game over, I think.
I think deadly duo definitely have been Zuzhina and Alina Kashlinskaya today, Rakesh.
Yes.
Taking down number 1 and number 2 in the standings. And and you can see Nurgul really not happy with the position. I think she's figured out everything and she realizes the game is over. And rook f3, what a brilliant find in time. Vaishali found 2 brilliancies, Rakesh. First knight d3 and then rook f3. And fully deserved victory there.
Yeah, and in both games, Vaishali had just under a minute, Sahil.
Yeah, that's the power, right? To figure it all out in time pressure. That is the main point, and full kudos to her to kind of come up with those moves.
Absolutely, and not tough to find those clutch moves in time pressure at all.
As she calculates, I think this is the moment when players are having their last deep think, Rakesh, because once you play the next couple of moves, you will again see players fall in time pressure. Divya having
yeah.
8 minutes already, Humpy having 18, Vaishali having 13, Salome having 17, Mudal having 12. You can already see we are 1 or 2 moves away from time pressure again. So we're going to see more mistakes, yeah? So don't go anywhere. Rakesh, what move do you expect from Nirgul?
I think queen takes rook. You can see the damage that that rook has been causing. And also just to show Chad, what happens if Nurul does not give up her queen, but she plays a move like queen f1, which you think, is coming closer to the king, can give you some defensive resources. But no, it's too slow, Sahil, because of check. King goes down, queen, check, and now you bring the rook around.
Yeah, rook g3 check, and that is game over. If king f2, I can take this with check, pick up this as well. So you have to bring the queen in the middle, and now I could take, or I could even play knight to f4 to just make it even
just
more
crushing.
That's mate. So going back, this is the current position. Nurgul not able to come up with a defense, and there isn't one. So this would likely be our first result and we're gonna have three results in a row.
I also feel that that's going to happen, like come back to back. But any twists you expect today at least?
Not in these three games. I think Vaishali, Zuzina, and Alina will win. And I think remaining two games we could have some twists, but our standings, will be shuffled. Let's say at the very least.
Yeah, pretty much. And maybe twist can come up in the tournament overall, but definitely unlikely in these three games where one side has like a completely winning position.
Yeah.
Yeah, and let's have a look at and she plays some. We'll stick with this game then because rook to h5 played, and yeah, this also doesn't work because I think just a couple of moves like queen f4 check, king h1, queen e4 check, and then you get the knight in, so that both your rook and your knight are not pinned and can actually do the damage. So let's see, queen f4 check, king h1, queen e4 check. Whenever you go in, I can always move my rook and also capture this with check. So queen f4 check is the most likely move. King h1, queen e4, king goes up. And then I think there are ideas like check or even, I think, yeah, this is just so strong. Yeah, this allows the defense with rook h2. So queen check, and here knight f4 is deadly. Hitting the rook here, threatening checkmate in one. So lot of possible tactics there. Shali has not played anything after rook h5. Look at Salimova. You see that she is upset and she knows that she's lost. Vaishali is locked in. As Salimova gets up from the board, it is going to be Vaishali who's going to play a couple of checks to get the queen on the right square and then throw in knight f4, which is completely winning. Just having a look at any other games with any other updates. I don't see any, so I think let's also have a look at the bird's eye view to see if any game or how do we have any interesting evaluation bar swings. So board 1 is completely equal, 0.0, as you can see, between Salome and Harika. There's nothing at all. Harika just brings the rook around to d2, and yeah, 0.00 does not give any player any chance. Board 2, Munguntul has been, trying to defend this minus endgame. She has a, a few occasions where she could go wrong. So Polina banking on that fact, and the first two games are only the ones where something or the other might happen. The three positions on the right, the center one and the right ones look completely over. And let's have a look at who the tournament leader will be after today. That is Zujina versus Divya. Let's go full screen into that because it feels only a matter of time. Divya just has 6 minutes on the clock, and Bishop E1, Bishop F2 incoming, and this should be game over, Sahil.
So which game is gonna finish first, Rakesh?
Let's go to board 4. Maybe Humpy there has been some trades there.
Yeah, but I think
Few moves.
we have bishop c5, so black just wins a pawn, but white wins this one. I think this game will last longer. What happened in the? Did she play something like Salimova?
Yeah, she played rook h5.
And what's the winning move here, Rakesh?
I just showed it to the chat. So queen check on f4, queen check on e4, and then in from the center of the board so that your rook is protected, and then you bring in the last piece for the attack, and knight to f4 is completely game over.
Yeah. So Vaishali calculating those variations right now. This is the game which is completely over. Minus 7.6. That is a decisive. But that's almost an extra queen, Rakesh.
Yeah, almost an extra queen in there. Not much possible there for Salimova. So Vaishali has to find this idea, Sahil, with queen f4 check and queen coming to e4.
So as she thinks, no crazy updates in the first two boards. Divya, meanwhile, I think that's the game we're looking at, right? So this is the current position.
Yeah.
Any chances, any twist possible here, Rakesh? You think?
Now, how do you stop this bishop coming around? So let's try to play it out for our chat and ourselves. So king g2 played. Let's say I see your plan and I want to defend against that beforehand. So I go king b8,
King?
b8. No, sorry, king. Sorry, I want to go. So king c7,
Yeah.
bishop down, king b8, bishop f2, and a capture. King takes and king. I want to go after this pawn.
But now bishop e2, Rakesh,
Yeah.
knight c5 and simply king e3, and you can take this, but this king pawn endgame is just completely winning. And if you don't take, then you can't really stop my king from walking.
Yeah, I
up
just
the-
wanted to show this to chat. So knight
Yeah.
c5,
Yeah.
king a3, and knight a6 takes, and now king b5, king f5, king here, and that is
Yeah.
game over.
So king pawn game very simple. So Divya only 3 minutes now for her. So also a contender for our first result now, Rakesh, because Divya's moves are not. He might just resign. Actually, that's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do? There's absolutely no defense there.
They're saying, go, Sue. I think that is definitely happening. And she's all set to get that crucial win under her belt and take that sole lead again. So Humpy will lose her lead and Zujina will go to 6 out of 8 points. That's, a great score. And Rakesh, how many points do you think the winner of the tournament will have tomorrow?
6.5. It might be anybody actually, but I think 6.5 is like a great score. Gives you a grandmaster norm, and also it's like +3. So overall, rook b5 played in the other game. So Alina still looks completely in control. And so Sahil, if you come back to Divya's game, when you woke up today, did you feel that Zujiner is going to end the day in sole lead?
When I woke up, I was more worried because actually my roommate is a huge snorer, so that's a big problem. But in the game, actually, I didn't think too much about it, Rakesh. But I would say in this position, in this situation of the tournament, I still consider it balanced. Not in terms of the candidates' qualification, in terms of the factor that, in terms of first place, when you're talking about that, it's still white pieces for Humpy to work. So it's not going to be easy. And of course, we've seen Polina and Arena both gain their forms back. So we will have, Polina battling against you, and that will not be an easy match.
Yeah, and like you mentioned earlier, that Salimova is going to lose today, and the great an uphill task against Humpy.
By the way, knight d8 played, so attacking the a6 pawn, I think bishop e2 is an automatic move. Just kind of defending the pawn from far. Even bishop e7 is possible, but I like the flexibility this move offers. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just protect the pawn at first, and then you can play. Let's play bishop e1, sorry.
Okay. Wait, she already played the move.
Like,
I think she's like, I don't want to calculate all this stuff, so let's just put the bishop on e2 and defend the pawn. And Divya, unfortunately. And of course, I can even just ignore this and just capture both these pawns now, Rakesh.
oh yeah.
I don't need to exchange the bishop on ace. And king e6, yeah, she has to stop that. But now I go for your plan of putting the bishop on f2.
Game over. Yeah, and let's go to Vaishali's game quickly.
By the way, knight f4 played by Vaishali. Apparently, queen f4 was the best, but she goes for knight f4, also winning. But apparently rook a2 now offers some chances of resistance for Nirgul here.
I think just look, even looking at the body language style, you can predict that who's going to win this one.
Problem is 6 minutes now, Rakesh. Like sometimes rook a2, for example, and now if you make one mistake, then suddenly it can be -2, and you never know.
Yeah, and that rook on d3. Remember that cannot move because you've moved your knight, Sahil. So the rook you cannot expect in some line rook will come and give a check because it can't.
And easy to miss that, by the way. You can think, oh, check, 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 and rook comes in, but rook can't come in.
Yeah, and rook a2 looks weird, but Zoo played that as well. And in fact, that is a logical move because queen g2 is a checkmating threat which Salimova has to defend, and rook a2 looks like the only way. So if we can get another angle there of the players, yeah, that's the board, and queen g2 checkmate in one threatened there.
Yeah, I think rook a2 feels like a automatic move. Meanwhile, the Munguntul Polina game also equalizing a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's getting close to a draw. So who knows? We might just have 3 results today. Rakesh, your prediction is correct. But queen e6 only move for white.
Do you think she plays it only 6 minutes for Mumundul?
Is queen e6 an active move or a passive move? It's an active move. I think she will find. Yeah.
I mean, it does, right? Helps how to promote this one. And queen d8, that's a blunder.
Yeah, but it does feel natural, right? Drag the king out of its home. But now rook g3 is the winning move for black. Not an easy move to find, though.
Rook d8, I mean, rook g3 is basically ignoring white's threat of queen d8.
Yeah, if you give this check, king comes to g6, you give another check, but now rook f6 and no more checks. f3 is incoming and a lot of ideas from black. Of course, right, not right now, but yeah.
Is rook g3 the only move for black?
Maybe queen f5 is also decent with the very simple idea of rook
Checkmate.
takes h3. I think that's the more human move, in fact, Rakesh. That makes more sense to me, attacking the pawn as well.
And very nice variation I can see, Silas. Queen f5. Now you're threatening checkmate, of course. So I give rook d8 check. Sorry, rook h8. And now let's say in a blitz game I would play d6. And now you can't play rook into h3 check because g into h3 is a reverse check.
Yeah.
And you have no time to play queen takes h3. So some tactical ideas still possible at the very end.
Yeah, very easy to miss that. So have to be careful. Meanwhile, no. Oh, rook a2 played by Nurgul now in that game. So offering some resistance in that crushing position. Also. Oh wait, is the Divya game over?
No. Bishop b5. If we go to Divya's game, very nice move by Zujin.
So king e6, bishop e5, and now h5. I think bishop e1, bishop f2.
Yeah.
Played. Bishop e1 played.
And the knight is just completely controlled. The knight can't go to any square which the bishop doesn't control.
Black is a resignation, yeah? She will resign now, I think.
Yeah. Let's go full screen because we might see a resignation here. It's very sad day for Divya. You're losing out on the WGP India title as well as her Grandmaster norm.
Yep.
There's 50 seconds on the clock, Sahil. This looks completely game over.
She had that one opportunity with queen h5. I think that was the only moment where she could have turned the tables, but she missed that. And she was always under time pressure. Zhu had that strategy of using the clock, putting Divya under time pressure, and it worked.
True. And bishop f2 incoming or resignation incoming. One of those two. Pawn to h4 played. Trying to give up a pawn. I mean, Sahil, you can also capture.
Yeah, g4. You don't want to
in a flash.
Yeah, you want to maintain as many pawns as possible on the board. Yeah, you don't want to exchange. Of course, even that is completely winning, but that increases the drawing chances. Correct. Because you only have one pawn remaining. So that's why I think g4 very practical. And now bishop f2 incoming, and Divya will resign.
And our first result of the day comes in our featured matchup.
That's after 4.5 hours.
Amazing.
All the players showing some fighting chess. Okay.
Next level of fighting chess there by all players.
19 seconds by Divya she has to play now. I think she will resign. I think she will resign.
Yeah. 10 seconds for Divya.
8,
7,
7, 6, 5, 4, and there it is. That is resignation, heartbreak for Divya, who loses her, GM norm possibility and also a chance to finish in first place. And what great news for Zoojana Rakesh, who goes to sole lead today after that heartbreak yesterday, and she is the favorite to win the event with one round to go now.
Yeah, she won the last Grand Prix. She is all set to take the second Grand Prix as well, Sahil, and punch her ticket to the women's candidates in
Yeah.
2026.
Yeah, I think this is interesting. Let's go to Vaishali against Nurkul with 4 minutes for Vaishali. Fans were waiting outside. Usually they would have at least 1 or 2 players show up. Today we had no players show up for 4.5 hours. So
Yeah.
finally they have, Divya as well as Zujana show up. Divya will not be in the best of moods today. That would be definitely tough to, handle. For a chess player, handling a loss is very personal, right? Because at the end, you can only blame yourself.
Yeah, and that is something Vaishali should not be thinking of because she's completely winning.
Yeah.
But Sahil, time pressure, you mentioned this, time pressure will start creeping in again. Just 3 minutes for Vaishali.
I think that knight f4 move, at least at first glance, felt a bit risky, right? Because you're pinning your rook again.
Yeah.
So there could have been better ways to finish it, at least cleaner ways. For him, queen f2 feels like a nice move just to get the king stuck in some corner. A queen f4 check, as you pointed out, is the best move. But I think, once you play knight f4, your rook is stuck. I prevent the mate on g2. How are you converting this? I mean, you can take the pawn, for example. That's one simple way. But it's not easy to take that pawn on g4. Yeah, you feel like there should be something better.
Yeah, and you had the chance to take all the pawns with checks, about 5 moves ago. So Vaishali should have done that. Then there would have been no defense at all. But here now, I already think Vaishali has to start playing quickly because 2 minutes and 25 seconds left, Sahil.
Absolutely. And Rakesh, do you expect a twist in this game? Because if I know Nurgul, I mean, twists are like second place in every single game she plays. So do you expect twist, or do you think Shali will kind of convert this?
I don't expect a defense. I think Vaishali will win this. It wasn't the cleanest path to victory, I would say, but yeah, I think she'll get there in the end.
What a day it has been. Just one result in 4.5 hours of play. That just happened a minute or two back. And we might get 2 more very quickly. And it's been commonplace. Yeah, we get 3 results in a row somehow.
Yeah, that always happens,
1.5 minutes. She has to find a winning move now. Can we go full screen for a second? Would love to see as she calculates. Does she make a mistake? If the bar takes a jump up, Rakesh, that will be heartbreak for Vaishali as well.
Oh my god. All results possible here.
And she plays knight to e2. That's a blunder. That's a blunder already. Bishop e5 is a draw for Nurgul now. Wow. Nurgul, I mean, she has the craziest of games. I think always twists and turns, and Bishop e5 controls everything now. Could this be the change in momentum, Rakesh? And suddenly white starts to play for a win. I don't know.
Not sure. It just is so tough to play under time pressure, Sahil.
And the Chesscom arrow showing us it's the only move. She has to find bishop. She has the time to calculate it. But let's say you play anything else. I don't know what that move is. The bishop is right now hanging. So yeah, I can at least grab with the knight and fork your, queen and rook. So knight e2 has a purpose. But what if I just move the bishop away? It's dead draw now.
And Sahil, similar question. What if I play bishop e1? Same idea. Save my bishop. What about that?
But I still have queen f4 check there, Rakesh. That's the difference. I need to control that diagonal. There should be no checks. And now once the king moves somewhere, I think I will again take that pawn with check, which would have been done way back. And I don't think Vaishali will be happy with this once she goes back because it's completely winning.
Yeah. She had her chance and Sahil, what percentage do you think Salimova will find bishop to e5?
100%. She'll find it. I think
Really?
it's the most logical move, right? Your bishop is hanging. There are queen g3 and queen f4 checks, queen f4. I mean, it just makes a lot of sense to play bishop e5, even in a bullet game, right?
Yeah, and I'm not sure the players realize it, but it's after what, like 43 moves, 4.5 hours play. The evaluation file 0.00.
Chess is indeed that hard, Rakesh. You could play so well for so many hours, but it's simply not enough unless you can convert it. And one player who's not been able to convert it has been Nurgul in some of the games, and now an opponent also making that mistake. But can she strike back?
So time will tell. 11.5 minutes for Salimova. Bishop e5, the only move that keeps her in the game, as you can see with the chess.com arrow that shows any other move, and black is winning.
Wow, crucial moment. Last moment, by the way, there's nothing else. So because it blocks the rook's path, and now queen g3, queen f4 check become much more deadly. So she has to find bishop to e5. I think the only way she might not find it is she thinks queen f2 is a problem. And now I think, of course, king h1 is the only move. And now there's no knight g3. There is nothing available. And more importantly, the rook is pinned, Rakesh. The rook is pinned. And that really makes the task difficult. You have to come back and give a check, and it's a draw.
Pretty much, I mean, still would be.
Although, what if I play g6 now? Is there something here? Oh, but there's queen. You can't give this check. That's the benefit. I'm unpinning my rook.
Do you have a threat? Can I go rook a4? No, I can't. So plenty of,
Queen f2, king h1, knight g3 check, bishop g3, queen f3 check, king h2, and now taking with check, and this is game over. This is, I mean, less than 2 minutes for Vaishali. Even if you find bishop e5, do you think Vaishali will play g6 or take a draw if whichever happens?
We'll see. Let's focus if bishop e5 happens first, Sahil, because that is a tough move.
But the point is, once it happens, Vaishali doesn't have any time at all.
And actually, Sahil, you are right. Bishop e5 has to happen. Let's say I play a random move like rook takes pawn. Then the idea, Vaishali's idea is just to play queen f2 check, king goes back, knight g3 checkmate.
Yeah.
So knight g3 or the g3 square has to be controlled. So bishop e5 looks very likely.
Yeah, it has to be played. Meanwhile, board 1 and board 2 both looking like equal now with some imbalances. Nurgul Vaishali looking equal, and of course Alina still completely winning against Humpy, and Humpy still fighting it out. So just to run through there, but at the end you stick to the Vaishali game. That is the move. This move could decide the game.
Yeah, bishop e5 still a chance. That is what the chat also loves. The twists and the turns that every game has here.
Shali in deep thought, she is utilizing every single second that Nurgul is thinking for as well. She will not have enough time to contemplate all the options in her own time.
Bishop e5, the only move that keeps white.
I think Nurgul is a fan of only moves. I think every game we see only moves one way or the other. And so much fun to watch, Rakesh. It's so much fun to watch.
Yeah, very true. How much time? Yeah, 7.5 minutes now. Not a lot of time there.
Okay, she finds bishop e5 or not? Yes or no? She
Finds it.
She finds bishop e5, and Vaishali is in for a shocker here. If she realize she will realize, that she has messed this up. The rook on d3 is pinned. and the queen and the knight cannot be enough. The g3 square is controlled, and now the question is, Rakesh, 1.5 minutes. Does she try the final move g6 as a try, or does she kind of accept draw?
I think she will. She maybe just repeat a couple of times with queen checks and what she missed. But very important to note, Sahil, that
No, no, Rakesh, I don't know. I get a feeling that we might not see G6. We might not see G6. I think Vaishali has messed this up. She is less than a minute. Don't forget, White has an extra rook in the position. So this can go south pretty quickly. Lots of rook h6 checks possible. Bishop g7 checks. Some queen goes up. So there are tactics in the air. I think Vaishali will take the draw.
she has 40 seconds, Sahil.
She
Don't
has,
forget that.
she
Remember-
has,
Yeah,
she
sorry,
has
sorry to cut you off for the third time, but rook on d3 can't burn. She's played queen f2 check. I think she'll repeat, Sahil.
She's repeating once at least, and now we'll know what is her plan.
King h1 played immediately by Nurgyul.
White has no other option. There's only one square, and the rook on h5 doing a great job of controlling, and bishop controlling g3 square, rook controlling h3, queen pinning the rook, and this pinning the knight. So all of, oh, she repeats once. Will she repeat twice and thrice? Are we going to see a draw? Will we see a miraculous escape? And
Yes!
she's repeating.
Oh my god! What a change in this game.
Wow, that is a crazy twist to this story, because we thought Vaishali had pulled through and won the game. But Queen, after this, a draw. It is a draw indeed. I think Vaishali, once she goes back, checks the lines with the help of the engine, she will not be happy. I'm pretty sure she understands she messed up somewhere.
Yeah, this was her game to win. She played a flawless game, Sahil, right from the start, but she must be regretting this game ending in a draw.
Yeah, that means we have had 2 overall games and 1 result, 1 win for Zuchina, a draw between Rukul and Vaishali. So let's go to the game of Alina against Humpy, where Humpy has 3 minutes, Rakesh. And this is the game which decides everything. So if Humpy somehow can create a twist at the end, just like Nurgul did there, then maybe we can have 2 leaders. But as of now, Zuchina is sole lead.
So, Sahil, you normally ask me this question. Now, I'm going to ask, will we see any twists in this game?
No, I think that was a tactical position. This is just an endgame where the black pieces are passive. The pawn on a6 is the star pawn. If you can grab that pawn for free, then maybe something is possible. But there's no way. You can't play knight c5 to grab this. The rook will capture it. And knight b8, there is simply rook d8 check, winning the knight. So if you can't grab a6, then I think this should be a simple win for white.
Agreed. And she plays rook to e8. So, Sahil, one very nice drawing idea for black is to somehow sacrifice this knight for the pawn, pass pawn on the left side, the a6 pawn, and then try to gobble up these 2 pawns in the center, and
Yeah.
then say, okay, you might have a piece extra, but there are just very few pawns remaining.
That is a good pattern, but I think white will not allow that, Rakesh.
Yeah, of course. That
So-
was what black can hope for.
Yeah, that's the dream case scenario. But as of now, the e5 pawn hangs. So will white try to defend it? You can't defend with the knight. If knight c6 trying to defend this, rook a6 is already a draw. You cannot lose the a6. So rook d to d5 maybe is the move, Rakesh.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Rakesh, 3 minutes for Humpy, 6 minutes for Alina. So
And we see, we saw Vaishali blunder when she was under 5 minutes. So time pressure can influence the result.
absolutely.
Kaya still thinking, has not played anything yet.
KKG saying, well played, Divya Deshmukh. Another good 2500 plus performance for her. Hopefully, she will get her first GM norm at Sharjah Marshall. I think we have 1 more round to go, so it'll be interesting to see what her final performance is. She will not be happy with today's game, of course, but I think overall her play has been pretty good. Her opening preparation, her conversion has been pretty smooth. So this was definitely not the ideal game.
True. Mongundul also down to 2 minutes. I'll all like now we are getting to the second time pressure stage with 3 games to go.
Yeah.
Probably for the first time in this event.
Salome also 6 minutes, Alina 5, Humpy 3, and I would say the longer the clock keeps going down for Alina, the chances of Humpy slightly go up. Not by much though. This is not the typical position where she can make a mistake, but you never know, Rakesh. You never know.
Yeah, because remember, Alina has not won a game so far. Anything can happen in the last few minutes. All results possible. I mean, results possible in all 3 games actually. Still thinking. Remember, this is round 8. That is the penultimate round of the 5th Women's Grand Prix happening here in Pune, India. And tournament leader Humpy is under pressure, about to lose this. And we know that she has lost her lead because Zujna is currently in the lead. Humpy has to draw this to at least be in joint lead along with Zujna, whereas Indian star Divya Deshmukh is at 5 out of 8.
Alina now down to 4 minutes now. What is she thinking?
It's getting tricky, Sahil.
Yeah, not to forget, at the end, black is 2 pawns down. But the pawn that matters is a6. If this pawn vanishes, it is a dead draw. So white needs to focus on what matters. This pawn is not that relevant. I thought, first of all, why not rook b7, Rakesh? But takes, and knight c5 is an instant draw.
Wow.
So there are ways to go wrong, but of course, that can happen when you have 30 seconds on the clock. Yeah, not right now.
He's about to play, but she's hesitating, and she's not won a game so far. So you can understand the pressure.
Yeah. So the moment her time has now reached the time that Humpy has, he's gone below Humpy's time on the clock.
Plus 4.5, that means almost it looks like for the computer, white is a rook up, but I'm sure, Sahil, she's played rook b7.
Oh my goodness, that's the move I mentioned, rook b7.
Sahil, how come you see all the blunders before they happen?
I don't know, Humpy grabs that in a second. This could be an incredible twist to the tail again. What? I still cannot believe this happened. Humpy plays knight c5 in a second. That's such a lucky break there. And Alina has blundered the game away in one move in the final moments. This pawn, as we said, is all that matters. Alina cannot win with these pawns, Rakesh. And we are going to see 2 leaders going into the final round. Both Humpy and as well as Zoo, most likely.
Yeah, it changes the course for this tournament for the women's candidates. And maybe this is how Humpy becomes a women's world champion.
Wow, this is insane. So, we had all said, this is over, the game is over, but Alina making that mistake, I think she missed knight c5. That's the only explanation I can see.
Yeah, you want to protect the pawn on b7, there's absolutely no way. And what do you do now, Sahil?
Wow, time pressure again spoiling the game. Alina likely will not get her first win, and Humpy now getting right on that pawn like a hawk. She will not miss this. She will grab that pawn on b7, and then these 2 double pawns, really, I can't imagine white winning with these.
Yeah, and classical board does not allow it, but Humpy is pretty much going to pre-move knight takes b7. Whatever you play doesn't really matter. And then, even though you are a pawn up on the right side of the board, that is immaterial because rook endgames are drawn. Knight endgames are also very tricky to win, and even the king and pawn endgame.
Rakesh, every game has been crazy. I think first of all, Divya losing to Zujana, then that twist, Vaishali completely winning, then plundering, Nurgul drawing that game. Suddenly, Humpy getting completely outplayed for like almost 5 hours in a game of chess, and then final moment, Alina fumbles the game, and now it could be a draw. So Humpy knows it. As she played takes knight in a second. She was waiting for it.
She was waiting for it, and so were the 950 people in chat for a twist in the games. And we have seen 2 twists so far. Nurgul coming back, and now Humpy making a comeback. Will we see more twists, Sahil, today?
Let's keep having them. It's fun to watch. And as of now, of course, the game is not over. And I think Alina now realizes the pawn is gone, and you can see her go down to the 2-minute mark. So, Rakesh, is there a last trap or something? Like, there's no way to save this, right? So, for example, the problem is you can't go rook d7. The knight controls it, and I mean, there is nothing actually. There is nothing. Wow. How did she miss knight c5?
I think she just thought knight into e5 is the only moment you go knight a6 and win.
But that's wow. She thought for like at least 5 minutes. I
Exactly.
think she thought for what? Let me just check how much time she took for. Oh, she did not think for long actually.
No, she thought for a lot of.
I think there's some error there in the transmission there because it looks like she thought for 30 seconds, but she thought for longer. I'm pretty sure. Let me refresh and confirm that because this is such a twist. Yeah, 4 minutes and 17 seconds she thought for. So she should have seen knight c5. That's the only plan black has.
Yeah, and the fact that she's not moving now makes me realize she did not think about it in Sahil 54 seconds.
Rakesh, if you had to choose a particular side once the B pawn falls, I might even choose black because this pawn is extremely weak. Once I take this, there's the e4 weakness. So,
and look at the time switches. That's
yeah,
going to flip as well.
I would rather be black here, to be honest. If the rooks get traded off, any king knight endgame, I can imagine picking that pawn up with the king, and then in time pressure, anything can happen.
She's down to 30 seconds, Alina. Sahil, will we see another twist?
Wait, e6. So kind of, I think you can even just take this pawn, but even f e6 is logical. Of course, not rook e6 or knight e6. That will help white win. So a last trap from Alina there. Rakesh, would you take the pawn or would you just take this pawn first?
I'll take knight b7 and take the draw.
There's rook d7 here, by the way.
Humpy plays pawn takes e6
Yeah.
but very quickly. She's playing on Kashinskaya's time, knight c6. Now you have to take knight takes b7. Otherwise, white is going to promote.
And now the material is dead equal, chat. So equal number of pawns. Humpy doing some final calculations. What is white's plan? I mean, the e6 pawn is also trying to safeten the e4 pawn, yeah? Because now...
No, it's also the idea is rook, knight into pawn. Rook goes to the 7th rank and rook will switch maybe to the
but
other
knight
side.
c5, Rakesh. I attack your rook and pawn both.
Just thinking rook, yeah, it's
rook at 7, I mean king g8, rook at 6, king g7.
And Humpy captures the pawn, knight takes b7 on the board. Let's stick to the live position.
Yeah, so
it's a draw.
It's a draw. It's indeed a draw. Of course, there could be other twists. You never know. You never know. But I think this one looks like a miraculous escape for Humpy there, Rakesh. It has to be.
Yeah. She will be so happy to save this side.
Wow, what a game.
Rook d7 played. Nice.
Yeah. Coming to the 7th rank, Alina trying some last... This is a last try, rook to the 7th rank and trying to activate her rook. Possibly win like a pawn somewhere. But it's simply not enough.
I think maybe her idea is like rook d7, knight c5, rook a7. Now if you capture my pawn on e4, I have knight d7 check. Which...
Wait, which check?
Oh, no, sorry. I don't.
Yeah,
I got confused.
Yeah, there is nothing actually. Knight e5 maybe, but then just g5.
Yeah, then it's nothing.
Yeah, this is how you potentially, get worse. So I think Alina has spoiled the position. So Rakesh, what a comeback there. And I think there's one person who's definitely not happy with her, this Zuzina, who's potentially watching this live. So she will have to now go for the win, and both players will have to go for the win tomorrow. And we have seen what happens when both players who are in lead go for the win sometimes.
Yeah, and tomorrow, I don't think both players need to win. They just need to outperform their the other player. So if Humpy draws, Zoo needs to win.
Yeah.
And if somebody loses, the other player just needs a draw to qualify.
Yeah, knight c5, rook at 7. If you take the pawn, this is also a draw. If you play king g8, takes king g7, rook h4, this is also a draw. So multiple ways for black to draw this, and you can activate your rook now, give a bunch of checks, attack the e4 pawn. I think this is the cleanest way for me. When your white's rook is passive and your rook is active, you can just kind of draw this simply. But multiple ways, I think you can just take the pawn as well if you really want to force matters.
Yeah, 0.00. Did you imagine that like maybe 6 minutes
Do
ago?
not play h5 though. Apparently, there are some, check, check. You never know. Things can go south quickly. You don't want to do that. So h5 would be a mistake here from Humpy, I think.
Yeah. Look at 7 on the board, 1 minute 49 seconds was 2.5 minutes for Humpy.
Yeah, time pressure. This is a simple position, but anything can happen. But what a moment, Rakesh. Yeah, when she played, I think Rook B7, you were shocked. You just looked at the move.
Yeah, and Humpy thinking about that h5 move style or maybe rook to a8.
Yeah, because the point is the g6 pawn would be weak after knight e5. So if you want to push a pawn, you want to push the g pawn. So you can give one pawn away, take white's pawn on e4, and it's equal. You don't want to allow white to take this pawn. That's the problem. Good check.
Yeah, completely agree. It's been about 5 hours of play. Plenty of fans still here at the Phone Hotel in Amnora town in Pune. And I'm pretty sure, Humpy will be very happy to give everybody, a photo or autograph because she's played King G8 and she's going to draw this with effortless ease.
Best move in the position. No counterplay whatsoever. Rook h6. Now king will go up this.
She has played.
Yeah, king will go up one square. And if you don't play rook h4, I pick up the pawn and I'm at least equal. So you have to play rook h4, but then I activate my rook, Rakesh. And your king doesn't really have a safe square to go to. And at some point, I'll grab the e4 pawn and they will have to shake hands. And heartbreak for Alina, I think, overall.
Yeah, she was so close to her first win today. And I think this was very much easy than the win that she missed against Polina. Against Kalinova.
Yeah. That was very tactical. King g7 played, rook h4. And now I expect, I think, rook a8 to be one of the easiest ways.
Yeah,
I think White's only plan now is knight e5, rook g4, and take this pawn as well for free. That could be something, but that's why rook a8, just not giving that time.
Activating your rook makes a lot of sense, and five closing in on that 5 hour mark. Still 3 games to go. I don't think we have ever had this.
By the way, let's have a very brief look at the other games. First of all, we have reached a 3 versus 2 rook endgame in the Salome versus Harika game, so that should be a draw very soon as well. And then another is Munguntul versus Polina, which is also a rook endgame and likely to be 2 versus 1. So I'm gonna predict all 3 results in these games, Rakesh, and that means at the end, at one point in thinking all 5 results, we'll only have one result.
Oh wow. How the tables have turned.
Yeah, these tables clearly have been tested well, but they broke.
5 hours in, one result, fighting chess overall, 950 people in the chat, still going strong there.
Yeah, it's been a crazy day, Rakesh.
Yeah,
to put it mildly.
absolutely. I mean, just don't go from the scorecard because you might think, oh, just one result, but wow. And Rook 8 played Sahil.
Yeah, very logical.
Just gave Humpy that glimmer of hope, and she has played like a computer after that.
And I think White will play like Rook G4, threatening knight E5. And now Black can give a couple of checks, so Black can simply play Rook to A4, Knight to E5, Rook takes E4, and you can't retake here, right? Because King H7 will lose. So Rook takes, Knight takes, and this will be a draw.
I think Alina is thinking now. 90 seconds for her.
One minute each for both the players. Crucial moments. 2 games ended so far. First was a crazy draw, I think, between
Pawn to E5, Sahil. Now, I would play a move like knight to D3, saying, I'm after your pawn, and a move like rook D4 is a blunder. Because rook a1 is a checkmate.
Yeah, we've seen crazier things happen, but I think probably I don't know what's the best move. Knight d3 definitely one of the options. Humpy is going to find the cleanest way. She's got this golden opportunity, that extra half a point going into the final round. She will not mess this up, but she has 30 seconds to find that. 27 seconds now. I think g5 is another option, trying to bring the king up to f5. Another easy way to draw the game. And she played rook a6. Okay, a nice move. So basically forcing the knight to move. And once it does, I think she will play knight d3 next to attack this pawn. So knight d4, knight d3, threatening mate in 1 and also the pawn. Yeah, knight d8 played, and now knight d3 should be a draw. Wow. And knight d3 will be the move. Pretty sure. Yep, knight d3 on the board. Threatening mate in 1, so white has to play h3. And after h3, knight takes e5 will happen, and that should be an easy draw. If you do try to defend this pawn with rook e4, rook a1 will win for Humpy. So white should be careful here and simply push the pawn 1 square and accept that the game has been drawn. Yeah, you can see disappointment on Alina's face, but it's just not been her tournament overall.
Yeah, and pawn to h3 played, of course, making the escape square. And knight takes e5.
The knight is a bit trapped. Okay, Shamli. How is it coming back?
I think we can see moves like king f6.
Yeah, and then? How is it coming back?
No, it won't. I'll capture your knight, you can capture my knight.
What will you play as white? Like, why can't Humpy play on for a while here?
Yeah, king f6. Don't tell me there's another twist.
No, how do you get the knight out?
I won't. I will just play king h2. Maybe.
Maybe you're right. Yeah, I can't really prevent the knight coming to b7 and c5.
Yeah, I think that's
Should be a draw.
heartbreak for Alina.
Yeah,
today.
she shook her head a little bit there. Not happy with the developments here. Yep, I think maybe they will draw this game. Meanwhile, update from Salome versus Harika. Actually, no updates there. It's still a draw. They have been repeating moves, I think. No, not really. Yeah, they are repeating moves. Should be a draw soon. And Guntul against Paulina. Seems like I think this still has some potential, but this should be a draw as well. This will last the longest, though, I think.
Yeah.
Going to Alina against Humpy again. Knight b7. So white is not taking any chances. She realizes there's a risk of getting the knight trapped. So let me just get it out quickly.
Yeah, at least you get
enough.
half a point for drawing.
Yeah, fair enough. You don't want to risk anything.
Draw!
It is a draw. What a setback there, and what a lucky break for Humpy. They're getting their half a point. Alina blundering that game in one move. Rakesh, this could be huge in terms of the final standings of the tournament.
Yeah, and both players looking, very, surprised by how the game changer. Koneru Humpy joining the leader Zujiner now on 6 points out of 8. Everything to play for in tomorrow's final round, Sahil.
Yeah, this is insane. So we have 3 results overall. Let's head off to the game of Salome against Harika. We are going to see the final moves in this game. Repetition almost on the board. Chat is now going crazy as they reach that moment where Alina blundered. Wow. And we can see a couple of checks there, and this should be a draw. Lee says baited. Humpy baited,
That's what good players do.
Yeah, especially when you're lost, you might as well try to set up a trap there, right?
Yeah, and I think this game 3 versus 2 looks completely equal.
And there was somebody in the chat said, remember, I am pretty sure Humpy will not lose this.
Yes.
There's somebody in the chat who was pretty confident, so maybe he was a time traveler. Would love to connect with you later. Please DM me on Instagram. But as of now, this game also ending in a draw.
Yeah, and Harika, even though she has the extra pawn, there's no way to push them. And even though Salome has 3 minutes, looks like this game will end in a draw.
Yeah. King h3, rook b4. We should see handshakes pretty soon. Harika choosing a different square for the rook there, but not sure if that changes anything.
You know, the point is, I'll just maintain my rook on the 5th rank, even if you get a check, and even if my king goes back, how are you going to push these pawns?
I think the plan could be check, king f3. There is no way actually. I think the plan could be check your f4. Let's say you pass a move, rook e5. But now I simply bring the rook back and there's nothing you can do. So that's the only thing she can try, but it should be.
Yeah, should be a draw. And yeah, last 2 games remaining, both of them rook and game silent. Interesting.
Yeah, rook endgame has been the theme, right? I think today, I think Harika, although would not be so happy she missed that opportunity. I think she had a potentially winning position if she had stuck with her a pawn.
Yeah, and let's go to Munguntul's game because that game is heading to a draw.
Yeah.
We have Munguntul's first draw in the Pune here because she has lost 5 games in a row, 1-2, but finally, after 4 losing games in a row, she looks like.
Do you think she'll agree to a draw here, like Polina, or will she push?
I think Polina might push for a couple of moves, but
I
2 versus 1 is just
I
a
expect her to push for 10-15 minutes, Rakesh. Like she has all the time in the world. There's no hurry.
No way, but look at the body language. You play very quickly. Once a few moves down, it's going to be a draw. 72 moves played in this one.
Munguntul will get her first draw, better than a loss for sure. And that is rook a6. So just ties down the king to the defense of the h6 pawn. What you don't want to do as black is play king to h4. You know what? Yes, let's win the h3 pawn, but lose the king in return. So Munguntul setting up traps along the way. And now there is actually no way for black to make improvements.
Any progress.
There is no way. There is absolutely zero way for black to.
So you just maintain your rook and I just maintain.
Yeah, I think this will be a quick draw as well.
And even if you touch your king by mistake, you have to play it and there's only one square.
Yeah. You can play g4, maybe exchange pawns, take the pawn, and they can go home. So it would be a draw. Rakesh, only one result. Both of us were wrong. I agreed 4-3, yeah?
Especially how the games were looking. It was like we would have a few results at least.
He's playing rook g8, rook g6. Okay. So going back to the Salome Harika game, rook e3 check was played. I think king f4 should be a draw, king f2 should be a draw, king h2 should be a draw. So every legal move is a draw. That's a good
Yeah. Wherever the king goes doesn't really matter.
Where would you put the king out of these 3 squares?
F4.
F4, yeah, going forward.
Yeah.
I'll put on F2, I think. F2 is just a safe choice. F4, I feel like, what if, rook here, and suddenly I have to take care.
And G3 and...
Yeah, of course, everything is raw. But
it's just a matter of style, and I think
yeah.
She has 2 minutes. If it was down to 30 seconds, I would be a little worried. But yeah, this is just over.
Yeah. So that would be the second last day, Rakesh, of the tournament.
Yeah.
And in the final standings, we will have 2 players, Koneru, Humpy and Zujina in first place. We will have Divya in third place. Then we'll have Polina in fourth place with 4.5. And then we'll have Harika in fifth place with 4 points. So I think Divya loses the chance to win the event. Only 2 players now fighting out for it. Actually, it's not sure.
Yeah, she still can win the event.
If, let's say, both Zujina and Humpy lose, then it could be tied for first place. So still an outside chance. But I think tomorrow's pairings, it's very obvious 2 games matter the most.
Yeah.
Can we the pairings for the second for tomorrow? Would love to check that out. And it's going to be those 2 matchups, Rakesh. Board number 2,
And
Koneru
board number
Humpy
3.
versus Saliwa Nurgul. And board number
4.
4,
Yeah.
Shuvalova versus Zuzhina. And Humpy with the white pieces. That's a huge edge.
And you know, Pulina is still playing after 5 hours. Do note, tomorrow's round starts at 2 p.m.
Yeah.
So it's 1 hour before even the broadcast and our fans following. So do check that out. And might be Pulina is tired, Sahil, after a long game today.
Yeah, we should check if the streams are scheduled at the correct time on all channels. Also important. But as of now, King F4, Rakesh, your preference played on the board, and Harika, of course, I think can just give a few checks and accept the draw. With these double pawns, there is limited capacity to even predict chances.
Yeah, I don't see any chances for 4 of the players that are still playing because it's literally 0.00 side.
Yeah. Okay, so let's have the game and the camera of the Harika game on screen whenever it's possible, and let's see the final few moves of the game. Crazy day, Rakesh. What a day.
Crazy day. Yeah, a couple of players down to 2-3 minutes, but yeah, looks like a draw. King F4, if you give a check with the rook, just king drops. Oops. Yeah, king drops back. We have also maybe seen this position a few times. So. Check out the other game between Munguntul and Polina. There, after we left it around here, rook g8, rook a5. So no chances for black to push the pawn, and you know, if the rook comes here, you just go rook on a6 again. King g6, rook check, king h7. That, and let's come back to Harika's game. E1, king f4, and it's just equal. Yeah. "45 seconds" was Salome. That's one thing that should worry her. The position, though, is completely drawn. King g3 back. Maybe Harika wants to play something like rook f1 here, which allows you to give a check with pawn to f4. Let's go to board 2. And what? No way. That's.
I lost my mind for a second. Okay, how did some side get a winning advantage there? But I think I sense a pawn trade there.
Can we go full screen into board 2 just to check out where the pieces are?
Yeah, I'll just
the other board. DGT really needs to get their tech sorted. Board 2, Smugundul's board, and I think they traded rooks, and now it's a king and pawn endgame. About just 1 pawn remaining on the board, about to be drawn. So, Patkuyak Mungundul drawing Polina Shuvalova in an amazing comeback where she gets a first draw of the event.
Yeah, and stalemate fans will get to see their dream come true on the board soon. The white king will be stalemated on the g1 square. So that should mean another draw, Rakesh.
Yeah.
I think the board is actually wrong. They actually traded rooks. this moment when they traded rooks. So
Yeah, we'll see handshakes very, very soon. A draw incoming, Sahil. Fourth result of the day. King goes ahead and
you
yeah,
should pull the king somewhere and try twice. she tries. She
she
tries.
tries.
She tries. He tries.
Mungundul knows her end games. The king just stays king h4. Doesn't really matter. Whatever you try
Just
as
king
black.
g1 now is the important.
Yeah. Only move and she draws. King g1.
I don't think she'll go king g5 again. This should be a draw, and with that, we should have the fourth result for today: king h1, g2, king g1, king g3. That's it.
Yeah. King comes ahead. King comes across. And there you go. Stalemate. Drawn by stalemate. Munguntul versus Paulina is a draw. Handshakes there. Sahil, fourth result in. Now that means let's jump to Harika's game to
Yeah.
see if she has any winning chances.
I think we'll see a similar endgame here as well. Very, very likely. Unless they just draw earlier, I don't see how black can improve. You can't push f4. I can grab that with the rook, and you have a couple of checks, but that's pretty much it. Harika, of course, is not risking anything, and the last exchange or pawn move was on move number 65. So 25 more moves he has potentially.
Yeah, and doesn't look like any way
Yeah.
for black to progress.
The only thing she has is something like rook e1, rook b4, rook e4, and of course, you as white don't trade rooks. That would be lost.
That's the only way to lose.
That's the only way. So you just don't trade rooks. You just move the rook somewhere else, like rook, I don't know, b8, and of course, you just give a few checks from behind, and it should be.
Yeah.
Four draws, one result. Important draw for Humpy. I think. Rakesh, how many results are you expecting tomorrow? Do you feel like
Five.
Do you feel like a couple of quick draws tomorrow? I think that is very much.
Yeah, if between the two players who aren't going to really shake up the standing, but do note they have 4,000 euros guaranteed, and first place has 18,000 euros. Plenty of Grand Prix points or some cash prizes to win tomorrow. So we might see some games that really end at the end.
Can we have the pairings again for tomorrow just to kind of see if we could have some quick draws? Clearly, that won't be Divya's game because she still has an outside chance.
Yeah.
And she plays Alina, who fumbled that win today. So she will definitely go for the win. Humpy will go for the win. Zuzhina will go for the win. So board number 1 and board number 5 are the two games where potentially, if they want to, they can have a quick draw. But of course, Vaishali being the higher seed will push, and Harika being the higher seed will push. So I don't expect
with the white pieces.
so I don't expect any quick draws tomorrow, even on the final day.
Yeah, and chat, do remember that play starts at 2 p.m. Indian Standard Time. That is just 1 hour before normal. So just note that and join us accordingly. And Sahil, any chances in this game for either player? No, right?
No, I think white can just play rook a4, rook c4. There's nothing that black can do. There's no check, Rock. It's not even a single check.
Yeah, actually,
there's no way. There's the rook f1 check. I just move the king to g3, and you don't really achieve anything. So I think this will be a draw in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, rook goes to the side. Salome follows. There's literally no way to make progress.
Yeah. Yeah, I can give a check from behind, but that doesn't really change anything. I'll just play rook c4 anyways.
Yeah. Rook c4, rook check. You come back with the king, and you can't push that pawn. None of the pawns can be pushed for black, and that just means the two pawns can comfortably hold. And I think at 2.5 minutes, you can see the players confident. And king f3, okay, that should
doesn't change
still work.
much. Yeah.
Gives a check. Oh, she plays rook e1.
I mean, king f2, rook e4 is the idea, I think, but
yeah,
rook f4, very, very smooth actually.
So 4 draws here and rook e8. Do not move your king. Just to quickly show you, if you play king f2, if you, a lapse in concentration, and it's still a draw, but you have to really calculate what goes on after here because you might lose a pawn. But
Yeah.
Salomon does not want to put in the effort and rook b4, rook
She's trying
g8.
to rook g4, I think.
Okay.
That's the plan. But I can just play g3 actually.
Now you could just play rook f4 right now, so the king doesn't move.
Yeah, that is also a good idea.
So king can't go anywhere because
But
he
even if
loses.
let's say I play g3, you play king, I don't know, h6. I can play rook b5 now, and you can't really play rook g4. That's
Yeah,
why
like-
you lose. So,
Yeah.
of course, you don't lose, but yeah.
Sure, a million ways to draw, and rook b5 on the board.
Yeah, you can't move the king anymore. I think this is where Harika can, she's tried every single resource there. She can accept a draw.
Yeah, for sure. Kudos to Harika and Salome on playing 88 moves. Now, this is the longest game of the tournament. So, both players fighting it out, but looks like very much like it. And I think Harika could have won around this move had she maintained her rook pawn in the middle game. But yeah, this is just completely drawn. Rook comes around, but I don't think white has to be worried about that. Yeah, just checking on the chat because chat is more exciting than the current position.
Divya's game, Divya lost today. The only result, Alina and Vaishali not having the best tournament. I think if somebody has a good turn, somebody will not have the best tournament. Vaishali run it that game one, I remember. The start wasn't that great. But she's shown a few games, few signs of brilliance. Same for Alina, yeah, that game against Durgul is one to remember. But of course, fumbling that win today will really hurt a lot.
Yeah, and especially in a tough tournament. And Arunam says, "Wow, how did Humpy survive this?" And Johanna says, "Humpy, GG, very good." And Arunam also mentioning that Tiku isn't reading a Chess 24 chat anymore because he's missing you on that channel. And on the other channels, yeah, Parani says, Alina and Vaishali having a forgetful tournament, but Humpy, what a final performance today. I completely agree.
Yeah.
Wow. And excited, and Sahil, even after so much time, we have a lot of viewers in the chat. So do smash the like button. About 850 of you still with us. So do hit the like button in case you haven't. And yeah, Koneru and Zujun are leading the tournament with 6 out of 8, and Divya with 5 out of 8. So that is our podium still remains the same. And as soon as we have a draw in this, we will be showing you the pairings for tomorrow. The first move played. Sai, do we think we'll see 100 moves in this game?
Yeah, very likely.
9 more moves to go.
Very likely we'll see 100 moves, and around the 100 move mark, we'll see a draw.
Okay. And do you remember when was the last pawn move?
65.
Okay.
So I think you need, it can last till 115.
Yeah.
Or black will have to push a pawn.
Fixes then it makes it a draw.
Or exchange pieces. So one of those things will have to happen.
And I think repetition incoming with. No, I thought Harika was going to go for that. He played no real way for black to, convert this pawn up advantage. Tries to bring the king around, but that works, Sahel. Like bringing the king to the queen side. I don't really think so because what's going to be your threat anyway?
Not much has changed, Rakesh. I think the king rerouting itself to e6, but just rook a4. I really don't see a problem. In fact, rook, yeah, check. Also very clinical. In fact, even the pawn endgame after, let's say, king e6, check, king d6, takes, king f4, king e6, and g3. Even that's a draw, and only black has to be careful here. So,
Yeah.
rook b4, rook d1, rook a4. Not much has changed. And I'm pretty sure there might be some photographic draw already on the board which we missed. But yeah, this should be a draw soon. 97 moves done. Akash, have you had it happen like your opponent starts cuffing and it distracts you during the game?
No, because I've been commentating with you, so. But no, honestly,
Rakesh, any disturbance you're feeling?
on a serious note, I mean, some quirks of your opponent do affect you. Sometimes people do crazy things, but yeah, over a period of time, it's easier. But maybe if you play on chess.com, that won't affect you.
Yeah, that is true. And as of now, king f7 again. I think we'll see rook a7.
Should be seeing a draw now.
Yeah, rook a7 check, king g6 should already be some level of
Perpetual draw photographic.
yeah, photographic draw.
Sir, you're right. We are on move 99.
Yeah.
And we see 100 moves.
Rook e7, she's going rook e7. I think king pawn endgame we'll see. King pawn endgame, you're going to see rook e7. Harika has to be sure, yeah. You can lose that one.
Oh my god, what a flip. Rook e7, king e7, king f4.
Yeah. So rook e7, you can take, you can also ignore that. But now king f4, king e6, and g3. So you have to go king e7.
So we don't see that, and the repetition coming in. King g6, rook a4 again, 100 moves completed.
Harika almost touched her rook though. I think she's very, very close.
Yeah, and wow, the longest game of this tournament.
Oh, they have actually, the board shows, yeah?
Twice
the
or
same
thrice?
position came on the board thrice. So technically, it has been a
Ended.
photographic draw. The players have not claimed it though.
Yeah, because I think the earlier rook a4 might have happened where...
Yeah, it happened on move number 86. This was the first moment, this was the second moment, and this was the third moment. So technically, it's already a draw.
Yeah, and I don't think chat understood when you were saying this because it's the same position for them.
But yeah, it was 86, 98.
How did you know this 86, 94?
It shows, yeah, there's a circular arrow.
Oh, that's a feature on chess.com.
Yeah, great feature actually that shows you when the moves were repeated, and it really helped me to understand that these were the moments when the players had the same position.
Yeah, and I mean, I think 100 moves are also done. Should expect a draw. Rook h1. Wow.
I mean, king g3. G3. I mean, you don't want to play G3 as white, right? Because you have to G3. I think you just kind of move the rook because then the counter resets.
Yeah, king G3 played.
Yeah. By the way, after rook f1, I think you can also play rook f4. Just kind of again forcing that end game. So
nice.
King f7
and
played.
King f7. Now I think rook a7 check.
Yeah.
Absolutely no chance for
absolutely no chance there. Literally no chance.
Yeah, I think Salome is also now. Just looking at her, you know that she is comfortable.
Check on the board, yeah.
Where does Harika go with her king?
She will not come to e6. There's no escape from the checks, right? She will have to go to g6 again. And then rook a4 back.
Can we see something like king e6 and rook h7?
You can. I think again that should also.
Even that is drawn, right?
Yeah, there's no way white can win. And black will not risk it actually. There's no point risking
pawn.
You have double pawns, only you can be worse there. So there's no point for black.
Harika had a great chance, but king goes to g6.
Nah, no way she plays e6. Oh, she goes king e6. But okay, I mean I can give checks. Yeah, I don't need to go rook h7. I don't need, because after rook h7 there is f4. I think that's the trap.
I like that.
And then suddenly you give up your double pawns and you have to fight for longer. So I think just checks. I think check, king here, check, king here, check, king here, check, king here, and then you win with rook a5. I don't know.
Wow.
No, it should be a draw. Just checks. We are already, I think, just 13 moves away from the 50th move. So from White's perspective, the simplest draw is to just keep giving checks. There's no need to go for rook at 7.
Yep. And rook a6 check played.
As expected, I think. There's no
Wow.
point. That was last trap from Harika, actually, that White tries rook at 7. But the king, I mean, if it goes up, just
Oh
another.
my god, the king comes up. Sahil, what do you do? Rook a5 check, king e4. Any missed check by your f4 check wins for black.
But I will not miss the check, Rakesh. I think I will keep giving checks. My rook has the capacity to notice these moves, and I can pre-move rook a4 on the next move literally. There's nothing you can play that.
Yeah, nothing. I agree. Oopsies. a5. Think no chance.
I think overall, extremely tense day, Rakesh. That game of Divya losing, then that Salimova and Vaishali twist back and forth. Both players, Vaishali almost won. Then we had that twist of Humpy. I mean, coming back from the brink of losing that game, couple of moves away from losing, and then of course Harika missing a win here as well. So lot of ifs and buts. Even the Munguntur game, yeah, Black had some chances there.
Yeah, and Harika is moving her king, looks like.
Yeah, king e4, but yeah, rook a4 check doesn't change much. From White's perspective, you could come all the way to e1 and then lose your rook as well. So I think the king will have to go back, and we might have already repeated again. I'm pretty sure rook a6, king f7 will be another repetition.
Yeah, rook a6 check.
108 moves, 7 more moves to go. When it will be a draw by
Rook a4 again, right? You don't want to allow f4 check.
rook
There you
a4.
go.
Very smart.
And it's the fourth time things have repeated. Harika. And she plays on. Wow.
I think rook f4 would be my move here, just to kind of have some fun. But I think White doesn't need to do that though.
And I think you remember you mentioned 65 moves as the last pawn move. So 115.
6 more moves.
Yeah, 6 more moves. 115. We will have. We can see Salome claiming the draw.
Yeah. And this is not a rapid game, so they have notation. They know exactly when that move was played. Last striking f3, no rook e4 possible.
Yeah.
4 more moves to go.
Rook comes back. Yeah, it's just.
Changes, I think. This rook a4, what changes?
Yes, 24. Arpa Gola is Sahil Tikon commentary. Yes.
No.
That's National Master Sahil Tikku and International Master Rakesh Kulkarni who are calling the game, and very excited to see such a fighting game after 112 moves.
Yeah, 3 more moves to go, Rakesh, and then
And yeah, would love to see Sahil on camera as well, just to fix any doubters in the chat.
yeah, you never know. It can be AI, Sahil, Rakesh.
Yeah, we have our producers whose friends can produce such stuff.
You never know. You never know.
But yeah, rook b4. Last 2 moves to go, Sahil. Last 2 moves, and we will have a draw.
Yeah.
King f7 played.
I think a last hope. I think she will go for the rook endgame now, but I don't see any point there.
Or even go for the rook again. This is the
No,
rook endgame.
king pawn. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Like
Yeah, I
check
don't blame you. It's been
here,
6
check
hours of
king,
commentary now.
rook d6 takes. Like she might go for this, but
You might. Oh, no, okay. Can't lose though. Can't lose. Yeah. So, 113 moves.
what is white? So, what is white thinking here?
It's just rook
Only
a4. Yeah?
2 more moves to go. Yeah, the black can't even lose a pawn in 2 moves.
But does she know 65th move was the last pawn?
Yeah, of course. I mean, she has
Because
enough.
I've seen, just to let chat know, nice idea is to just scribble down something near the 65th move so that this was the last pawn move.
Yeah, she's checking the score sheet, I think. Yeah, she was.
Professional like her would know all these tricks, and yeah, but she still goes into a thing. Yeah, 8.5 minutes, nothing on the clock. Just simply draw.
I don't actually know what White is thinking.
Me neither.
That's the mystery here because nothing changed. Unless she thinks she has a chance to win in this game, I really can't imagine what she's thinking. Like, is she thinking king f4? King here and check and, hoping for something like this?
And white is winning
And
suddenly.
White is winning. Like, is she trying to set up such a trap? Maybe, I don't know. But king f4 is, maybe she doesn't want to face this. I can take on f5.
Yeah.
Don't see what's the problem.
On and don't really see what was black's idea of the king f7.
I think the only idea can be to go to the pawn end game. But the thing is, there's not enough time. So, for example, let's say rook a4. Okay, let's refresh this once. Let's say rook a4, king e6, rook check. It's already 115 moves. So on rook d6, I will claim a draw. I will not even take or move the rook away. So there is no time to go into the king pawn endgame now. Actually,
Yeah.
actually calculating like checks, king e6 and rook h7. Is that a possibility? Like she's considering if that's worth going for? Because that is a genuine possibility, right? If this happens.
Yeah, but maybe you give that check.
Okay, king
See
f2.
if no. As white, I'm saying.
No, I mean maybe she wants to go for this. Oh no, she goes king f4. Yeah, going for the earlier idea.
And you remember score sheets have 60 moves, so we might see arbiters coming and dropping another score sheets if
They don't
none
claim
of
a
the
draw.
players claim a draw.
But they will, I think, and also I think king g6 now. King e6 would be a bit problematic. You will have to go back. If you decide to do this, that's how you regret fighting on.
Yeah.
And this would be just lost. So I think simple chess, king g6, and she played something.
Rook d2 on the board.
Yeah. She is offering a pawn trade. Would you take that, Rakesh? I wouldn't, because I think rook king f5, rook f2 check, king e4, and now taking this, I have to do this all over again. So
you might lose. So
yeah.
king f3 just 115th move done.
Yeah.
White has not claimed the draw yet.
I think black's move was the pawn move, so she can claim it on the next move, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, we see Salome checking the score sheet on the side. Whatever Harika does, unless you move pawn to f4.
Yeah. This was the move, 65th move where f6 was played, and the structure has not changed. So after Harika plays her next move, Salome can't actually claim a draw unless Harika plays pawn to f4, but that can only be better for white, if anyone. So I think this is a draw. One move to go.
Yeah. And kudos, 115 moves. What a fight this has been.
Yep. And we can see, I think Harika pointed towards something. I don't know. King e6. So
King
now
E6.
Now is when Salome can claim a draw. It is indeed 50 moves. In fact, the Chesscom board shows 50 moves are played with no capture of moves. The game ended in a draw.
I have not seen that, no.
Yeah, so it's technically not ended yet, but Salome can claim a draw now if she wants to. And she should. I mean, I really don't see, unless she's considering moves like Rook B7 to get here, but I can't imagine that being a genuine try. So let's just kind of claim a draw maybe. Or even offer a draw. I mean, Harika will have to.
Yeah, I think offering a draw is best.
She's offering that chance, yeah, Rook D6 once. I think she will offer that chance and then she will claim a draw. Yeah, no Rook D6. And now I think she'll claim a draw. Yeah, now's the time. Yeah, she's checking that. Yeah, she's checking that. She's counting the moves. See, maths is very important, Rakesh. You know, just where you need maths, and yeah, she's gonna claim a draw now.
She counting a draw of the repetition or
No, I think
photographic.
it's 50 moves. She's counting 50 moves. It's almost impossible to remember the subtleties of that
Exactly.
photographic draw, right? Because Rook could be anywhere.
She's thinking again. She should just simply offer the draw or call the arbiter at this point.
I think both. She marks something on her score sheet.
Yeah.
She marks. Can you go full screen? I think there's nothing going on the position anyways. It's just going to be a draw. Both players actually looking at this white square score sheet, and she claims a draw. So finally, and this will be a draw. So 4 draws today and 1 win for Zhu Jinner in an epic match. And Rakesh, tomorrow promises to be an epic finale with 2 players on 6 out of 8 points. One of them will take first place and potentially qualify for the candidates. So, Harika, they're fighting it out, but unfortunately not able to convert that extra pawn. It was a theoretical draw, of course. Can we have the pairings once more? And these are the results, first of all. Rakesh, 4 draws, yeah, only 1 result.
Yeah, I mean, what an interesting day. And our featured game ended decisively where Zhu Jinner, took back part of the lead before Humpy managed to save that game and ends the day in the joint lead. And the pairings for tomorrow's Sahil.
I think board 2, 3, and 4. The white pieces on board 2, the white pieces on board 3, and the black pieces on board 4 will go for wins tomorrow. That will be epic to watch, Rakesh. We'll be there 1 hour early tomorrow at 2 p.m. IST, and it will be amazing to watch. So do not miss that tomorrow, chat, because we'll have the winner of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix Pune, and that player will potentially qualify for the candidates.
Yes. Thank you so much, everyone here. My co-commentator Sahil, our production team, the organizers here, and the players for such a fighting day of chess. And chat, lastly, thanks to you that we had such amazing fun commentating. And we'll be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. IST. That is 1 hour 1 hour before than normal. We'll see you tomorrow to see who becomes the champion here in Pune.
Bye-bye.